Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Fitness Founders Virtual Summit. I'm Tara Loney, and I'll be your host and guide throughout this incredible day designed exclusively for fitness business entrepreneurs like you. Before we dive in, let me just say that you're in the right place if you're ready to take your fitness studio to the next level. Today just isn't just any other virtual event, it's a game changer. We brought together 9 industry leading experts, proven strategies, and actionable tools so you can steal their secret to six-figure revenue. If you're here, you know the fitness industry is full of passion and ambition. But to succeed, you need more than passion. You need proven systems, expert advice, and a supportive community. Too often, studio owners feel that they're struggling in isolation and sometimes end up undervaluing themselves. That's why we started the Fitness Founders community to create a sense of belonging while bringing a comprehensive suite of resources, conversations, and support under one roof, starting with the Fitness Founders Virtual Summit 2024. We felt there's a lot of fitness industries conferences happening, but I think their impact is just around that event. We wanted to do something that is more active, long term in terms of contributing tools and work to make sure we bring in something that is unique and like a constant support. So this is when Priya Fitness Founders Community Head and I thought about putting something together like this, and Kenko came in to support this initiative via this event. We'll start our session in 15 minutes, so I will have Vistar with me for the next 10, founder and CEO of Kenko AI. Let's hear from him why Kenko decided to join with the fitness community. Hi, thank you so much for joining us. How are you doing today?
Doing well. Super excited for this, Tara. Thanks for putting this together.
Thank you for coming in for support. So, Vistar, I hear that you guys recently rebranded to Kenko. Why is that?
Oh, interesting. So when we started out, that was like 4 years ago, uh, we noticed that all these great apps around us, for example, if you book an hotel on Airbnb, it's a great experience. If you book an Uber or a Lyft, it's a great experience. Even paying at Starbucks using my points is a great experience. But when I go to book a class at my studio, even the best studios have this clunky, broken website experience. And we wanted to change that to a world-class experience like the rest of the apps around us. That's how we came up with Bookie as a booking platform. But I think since then, the world has moved forward, and we saw an even greater opportunity to kind of help the business grow with marketing by kind of bringing together your booking and marketing to one platform. And we saw crazy results with this. We had clients getting like 30 Google reviews in like 24 hours. We had clients get make 200K in new revenue from just one automation. Uh, we have one client who just made 100K in revenue just from the referral program. When we saw stuff like that, that real impact on the business, we kind of evolved our focus to from booking to the business growth. So while all of this was happening internally at Bookie, we noticed that the world is kind of moving towards longevity. Anti-aging and longevity is taking over, and all fitness wellness businesses are going to become longevity businesses, helping basically every person live healthier, longer. And we wanted a brand name to kind of reflect that as we support these businesses. And for us, Kenko means health and fitness, wellness in Japanese, and we chose Japanese because I feel they understand longevity better than anyone else. They have a very high average lifespan. Uh, I was recently at this beautiful village at the foothills of Mount Fuji, uh, where the average age of a human is 97 years, and it's even higher for women.
Wow.
And and we hope like we could this is the era we are moving towards, and we want to support businesses who kind of make this happen. And we wanted the brand name to just reflect this. So yeah, that's how we moved from Bookie to Kenko.
I love that. And Bookie or Kenko is my absolute favorite booking system that I've been using for the longest time. So I love the synergy there. You mentioned longevity that will turn the wellness industry into a top industry. What are some of the specific trends that you're seeing?
Oh, I think some of my favorite ones, right, is uh, let's just take if we take Instagram. Two of the biggest categories there is number one is fashion and second is fitness, right? So fashion is somewhere ahead of us. But there's an interesting anecdote there. The sale of athleisure has now crossed sales of denims in US. If we look
Mhm.
at the fastest growing food brands, that is now Sweet Greens, Kava, Chopped, Naya, right? So all these, essentially wellness is now governing our choices in food, in fashion, and it's becoming bigger than this. And this combined with longevity is going to make wellness the biggest industry after manufacturing. It's probably going to be I think, almost like a $4 or $5 billion, trillion-dollar industry globally. And in next 5, 6 years, it's expected to reach 10 trillion, which is amazing opportunity for every business, every entrepreneur. The pie is going to get a lot bigger.
Absolutely. And with tools like Kenko, it makes it so easy to streamline everything. Um, did you mention something about AI? I feel like I've seen AI as a new tool in Kenko.
Yeah, so I think AI is going to impact our lives massively. And I think it's again going to be great news if you're in the wellness industry, simply because first thing that's going to happen is I think a 4 day work week is going to become a reality. So everyone
Mhm.
will have more time to dedicate to living healthier, living better. Uh, and now this is the impact on overall just increasing the demand. But then it also makes it easier for us to now run a wellness business, improve our unit economics. And I think if you look at the last 10 years, right, we were getting customers through walk-ins. Then we moved to having customers walk in from, come to us from Google reviews. And now the world has changed where we were passively acquiring customers to actually running ads and actively acquiring customers. But this also made our job really hard because we are fitness entrepreneurs. We are not supposed to be marketeers. But unfortunately, we are all forced to become marketeers now. Uh, but I think with AI, some of that work can go away. We can have the greatest marketing person, the greatest salesperson work for us and do a great job. And that's what we are focused on now in Bookie, in Kenko, which is AI. We know AI can read, write, and talk. I think that is just known. But we want AI to actually do the work. I want, if my AI is taking the call, I want it to talk to customers, capture the lead details, nurture them, make sure they attend the first class, call them 30 minutes before the class about everything they need to know, get them excited, call them after the class, learn if they liked it or not, and then make sure they're booked into a next class, which they probably will like based on their previous experience. And that will increase my sales. That will help me do better marketing. It should also take requests for late cancellations. It should take requests to forgive cancellation. It should do all that work inside my CRM. And I should just like sit back and think about my service, my customers, and this work should just happen. And that's where we're more focused on now. And we are working with a bunch of multi-location studios at this stage. And yeah, if you're interested to deploy that for your business, I think you should have a conversation with our team. We would love to work with you.
Yeah, I've seen it firsthand, behind the scenes, and the AI function for calling is absolutely incredible, like, jaw-dropping. I think the first time I heard it was on a seminar with Angela and Aaron, who are gonna be presenting later, and they showed us a call, and it's unreal how much it sounds like somebody that's working for our team, and as somebody that works on the back end of operations, I know how heavy that can be, all of that work to follow up with everyone. So this tool, I really think is going to be a game changer for so many businesses.
No, that's true. And honestly, I was tired of all this AI hype as well. It's like AI is great, AI is going to
Yeah.
do this, that, and honestly, we've not seen anything. I mean, 50% of the people cancel their ChatGPT subscription. What the hell are we talking about? It's uh, but but again, I had this moment where we were just doing some trial runs, and the admin of one of the businesses using it came to us and said, "Hey, your AI has gone completely bonkers. Uh, it suggested a class with a person who doesn't even exist in our system." And it's like, that's not possible. I mean, we do some of the tech magic to make sure it doesn't hallucinate. Then we went back and checked the system. So what happened? The business owner added a new instructor last evening and they had empty classes. And the admin in the morning did not know that, but the AI
Oh
did,
my,
and it made sure their classes filled. And that was the moment for me, it's like, holy shit, right? So we can do so much more and can be so much better with this. And so that was the moment for me.
yeah, yeah. But that's the thing I think I personally love most about Kenko and working with you all, like throughout the entire time. And I think it's been a few years now. You all have always listened to your customers and thought about not just like your clients and the fitness studios, but their end users as well. And really just given us all the tools we need to really do all of these things. I don't think I've seen any other fitness software using AI in this way. Sure, they have automations, which are amazing. Um, but this is huge.
No, I'm glad, and I think we'll continue to do that. Um, but I think the real driver, I think how it kind of manifests for us is that internally at Bouquet or at Kenko now, we are not supposed to look at the revenue for the Kenko business. The first thing we look at is end consumers we serve. Then we look at the revenue of the end business we serve, and then we look at our growth. So we always know if we're making right choice for the end business or the end customers, we will always grow. So I think that is just like some of it working out, and hopefully we can continue to do so.
Yeah, that's amazing. Well, thank you so much for these great insights on Fitness Founders Future. We will now be starting the event. You don't need to be a tech wizard or spend hours figuring out how to scale your studio. Just grab your coffee, open your notebook or laptop, and join us. Our 9 speakers are waiting to share, connect, and help you grow. Ask questions, engage with content, and make the most out of this opportunity. And we will together dive into studio systems real time and review them live with our experts. So, so excited for that. All right, enough of me for now. Thank you again, Vistar, for joining us and Kenko for your support. Let's kick things off with our first session. Oh,
Awesome.
actually,
Thanks for
we
having
have
me, Tara.
a couple more minutes. Yes, thank you so much. We actually have a few minutes, so I would love to know where is everybody joining from? Currently, I actually travel full time in an RV, and I'm just got to Seaside, Oregon. And it's hopefully going to be a sunny day out. It's still a little bit early, but hopefully it'll be a sunny day out. So if you are in the chat, go ahead and drop where you are joining from, your name, and the name of your business too. And yes, this will be going out as a recording. Minnesota, Huntington Beach, Flower Mound. I love it. South Florida. What's up? I'm from St. Pete originally. Oh, I love these business names. Simon Pine, Connecticut, Maryland. Shout out to Thrive Flower Mound and Open Aerial Yoga. Word. Tulsa, Oklahoma. Yes. Tampa. Hey, what's up? We're neighbors. The Blueprint. Shout out to the Blueprint. Maine Pilates in Maine. Maine's so gorgeous. I spent last fall there and it was just incredible. Here from Spain. Tammy, thank you so much for joining from Spain. And Dataly, based in Sydney, currently in Paris. Are you on vacation? That's amazing. Rising Star Kids Gym and Kenora, California. Sorry, I'm going to get that wrong. Hunger for Fitness in Fort Lauderdale. Seattle, Washington. I was just there like 2 nights ago, like literally. Uh, just passing through the area, trying to get to warmer weather because it's cold. And I, again, am from Florida and not used to cold. Um, Manchester, UK, if you're a dance. Nice. Oh, Yorkshire, UK. I missed that one. Northern VA. Yes. And does everyone have at least 3 beverages in front of them currently? I've got a coffee, a water, and then an energy drink in case I need anything today. And that is how I live my life. I am super excited. I'm just going to quickly go over all of the schedule real fast. Uh, we're starting with Digital Marketing 101 with Ciaran Glanfield, and then Marketing Automation Teardown at 9 a.m. Stop Selling and Start Prescribing, How to Execute the Fitness Prescription at 10 a.m. Beyond the Logo, Building a Consistent Brand Experience with Jenny in Florida, Colleen Holan with Website Teardowns, Pricing for Profitability with Sarah Lang, Maximizing Your Studio Personal Training Revenue with Billy Polson, and Consistent Cash Flow, Transform Your Email List into Weekly Sales with Angela and Aaron. I am excited about all of these. Okay, and somebody said coffee, coffee, coffee. Megan's Yoga and Tribe, Megan's Yoga Tribe in Kansas City, Missouri. Sorry. Great. If you have seen the schedule in the chat, let me know which seminar you are most excited for. And if you're just joining, go ahead and drop where you're located and your studio's name. Also, what time of day is it for you? It's just starting to, sun is just starting to come out where I'm located. Friends on the East Coast. It's middle of the day for them. Taylor mentioned she's super excited for Aaron and Angela's automation. I am also very excited for that. Oh, another Tara in the chat. Infinity Fitness in Morristown, New Jersey. Pricing, marketing strategy, and all the things. I am hopefully opening in 2025. Congratulations, Terry. That's huge. And I think you were also in Tampa. Yeah. There's like good fitness community in Tampa for sure. Gym Life Fitness in Pennsylvania. Love it. All righty. So the contest, we are so excited about this contest. For the contest, we are going to be giving away some great prizes for the most engaged audience member. So the more you engage, the more you can win. Your participation equals prizes. First prize is a free 30-minute marketing audit with the Kenco team. Second is 5 free Kenco accounts with 3 months of free marketing automation, which I don't know if you've seen the back end of Kenko, but if you haven't, I highly recommend looking into at least getting a demo or doing an onboarding call, because the marketing automations in Kenko are absolutely amazing. They not only have the ability to create full-on flows with text messages, push notifications, and emails, but they also have them like pre-built for you. So you can just go in and customize your templates so that you can make them branded for your space. But they are absolutely amazing, even just the pre-built ones. So 5 free Kenko accounts with 3 months of free marketing automation and 5 Amazon gift cards for $500, which is huge because depending on where you are and what you celebrate, it is holiday season. Uh, so it is much big help to get a $500 Amazon gift card. Um, do I get rewarded for attending? I love that question, Alice. I would highly recommend scheduling a consult or an audit for your business with Kenko just to get something for attending. And I mean, you really get all the seminars for attending. Um, Terry said, I have done a ton of software demos and really like Kenko. Price is good and seems user friendly. Kenko is incredibly user friendly. Again, I have worked with a lot of fitness booking softwares, fitness management softwares, and sometimes they are overly complicated, hard to navigate, and challenging to figure out how to use if you don't have somebody walking you through all those little steps. Kenko's team not only guides you through the entire onboarding, but it's just a really incredibly easy software to use in general. So, highly, highly recommend checking it out. Let's see here. And we are going to be starting in just 10 minutes. So stay tuned with the first seminar. Yes, there will be for Stephanie, there will be recordings of the sessions. We will be sending them out. You're going to watch while you have some meetings. Totally understand that. That would be me any other day. And if you're just joining, don't forget to drop in the chat where you're joining from, your studio's name, and if you have 2 or more beverages in front of you, like me. And if you did just join, we just finished chatting about the contest that Kenko is going to be running during this event. The more you engage, the more you can win. We're giving away prizes to the most engaged audience member. So again, just to recap, first is a free 30-minute marketing audit. The second is 5 free Kenko accounts with 3 months of free marketing automation. And the third is 5 Amazon gift cards for $500. So this is amazing. Which session is a must attend for a new business? Well, I mean, all of them first, all of them, but also I would highly recommend Digital Marketing 101, the first session. But I mean, especially for that's a really hard question. Alice asked, what session today is a must attend for a new business? It's a really great question, but very hard to answer because I feel like each one of these sessions would be perfect and incredibly helpful for a new business to attend. Like, talk about building a solid foundation. This is essentially it. So I would say if you can't attend all, definitely watch the recordings when you can, but make it a priority. Don't let them sit in your inbox because really all of these seminars today are perfect for a new business and will set you up with a solid foundation. Does that answer your question? Hopefully that does. 5 more minutes till we start. So if about 5-6 minutes till we start. So if you need to refill your coffee or grab another drink, grab your notebook or anything else, make sure to do that now. Really looking forward. Yes, Alice, that's great. Watch them over the weekend. Yes. And again, if you're just joining, make sure to drop where you're joining from in the chat. We're going to be starting in just a few minutes. And if you have any other questions, drop them in the chat. I am so excited. Jenny Schwartz said, obviously hers at 2 p.m. Good point. And that is beyond the logo, building a consistent brand experience. Yeah, that's incredibly important for a new business. Aerial Atmosphere in Lubbock, Texas. Oh, love the Aerial Hour podcast. I used to do a podcast. That is so kind. Thank you so much. Thank you. One day I'll get back to it when there's like Vistar. If you missed our conversation earlier, I talked to Kenco's founder, amazing founder, and we were talking about some of the changes that Kenco has undergone, including a full-on new brand for Kenco. And he was mentioning that he's looking forward to a 4-day work week in our future because of automation. So once that happens, I will start recording new episodes for the Aerial Hour podcast. I will finally have the time again. Good morning. All righty. So up first, we have Siren Glanfield. Thank you so much for joining us. Siren is the founder of Spring 3 and host of the award-winning Pilates Business podcast. She's a leader of a business coach and consultant to boutique fitness studio owners around the world. With over a decade of hands-on experience, Siren has masterminded the growth and development of hundreds of studios, becoming the go-to expert for those looking to scale their studios, transforming them into sustainably profitable, streamlined studios. She's an expert at marketing, retention, sales, team management, pricing, and strategic growth. And I am so excited to hear your seminar. Thank you so much for joining us. How are you doing this morning?
I'm great, thank you. How are you?
Good. I'm great.
Good, good. I'm excited to dive in.
Yes. Let me go ahead and just share my screen. Hold on one moment here. Here we go. Okay, can you see my screen?
Perfect. I can see it.
Perfect.
Awesome.
I'm just going to enlarge this a bit. Okay.
Awesome. All right, so can you see my screen, or am I driving, or are you driving? Here we go. I think
I'm going to stop for a moment.
So I see it in the back and here that I've shared my screen. I think then maybe.
Bear with us for just one moment here, friends. I can go back to okay, let me try here again.
There we go. We're
Okay.
good. Super.
Success. Thank you so much.
Of course. Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me. Appreciate the invite. And I'm so glad to be here with everyone joining us live. Um, so welcome, everyone. And I will dive in if we're ready to go.
Yes, ready to go. Thank you so
Awesome.
much for your patience there.
No, of course, no worries. So I'm going to dive in and let you know really quickly that, as you probably are already aware, there is a contest for folks who are most engaged. And if you are the winner of that contest, you get some fun giveaways, including a free 30-minute marketing audit with myself, which I have to say is usually a really high value, in demand 30 minutes. We take a look through all of your funnels and make sure that you have everything you need to make sure all of your marketing efforts are working as well as they possibly can. So keep that in mind. I do want to let you know that I've been doing this quite a long time. This is one of my favorite topics to talk about. And I'm here to talk all about digital marketing. And really, this could be I think a 3-day event talking just about digital marketing. So we will cover what we can cover in this time we have, but I am 100% open to questions in the comments. So please add them in there. And my background is I have been coaching and consulting to boutique fitness studio owners since 2012. Before that, I began my first Pilates teacher training program in 2008, and began building my clientele in 2009, which was during that sort of very tough financial period times. There was a bit of a financial crisis that happened then. Obviously, we've seen much worse since then, in 2020 through COVID. But in 2012, so over 12 years ago now, I started helping out my fellow studio owners and teachers, offering support and advice to those who needed a little bit of extra help in the business and marketing side. Because before I became a Pilates teacher, I worked in finance and marketing in London and then New York. I studied management at the London School of Economics. And what all that really means for you guys is that numbers and business don't scare me. I love all of this. And having been doing this as long as I've been doing this, I have to say, I truly, truly, truly feel like I have seen it all. Business and marketing is kind of just where my brain goes. And having worked with a lot of the biggest names in the industry, from studios, franchises, to the equipment manufacturers, and so on. What I see right now is that there is a tremendous amount of opportunity for you in the industry. And I really, really, really want to help you dial into that. So today we're going to talk about the essentials of a high converting sales funnel. Oh, great. Another LSE grad in the house. I love it. Awesome. Welcome. We're going to talk about how to craft copy that connects. We're talking about how to get noticed with SEO, search engine optimization basics, and social media. And we're also going to talk about meta ad strategies and what to do and look for there. So these are the 4 key areas we're going to focus on today. But let's start by acknowledging something that many of you could be feeling right now, which is that you were wearing multiple hats. You're teaching classes, possibly running the business, managing the team, and still trying to make time for marketing. And maybe even when you do, it might feel a little bit scattered or inconsistent, maybe like you're kind of throwing things at the wall to see what sticks. If that's you, then maybe you're in a place where you might not feel like your studio is growing as quickly as you want. And you're probably left wondering, what am I doing wrong? Where am I going? Where should I focus next? So I want to take it back to the basics for you, and then we're going to build from there, because every successful digital marketing strategy starts out with mapping out that very strong funnel. This is really your think of this as your client journey, from the moment they hear about your studio to perhaps coming down to the point of where there is a purchase or a decision to then become a loyal client. Okay. And when we think about that journey, there's a few stages to it. And the first stage is awareness. So they discover you, they find you, they become aware that you exist. And that might be through walking by the studio, perhaps hearing about you from a friend, or perhaps online, either through a Google search or social media. The second stage is interest. So once they know you exist, depending on what they learn and hear about you, they may be considering becoming your client, they may be interested in becoming your client. And this is often where we see that first touch point. And this is where we often really need to be really clear about what we do, how we do it, and really nurture that interest level. Then they have a decision to make. Do they buy or do they not buy? They have information. You told them what you do. And hopefully, if all of that works and works really nicely for you and meets them where they are, they will make that decision to purchase, right? And your job is to make it as easy as possible for them to choose you over the competition or any other place that they can put their wellness and fitness dollars or pounds or euros or wherever you are in the world, right? And this is all about setting them up for success and setting up that first purchase to make it as easy as possible. Finally, if you do all of that right and you're implementing an ongoing nurture campaigns, you will also have strong retention and you will have loyalty and advocacy from your clients. They become repeat customers. They become people who refer others to you. They are brand champions. Okay. And what we see, if we take a big picture view, is that if you are not optimizing every stage of this customer journey, you end up with just a handful of folks who become this long-term loyal client. And this is where I see the biggest issue exist for most studios, is that this funnel is not optimized. And what you have is the ability to create an abundance of loyal, long-term, highly referring, high-value clients to maintain your business and to help you to grow your revenue and your profit. Okay. And so at every stage of the customer journey, there is opportunity for you to improve conversion and visibility and attraction of new clients. Now, one of the biggest mistakes that I see when it comes to your marketing funnel is relying on discounts to get and to keep clients, right? So we know there's clients out there, and oftentimes we see that studio owners and those who are trying to grow their businesses will rely heavily on discounts to bring new people in, to get attention to their business. And the reality is that this is not why people come to your studio. Because when it comes to using only price and price alone to attract new clients in, is that there's only really one way to win the pricing game. And for most boutique fitness studio businesses, that doesn't end well, because the only way to win that game is to really be the cheapest in town and to be the lowest price, highest discount provider. And when you're in the boutique fitness world, if you are offering smaller group classes, you need instructors, that actually becomes very unfeasible and unviable as a business. And so what we want to think about is, okay, so price definitely plays a part in making that decision to purchase. We know it does. It actually plays a very significant part. However, it is not the only thing that drives that decision to buy. And what is often missing, and where I think there is always tremendous amounts of opportunity, is that in order to drive that buying decision and to encourage more purchases, is the missing piece is usually a strategic brand message that is impactful and that resonates with your clients. And this key piece of the puzzle is what drives lifetime value higher and allows you to charge a much more profitable price point, right? So, excuse me, how your studio is perceived, right? And that's driven by what you're telling people about your studio in your brand messaging, drives how people see you and how much they value you, right? And when these two work really nicely together, then we see an increase not only in being able to leverage price to attract people in, but the people recognize the value inherent in your business and what you have to offer, and they stick around. Just on the flip side, just to go back, when we only rely on price what we see is a lot of studio hopping. People come in, they'll take the cheap intro offer that is massively discounted, or even that free class or two that you may be offering, and then they go to the next studio that might offer a similar or low price point as well. And we see this negatively impacting not just in terms of the lost revenue and perhaps the investment you may have put into those new clients, but it also reduces or diminishes, I should say, the atmosphere and the community within your studio. People want to, the world that we're in today, really want to be at a studio where they see people they see regularly, that they get to know people, and this really is a community. Okay, so what are the essential elements of a high converting sales funnel? Okay. There is a few different things that I'm going to draw your attention to today. But this very first one is having a very clear value proposition for your business. This means that you're sharing and you're very clear about what you do, how you do it, who you do it for, and what makes it unique and compelling to you. This is your brand messaging, okay? And we want to make this really clear at the very top of the funnel. As soon as people become aware of you, they should know exactly who you are and what you do. They should know what your ethos is, what you care about, what your energy is like in the studio. They should get that vibe from you the minute they learn about you, okay? Because when we're not sharing that, what we're doing is we're blending in, and there is a lot of competition out there, and I don't want to see any of you blending in to the competition. Your job is to stand out from the crowd, right? And to make sure that what you do becomes really well known in your local community. So the question you might be wondering is, do I have a messaging problem? And if you're wondering this, then what I found is that there is often some issue with messaging when studio owners come to me and say things like, my marketing doesn't work, or marketing just doesn't work for me at all, or isn't working. When people come to me and they say, people don't buy from me, and it's just because, it's too expensive for them. Or they say, there are just no clients in my town. There's just no clients here. So, that's why I don't experience growth. And for me, what these are red flags. These are red flags for me that there is something off with brand messaging. And that's a really good thing, because I always think that whenever we find these challenges and we can understand where they're coming from, then it actually brings a ton of opportunity. So if you are in a spot where you're thinking, okay, there are no clients, what I do is just too expensive for the people around where I live, or my marketing just isn't working, then let's dive into talking about marketing messaging and how you can utilize this to really develop that brand and that impact and that visibility. And one of the biggest mistakes that I see if people have got some challenges around brand messaging is that they're using labels to describe themselves. So they say things like, we offer classical Pilates, we're a classical Pilates studio, or we're a yoga studio in Washington, or we're a mind body studio. And what that means is that when people see that, there are no distinguishing features. This is bland, and it makes your studio kind of blend in and directly comparable to every other studio in town that might offer Pilates or yoga or bar or spin. Okay. And instead, what you and I both know is that there is so much more to what you do than any label can describe. There is so much that happens within the four walls of your studio space where people come and have that great experience and they leave feeling stronger and healthier and more confident and more resilient. And we don't often use that in our marketing messaging. And instead, by using a label, we're actually doing the opposite of marketing our business, because when you are using just a label to describe what you do, you are commoditizing yourself and making your studio and your business directly comparable to everyone else versus helping it to stand out. So when it comes to marketing, if you feel like you're frustrated with what you're doing right now, then I would recommend that you have a look at your marketing messaging, because when you root your marketing in a strong brand, that's when we start to really see shifts change, and we start to see clients' perception of your business also change. And that drives better retention, but also a higher spend. So the next question you're thinking is, okay, Taryn, I want to improve my marketing messaging. And what does that look like? So when it comes to your messaging, you have to convey who you are and what you do, right? And it must be very clear, but it also must be concise and impactful. And this is where it gets tricky. And this is where a lot of people kind of give up and rely and lean back on those labels again. Because the reality is that you have 2 or 3 seconds. That's all it is. It used to be 7 or 8, fine. But today, our attention span is just so narrow and so slim and so short that you only have just 2 or 3 seconds to capture the attention of a website visitor or someone who is scrolling in social media, and even anyone who may have done a Google search. So whether your copy is on your website, your social media, or your emails, the words that you use to describe what you do truly matter. Great copy isn't just about listing the features. It's truly about showing your clients how you solve their problems. And so your brand message must be clear, really, really clear, and really convey that value proposition concisely and really impactfully. Okay. So now you know that. Let me give you a very specific example here. Okay. And the easiest way, and what actually it's not the only way, but it is one of the easiest ways to have more compelling marketing messaging is to speak directly to your clients' challenges and goals. Okay. And so when you're thinking about how do I introduce what I do, one of the nicest way to do it is to acknowledge that there is perhaps this struggle that your clients might be having. Maybe that's prioritizing self-care. Maybe that's putting movement first. Maybe that's finding movement that you love and enjoy and want to do. Okay. And when you highlight the problem, then you can solve that problem for them with what you have to offer in your studio. So if the problem is that your clients struggle to prioritize self-care, then the solution is that our studio offers quick, energizing classes. Perhaps they can be fit in any time of day or throughout the day or first thing in the morning or last thing at night or before work or after work or at lunchtime. Okay. But you don't just stop there, because when you stop there, you're leaving money on the table. There is still a lot more that you can do to encourage people and to support this solution. And in order to support that solution, you have to offer a benefit. And the benefit is the outcome, the results, the feelings that people have when they have solved this problem with what you have to offer. So the benefits are things like you will feel stronger and happier and more confident when you give us just 30 minutes of your time. And this is an outcome that you get people when they come into your studio, right? So that we also cannot end there. And this last section of this kind of formula is often what is missing. People tend to be really good at number 2, a little bit, maybe a little bit weaker at number 3. And then without this part here, after these 3 steps, you're missing out. Too often people combine 2 and 4, right? So that call to action is book your first class today. But when you're not setting up the entire sequence like this, you often are a little putting the cart before the horse, as I should say, where you are often not supporting your belief or your this problem with all of the pieces of the puzzle that your clients need to hear and see in order to make that great decision to click. And when you set up your messaging in this way, it is one way that you can highlight the problems that you solve within your studio and why that's probably important to your clients. Because most of your clients, if this is your studio, want to feel stronger, happier, and more confident in just 30 minutes. That's what they really want. That you can solve that with your classes, and the problem you're solving. So this is a really compelling messaging framework that I recommend that you use in lots of different places, including your social media, any digital advertising that you might may be paying for, as well as things that you might language that you might put in your emails or on your website. But there's many other formulas as well. I just wanted to share this one with you today. Okay. Now, when we think about the funnel, what we want to think about is these stages of the funnel. So at the top of the funnel, it's all about visibility. And this is about lead generation at the top of the funnel here and client acquisition. So we've got the awareness part of the top of the funnel where we want people to become aware of what we have to offer. But in order for us to get enough people into our funnel, we also have to be maximizing visibility of your brand. That means that you cannot simply sit inside of your studio and talk to your existing clients and hope that other people out there hear about you. You have to go out and really and put your business out there in front of the people who you know are going to most want what you have to offer. And in order to optimize lead generation and to get as many people in the door as possible at the lowest cost, then you are going to have to make sure that your brand is visible, right? And there's a lot of different ways you can do that. I'm going to talk about a few of them right now, but I did want to share with you this brand checklist where there are over 50 places that you should be sharing your brand message. You can screenshot that QR code or go to spring3.com/360 branding and pop in there and grab this download. It gives you a list of all the different places that you can put your brand message, because once you have your brand messaging and you're using that framework and you've got some great language and some great copy, then what you can do is you can you want to take that and you want to put that in lots of places, because one of the biggest and best marketing tools you have at your fingertips, and it's completely free, by the way, is repetition. Because you want to be memorable and known in your studio and in your community. And the more that you can put your brand message out there in a way that is consistent and clear in as many different places as possible, the more memorable you will be. So the more you can share and repeat your brand message across many different platforms, the more you'll find your clients come to you and show up and say, oh my gosh, I saw you somewhere, but I don't know where. And it's because they will have seen you on social media. They will have seen you, perhaps your signage. They will have heard about you from a friend. And all of a sudden you're everywhere to them. And this is what we want, because this is how you stand out. So once you have that compelling piece of messaging piece of the puzzle, the next part is to make sure it gets shared in as many places and as many platforms as possible. Okay. So go grab that, download real quick. Now, when we go back, let's go back and talk about a little bit more about the sales funnel. So we already talked about how important it is to have that compelling message. But what else do we need to support a really strong lead generation in your business? And I think the next most important thing truly is optimizing your SEO. Okay. So that means that you want to make sure that your presence online is optimized, that you are maximizing your visibility in all of the places that make sense for you to have your brand placement. And so search engine optimization is really, really important. Okay. And there's I want to take you through some steps right now to make sure that you have your profile set up. Now, we're going to talk a little bit about the Google business profile. If you don't have one, this is a homework item for you. I want you to go and set up your Google business profile. If you do have a Google business profile, then a little bit of homework for you would be to go and make sure that it truly reflects your business. What I found is that there are many times when we set this up a long time ago and we set up our business and we never come back to it and update it and refresh it, and it has old links in it or it has old pictures in it. And so you want to make sure that you have a complete profile on Google Business. But also, because a lot of people also have Apple phones as well and Apple Maps as well, that you also have set up your business profile on Apple also. And this makes sure that you show up on the maps and all the places that you want to be. So make sure that your profile is full and complete, okay? And make sure it's accurate and reflective of where you are located, your numbers, phone numbers, contact information is all correct. And then anything else that you want to add, you want to make sure that you add that as well. I would highly recommend that you also add photos and videos, high quality images of your studio, of your classes, and of your instructors. You want to make sure that all of these these sort of assets that showcase your studio's energy and vibe really are eye-catching and really do represent the atmosphere that your clients are stepping into when they come into your studio. You also want to encourage reviews. We all know that those 5-star reviews are what we all want. And so it's really important that when you have clients who love you and adore you, that you are inviting them to share their experience on Google. And if you have got some reviews already, then I would highly recommend you respond to them as well, because that also is your opportunity to showcase a little bit about how you approach your to share a little bit more behind in a different way of how you interact with your clients. And if you have negative reviews, and some people will get negative reviews, I would also encourage that you have a thoughtful response to that as well, because it is important for you to not ignore those as much as you might want to. Okay. So I encourage you to respond, to invite reviews, but and also to respond to reviews, because the better and more reviews you have, the algorithms all love the interaction that you have. You don't want a dormant, dead Google profile. You don't want a dormant, dead website. All this is not really fueling or feeding an algorithm to come and put your studio at the top of that list. And if you're on page 8 of a Google search, you're going to struggle to get clients, because really very few people scroll beyond the first half of the first page of a Google search. Okay. And then be sure to update your Google business profile on a regular basis. So add updates, add offers, add upcoming events, make it alive, and you'll find that it starts to fuel your business. So add it into the mix of what your sort of weekly marketing or monthly marketing efforts are. It will help to really fuel those Google search results. Okay. Just a really quick tip. You do want to make sure that your studio's information matches across all of these directories, okay? Helps to boost credibility. So if your studio name is Breathe Pilates, but you have it as Breathe Pilates and Yoga on your website, then you're going to end up where it's not tying quite the same. You want it all to be the same. You want to make sure your address is exactly the same across all of these platforms as well. So another quick tip there as well. Okay. Now, the other thing to think about when it comes to SEO optimization is, for many of you, I'm going to assume, and if it's even if this is not the case, but for many of you, you're in a community-based business. So you are in a town, you have people walking in, you're a brick and mortar studio. And if that is the case, then you certainly want to make sure that you're really clear about your location, because Breathe Pilates exists in many different continents. If you Google it, there is one in pretty much every continent of the world. And so if I'm looking for Breathe Pilates, I want to know that it's the Breathe Pilates that's near me that I'm looking for, right? And so it's important that you add your local keywords in your website, but that's not the only place. You also want to add it onto your social media bios, so that when people see you online and they go and they see, where is this studio, they can find you very easily, and that they know you are the one for them. Okay. So on your website, in your titles and meta descriptions will help boost those SEO rankings, but also the headers and subheadings as well, because they have priority over other parts of your website when it comes to those SEO crawlers. Okay. So make sure that you are using those local keywords. What that means is you want to put your town that you're in, your city you're in, right there on that first page in the titles, and for sure in the meta descriptions. Okay. If you've got multiple locations, I would recommend that you have a dedicated page for each of those locations with those tailored content and those specific keywords. Okay. So SEO optimization is, you cannot overlook this. This is a really critical component for your business. For virtual businesses, Stephanie, great question. You want to make sure that you are, so it gets a bit more challenging. It really depends on the niche that you are in. And I would encourage you to be really smart about using keywords that your niche would be looking for. And obviously there are some keywords that you may have a very hard time sort of competing to get. So you might be, you might want to have what we call like sort of the longer to the tail, longer sort of set of keywords. So for example, if you are a yoga studio, you might not put online yoga. You will have that, but you will want to add more details to it. So it might be it's online yoga for a certain demographic or a certain type of yoga, and that is going to help you to stand out. But when it comes to a virtual business, SEO is there is sort of, you have to have a bit more savviness when it comes to SEO, because there is a lot of noise out there. and we can't target quite as specifically as we can with local keywords. So you want to dial into more of that unique value proposition, understanding your clients, and then you're going to use SEO optimization alongside perhaps also digital advertising to get your brand and your name out there, and make your efforts a lot more impactful. Okay. So then I want to talk to you about this next part, which is the perfect lead in, Stephanie. So thank you for that question. And that is talking about social media. So social media is a fabulous tool that we have at our fingertips. And I know many of us are really not that big of a fan in so many ways of lots of things that it does in our world, and how much time we spend on it. And I don't like seeing those data points either. But for our business, it is a truly critical element of making sure that your business is standing out and is relevant. And for organic social media, you're going to use that framework I shared with you earlier to craft content and posts and stories and reels and TikToks and everything that is compelling to your audience, which means that, to be honest, to create strong and really powerful content is going to come down to you truly understanding your clients' needs. And the more you can spend time getting to know your clients, understanding your clients' needs, the more content you can create that's going to be more relevant to them. Okay. So there's what you do in your studio, and then we put that alongside what it is your clients want. We marry the two together, and that's where kind of the messaging magic really happens. So we want to make sure that we aren't just throwing things putting stuff out there that isn't relevant to our clients, because what happens is, just like when you have very generic messaging, you end up being overlooked, and you don't have a lot of opportunities to sort of have another first impression, and so you want to make sure your content that you're putting out there is valuable to your clients, that is interesting to potential clients, creates curiosity around what you do, it is informing them but also inspiring to them, but most of all, it resonates with whatever they're going through in their world. And this is a challenge for a lot of folks, because when you get to when you're starting a business, and you're growing a business, the more that you can dive into and dial into what it is your clients care about, the more compelling your messaging will be. And when I say that it's more compelling, what that looks like in your business is that it will get you a better return on investment. So for anyone who is sitting here thinking, oh my gosh, I hate social media, it's such a black hole, then again, I'm going to encourage you to come back to thinking about, okay, what am I telling people with my posts? What about my posts and my content is compelling and that resonates and that excites people that are following me? And am I really speaking to their needs and wants and desires, or am I just posting for the sake of posting? And unfortunately, far too many studios post for the sake of posting, not with sort of that intention and purpose behind it. And so when you think about your customer journey and you think about the sales funnel and what these stages are and what you need people to think and believe at every stage of the customer journey, then you can start to really get creative with the content and what you're telling people in your social media, email, website, all of the above. Okay. So the organic social media is we know how to do this. This is about having content that is smart and compelling, that we're consistent with that. But when you move into the paid social media space, things look a little bit different. And there's a few things that you want to be aware of as you go about setting up any sort of ads on the Meta platform. I'm going to dive into that specifically today, because when you're using Meta ads, and especially if you have an online business like Stephanie mentioned she has earlier, you really want to make sure that you are familiar and comfortable with doing some digital advertising as well. Just because you don't have that local presence in quite the same way as you would if you're brick and mortar. And I recommend Meta ads for many studios who are virtual, who have the ability to scale. Okay. And so when you go ahead and set up your Meta ads, you want to make sure that you're using the business ads manager platform inside of Meta. We are not just taking a post on our phone and boosting it and spending $5. That is one way of doing it. This is not what I would recommend if you're serious about leveraging the power inherent in Meta ads. Okay. So the first thing you want to do when you go into that business manager ads platform is that you're going to set up a campaign. Okay. And you want to be clear about what it is you want people to do as a result of your ad spend, of what you're setting up. So there are 3 sort of campaigns that I would recommend, and they kind of have different outcomes. So the first one is an awareness campaign. This is about simply just getting your brand out there. These tend to be the lowest cost campaigns, but they tend to what this does and what Meta does is it looks at what your goals are for your campaign, and it puts the campaign in front of people who are most likely to get the outcome that you want. Okay. So, for example, an awareness campaign will put an ad in front of people who are going to look at it, maybe engage with it. Okay. A lead campaign is going to put your ad in front of people who are most likely to complete a form that perhaps shares their email, phone number, and personal information so that you can then follow up with them. Okay. And then a sales campaign is a sales campaign. It's a campaign that finds people who are most likely to buy. And when it comes to setting up these campaigns, the awareness campaign is the cheapest to set up in terms of your costs per lead that you get. The sales campaign will be more expensive because that is directly putting money in your pocket if it works. So it depends on what you're going for. If you have an introductory offer that you want people to get, then you might want to have them complete a form to get access to that intro offer. And a lead campaign is a great way to do that because that's a great lower cost way versus a sales to bring people into your world and to nurture them into your sales funnel. So it kind of fills the top of the funnel in a really nice way. Okay. Now, regardless of what campaign you set up, you absolutely have to use visuals and messaging that are engaging and that reflect your brand. This is like a absolutely non-negotiable. So unless you have got all of that all ready to go, I would not recommend that you start running ads. Okay. But once you have your campaign set up, the next part is to set up an audience and your budget. And you have the option now inside of Meta. You can either let Meta decide who your audience is and find your audience, or you can put in specific targeting that brings you people who are perhaps already interested in health and wellness. Okay. And then you want to set up your budget. And this is going to be very dependent upon your marketing budget, size of your business, and what you're expecting, what your earnings per client are, and how much money you anticipate making. So you also want to make sure you've got a really, really good handle on your understanding of your key numbers, of your average client spend, of how much a new client is worth to you and a new lead is worth to you. Okay. So make sure you're tracking your numbers first. I'd always recommend that you track your KPIs on a regular basis. The studio owners that I work with track them every single month. They know how much a new client is worth in their business. They know how much they can spend on getting a new client to make it such that they have a good ROI. Okay. So the next step is to set up that audience and budget. Let me just answer that question really quickly. So Pushpa has asked, how does it make a difference? A Meta ad appears on the screen to a potential customer. How does it become differentiated into awareness, lead, or sales? Okay, let me just go back and clarify really quickly. So you will set up either an awareness campaign or a lead campaign or a sales campaign when you go and set up your ads in Meta. Okay. And what happens depending on the campaign that you choose to set up, it will then put your ad in front of people who are most likely to do the thing that this campaign results in. So for example, if you set up a sales campaign, it will not put you in front of people who are more likely just to look at an ad. It will put you in front of people who are more likely to buy. Okay. So it doesn't choose. You decide what your campaign is, and then it puts that ad in front of people who are most likely to get you those results. Okay. That's the way it works. Terry's asking about KPIs. Yes. So you will track your KPIs every month. Booking software usually all have great reports inside of them that I encourage every studio owner to really get to know in a lot of detail, because those reports will help you to make data-driven decisions about your business growth. And we will have a lot of feelings about our business and how well we think we might be growing, or how many clients we think we have, or how many people are buying from us. But the data really tells you black and white what's happening underneath the hood of your business. And it's not just about tracking revenue. It's not just about tracking profit. It's about understanding how many new clients are coming into your business, what those new clients are buying, how often your existing clients are coming. And that those data points help you to understand where there might be gaps in your business. And in order for you to spend on ads, you want to know how much money you're getting from your average client. So if your client is only spending $50 a month in your studio, then you don't want to spend $150 getting a new client, maybe, right? So you need to know what the potential is of getting a new lead into your business, so that you're getting a return on investment. Because whenever you're investing money in any sort of advertising, it has to bring a return. Otherwise, it really is just money out the door. Okay. So once you have got those pieces set up, then it's about setting up an ad. And this really goes for any post. So even if you're not spending money on any of your ads, then whenever you're setting up any sort of a post, you want to set it up in this way. So you're going to have to start with a strong hook. And a hook is some headline that is compelling and exciting and curiosity inducing for the reader. Something that is going to resonate with your clients and make you stand out. All right. And then you want to have engaging copy that focuses on benefits and results. Okay. So not just the features, not just we offer 45-minute classes, but actually focuses on the outcomes of your 45-minute classes. Okay. And then you want to make sure you're using that clear and direct call to action. So click here to buy now, click here to book now, link to purchase your special offer, sign up for our special offer. These are all direct calls to action. And don't try to make them fancy and too creative. Like, the more direct you can get with your call to actions, the more powerful they will be. And it's really important to use compelling visuals. So do not, please, do not share a photo of an empty studio, because it lacks energy and doesn't really showcase what you do. As beautiful as your studio might be, okay, we want to see pictures of what people do in your studio, and even better, that conveys how they might be feeling as they're doing it, or how they feel after they've completed a class. Okay, so smiling, happy people in pictures is always really important, especially if that is how you find your clients are in your business. Okay. So we've talked about quite a few different elements of a high converting sales funnel at the top of the funnel. So we talked about SEO, we talked about social media, we talked about that messaging component that is so important, that clear value proposition. But what else is important as you continue through the customer journey? Well, at the second stage of the funnel, which is consideration and interest, you want to make sure that your website is engaging and that it keeps people connected and drives them towards that first purchase. And that often is also to do with having a very compelling introductory offer. Okay. So these are also elements of a high converting sales process. And then when it comes to that decision to buy, you want to make sure that that purchase process is simple. There's not too many clicks. They are not asking them to jump through hoops and sign 50 different waivers before they even come into the studio. That you're making it super straightforward and simple for them. You want to make sure that your schedule is easy to access and easy to understand, because people are busy and they have other things going on in their lives. And so if they cannot find a slot that they like or that is good for them, or all your classes are waitlisted or full, then that's also immediately a massive turnoff for them. And then you want to make sure that when they have made this decision to buy, that you are personalizing their onboarding experience, that they are coming into your business with that they're welcomed well into your business, and that you're setting the expectations for what's to come. And then in order to retain those clients over time and to really make sure that you are maximizing the lifetime value of your clients, you want to make sure that you're delivering an exceptional client experience, and that you're deploying ongoing nurture and retention campaigns. And so all of these elements, and when I work with my studio owners, we go through each of these components to make sure they're all optimized. They're all working as well as they possibly can be for your business and for your business goals, because you will each have different types of businesses. So Stephanie is an online business, right? And maybe Rachel has a yoga studio in California. You're going to have different strategies that you deploy when it comes to these different phases of the customer journey. You're going to want to say different things at different stages. You're going to want to be perhaps driving them into different introductory offers depending on what you have to offer. And it's going to all look a little bit different. And I encourage you to do that, because guess what? What's going to help you stand out amongst the sea of competition and the increasing competition we're going to see in 2025 is a strong and unique brand message and a clear value proposition. So lean into that. If anything, that is one of the most compelling and critical components of having a high converting sales funnel. So if you want to really fast track your success, really what I have observed that people need most is very consistent and sophisticated marketing efforts. And that means you need brand messaging that clearly articulates the value of what you do to integrate throughout that customer journey. So you're not just telling people once that you are the best yoga studio in town, you're also telling them why and what it is about what you do that makes you the best in town, but you're also reiterating that, reminding people of that, and repeating it throughout the customer journey. So that's what you become memorable for. And then alongside that, you want to have structure inside of your business that facilitates growth and scale. So this is about having the systems and the support to be able to implement these strategies that we've talked about today that helps you to create space and that perhaps removes those bottlenecks, some of those things that might be holding you back, so that you can minimize the overwhelm, right? Be really organized, be very productive with your time, and also maximize your profit. And when you have both of those things, what happens is you get really, really strong revenue numbers in your business. You grow your business over many, 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 many years. You take time out of your business on a regular basis, and you start to see real momentum in your business. And that is really energizing for you as the studio owner, but also the other people in your business that work alongside you. Your clients love it too, because they genuinely want to see you be successful as well. So when it comes to growing a studio business, and if I can share this with you, having been in doing this for the last 12 years and supporting studio owners grow year after year after year, it is not about doing always just adding more to your plate. It's about being very smart about what you're doing. And I really encourage you to think about building your business step by step, because successful businesses really are not built overnight. They're built layer by layer, system by system, strategy by strategy. And when you look at this funnel, you can go down the list and you can say, okay, today I'm going to work on my marketing messaging. Maybe next month I'm going to fix my SEO. Okay. And this is how you find yourself by the middle of 2025 with a really strong, solid business, because it's not all at once. It's about taking the steps and implementing and taking the action to do what you need to do to get to where you want to get to. So on that note, I do want to leave you with some action steps, because we have covered a lot today. And so the first thing is I really encourage you to audit your current marketing efforts. Okay, think about some of the things we talked about today. Are they strategies that you could refine, improve, or implement in your business? I would take 1 or 2 ideas and focus on those for the next 90 days. I know you're going to get a lot of other amazing speakers here today. They're going to give you a lot of other great ideas. So make sure that you're taking notes and that you're prioritizing what you want to focus on first. And then I would encourage you to commit, because I see the potential in this industry and I know that you are capable of achieving great things. And I want you to make sure that you are showcasing your unique value. And I want you to make sure that you're sharing that with the world. Okay. And that is how you build a strong and consistently profitable studio business, especially in the environment that we're in today. So I would love for you to connect with me. I'm on Instagram a lot. I share a lot of more tips and more insights over there. So please head on over and follow me at Saran_Spring_3. You're going to love what all the insights that I share there. It'll make a lot more sense when you hear it a few more times as well. And then I also have a podcast called the Pilates Business Podcast that I would really encourage you to have a listen into if you love listening to business tips in the boutique fitness world. All right. Thank you guys for listening. I'm open to questions. I see Jamie has a quick one. If I have a couple of minutes, do I have a couple of minutes, Tara, to answer the
Yes,
question?
just a couple.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
So Jamie said, what are your suggestions for engaging photos and videos when I don't have clients to fill a class and show the energy and outcomes? Okay, great question. Friends are awesome for this. Lean on your people. They will be happy to help. You can bribe them with a coffee or perhaps something afterwards that to say thank you. You just want to have people in your pictures because it's much more powerful from a marketing psychology perspective. So friends and family are great. And then you will find that you will use those pictures for a while, and then you'll find that you'll fill your classes and you'll take some more photos and you'll have your own content to share in no time at all. Any other questions? The QR code, yes. Go ahead. So I'm just going to pop in the chat, please. I would be more than happy to. I'm just going to share the link to the branding download as well, because I do want to make sure you guys get that. That is really helpful. Little tool. Okay. Dwayne's asking, are you against the first free session? Dwayne, this is a long conversation, but I am going to give it to you in a quick 30-second snippet. I am. The data that I have seen every single time I've ever done a deep dive into this has shown that people who come for a free session do not stay for the long haul. They do not stay beyond the first 2 to 3 months. I think it's a waste of time and energy for you to have a free session. I would rather you charge and that you have a series of nurture emails or sequences and interactions that you use to showcase the value of what you do and develop that relationship. But I also would recommend that you have multiple sessions in your introductory offer, because one time is not enough for someone to come in and really get to know you and your business or to feel comfortable. And what we know about human bias is that we avoid discomfort. And so the first session is always going to be uncomfortable because it's all new. But if you have someone come 2 or 3 times, by that third time, it's going to feel like they know what they're doing, they know the studio, and then they're in a place to think about, okay, I think I want to keep coming back. Okay. Awesome. Thanks, Ruby. It's great to see you here. I'm so glad you're here.
Thank you so much, Siren. That was an amazing session. I especially love the crafting a compelling messages, that visual. I hope everybody took a screenshot. I feel like I preach that to my clients all the time. So having that as a visual is super helpful, as well as that end slide with all the checkpoints of the high converting fitness funnel. So thank you so much for joining us. I'm sure all of our fitness owners will add them to their marketing strategy for 2025.
I hope so. I hope so for sure. Well, thank you so much for having me. And I wish you all the best of luck. This is the time to plan for 2025. This is it.
This is it. Like, don't wait any longer. We are only weeks away and it's going quicker. So
Absolutely.
get it now.
Absolutely.
And now we're going to be getting ready for our next session. So make sure to go ahead and download the branding guide now. Save that link, open it in a new tab, bookmark it so that you can go ahead and download it. Follow Siren on social media. They do post a lot of tips, super helpful information there. And we had, I believe, some more people joining. I saw someone from Dubai. If you are just joining us this morning, we just finished our first seminar. And if you are just joining us, go ahead and drop where you're joining us from and the name of your business into the chat. We're also hosting a contest for the most engaged member of the audience. So make sure to keep engaging. There are great prizes for that. Yes. Alrighty. And now that we've learned about sales funnel, creative copies, SEO, meta ad strategies, our next expert, KK Hart, is going to tell you how to automate all this while doing a live teardown of a top studio automation templates. Before we do that, though, we are going to play a quick video that we are super excited about. So I'm going to pop off stage for just a moment and we'll go ahead and share this video. Thanks. Awesome. That was so great. If you're not using that feature, please make sure to start using that feature. It is amazing. And now we are joined by KK Hart. We're all set to begin our second session on marketing automation teardown with KK Hart. Hi, how are you doing today?
Hi, it's great to be here. I love talking about this stuff, so I'm psyched to get in.
Same. KK Hart is best known as a one-stop shop for growth, a 20-year industry expert with expertise in all aspects of business, an as seen on TV expert who is also an 8-time owner herself. KK's approach to sales, business operations, social media, tech, software, digital advertising, PR media, staff training, and marketing is to provide personalized, highly profitable solutions. As a sought-after expert who works hand-in-hand with local business owners, founders, busy professionals, and enterprise franchise teams, the industry's top performers work with KK for growth holistically and strategically as a mentor one-on-one. I am so excited for this presentation. So audience members, please make sure to keep the questions coming in the comment section. And I'm going to go ahead and pass it over to you. Thank you so much.
Cool. I'm really glad to be here. And as I'm sharing my screen, I think it'll be apropos to share with you guys a little bit about my background and why it matters about setting your studio on Audio Palette. Because for me, setting a studio on autopilot is the only way that I've ever been successful in our industry. I love boutique fitness. I love everything about fitness, beauty, health, and wellness. Those are my specialties. And one of the things I've noticed that can be really challenging is not getting caught in the business, even when you love it, versus working on the business in ways that really make sense. And so I think you'll see a lot of what I want to share today is really related to that, making sure that you feel confident to use automations as your friend and not your foe. And ultimately to understand kind of what makes a great communication and a fantastic automation. And for me, this is just so easy to do inside of the Kenko platform. So let me make sure you're sharing my screen. Are you seeing me okay and seeing screen okay?
Not at the
Not yet.
moment, I think.
Hang tight,
Yeah,
just to make sure.
no problem. It's always tech, right? Yeah.
Always tech. And it's funny because it says that I'm sharing. So let me just make sure. I'm going to stop and reshare.
Yeah, no problem.
Let's try that again. Yeah, awesome. Okay, so there is a little contest from the Kenko team that I just want to throw out there for you. While I'm happy to talk to anyone about their own marketing systems, whether you're on the Kenko platform or not, if you'd like me to do a teardown for you, I'm offering that to everyone who views and is a part of the summit today for absolutely free. So you can reach out to me. You can find a million ways to get to know me a little bit later. And I would love to do that. I will also be engaging in this amazing contest where you get a 30-minute call on the area of your choice. So it may not be marketing and platform engagement, but it may just be understanding how to acquire a new business in our space or grow to multiple locations. So that, in addition to some really good goodies from the Kenko team, make it really important that you engage more so you can win even more. So that being said, I want to dive right in. Honestly, what I want to do today is have a very thoughtful conversation about what automation means for fitness business. Personally, out of the 9 businesses I've ever owned, 6 of them have been fitness, beauty, health, and wellness. So you can understand my passion when I speak to you today as hopefully a peer and a friend, not just a mentor, as someone who's been in the room, who's been the trainer, who's been the instructor, and just also really loves seeing businesses in our space elevate as there's more demand than ever before. And ultimately, I am going to do a live teardown. I'm going to make it easy for you all to see the best practices that have been available to you inside of Kenko and maybe inspire you to make some changes that will optimize your conversion and help you to see the very best of what your new year and your new systems can be. So honestly, if I think about a very long-term but strategic goal, it would be for you to do less in the business and enjoy more of it. That's a long-term goal. I think a short-term goal is to look at how do we add an extra 10K to your month next month that would help you to feel really good about working in and or on your business at this point. So let's talk about where you may be today. Let's be honest here for a second. Some of you are really struggling with that aspect of balance. And so feeling chained to your gym or your studio, feeling chained to your laptop and not feeling like you're earning what you believe you should can be really disincentivizing when the entire goal of our industry is to do well and to help others. So it always feels like when I speak to someone who's had a negative marketing experience, which ultimately has been every client I've ever worked with has had either a bad experience with what they would consider a marketing tool or person or agency. And so I actually am a bit of a specialist in difficult clients who have been through it with regards to how they promote their business or even how they feel about sales and marketing. And changing your mindset around it's not just a gamble, it's not just spaghetti at the wall, but it's truly an area that you can benefit in your business short term and long term. And I think that's when profit really becomes the thing that you want to lean into. It doesn't feel like a dirty word to talk about sales. And it certainly doesn't feel like you're chasing your tail or chasing the next competitor that's entering the market down the street. So if that's who you were or are today, I commiserate with you. It's not an easy place to be, but you're here. And what I want to talk to you about is maybe one of the missing links to your business, whether you've turned on automations and just felt like they were kind of meh, or you're really apprehensive about it because you see yourself as a boutique brand and perhaps it feels a little too broad, a little too general. I remember that feeling myself many years ago. I've been doing this for 20 years. So when I first started, there were no automation tools. There wasn't anything really integrated into businesses like there are now. So I'll speak to that. And ultimately, even if you've got the basics of your marketing in a place where you can feel good, if I can help you optimize, not just set up, but make better what you have, I think it will help you to feel more confident and to better understand what marketing automation can do for your business. So when I think about the easiest thing, it's truly about those custom workflows. It's about making it easy to be targeted. I use a phrase called segmented a lot, and to allow you to truly understand the needs of your client long-term. So I would ask you this question if I were speaking to you one-on-one, which is, what are the goals you have for your business? And this is where I would spend some time. It's to understand how to have trust, how to have familiarity, how to retain, and ultimately to push client lifetime value, which is the thing that I look at, whether I'm acquiring a business or growing a business, to really understand the capability, not just to grow, to earn, and ultimately to scale, whether it's, more profit, more money in your purse or pocketbook, or just more leverage in the business, more brand exposure, more aspects of your community knowing about your business. So even just random visibility. And ultimately, of course, just making you more money and helping you feel good about the business. So if any of those things are a goal, I want to give you what I hope would be considered a harsh but friendly reality today. Sending one email is just not going to be enough. And so even when I speak to businesses who've done quite well and they tell me about their one newsletter that goes out every single month, or one blanketed, everyone gets this, it's a sale. What I would really inspire you, I hope, to think differently about is how you can turn maybes into members, how you can turn maybes into next steps, and hopefully profitably within a number of contacts, really share that client's wallet, really share that client's ethos with what you believe you bring to the table, and ultimately to help you to better understand how to flow a client from interest into I'm in, right? So when I think about leads by studio size, this is probably one of the questions I get asked very frequently, because while the perception is that I work with really large businesses, I actually pride myself on working with businesses of all sizes and scales. And one of the things that I think is incredibly important to understand is, like, what would this mean for you today? So if you're running, what I would call the most boutique of operation, where it's maybe just you and a dedicated client base, you may start to see a goal as to 1 or 2 leads a day. As your business evolves, a great goal would be 2 or 3 leads a day. That, if you do the math there, that's, between 20 and 30 new clients every single month. As you get larger, of course, those numbers go up, but here's the math I want you to care about, okay? If even at just 60 leads a month, so leads means new clients, okay? And then you start going into how many touch points that clients need to be really effective. In fact, there's been data for as long I've been doing this. This is my 22nd year, about to be my 23rd, doing this exact thing, working with boutique businesses in fitness, beauty, health, and wellness. You know what's interesting about this? This statistic has never changed. Clients need between 7 and 12 touches in order to make a buying decision. So even if you were to say to me, just those 60 leads, I could nurture them all on my own, I have this awesome studio manager, I would still push back and ask you to think differently. Because if I do that math, that's a lot of follow-up and a lot of time. And so ultimately, the reason I'm so bullish, and always have been, on the use of automation is because it really is the only solution that you could have those 500 to 700 touches, let's say 600 on average, be very successfully done using a tool that doesn't suck all of your time, resource, and ultimately that allows you to be slightly better at what you do at scale. Now, let me be clear here, because this is pushback I often get when I talk about automations, is that the mindset of maybe a busy business owner, even that's already successful, is that there is no automation that would do it better than them or a team member. And I would agree in the area of personalization. So if you're saying you want to do a personal touch, automations is a great tool to open the door to that personal touch. I see it more as a way to be exceptionally efficient, to get to the client faster with regards to the time frame in which that they're looking for you or need your touch. And then you honestly are the best person to step in and leverage those automations with a personal touch of any sort. Could be a call, could be a text message, could be an in-person visit, right? So this is where automation is a solution, but I'm not going to over pitch it today. Okay. I'm going to explain how it all works and make sure that it's not a one size fits all approach, because it's not. And so ultimately, if we think about this as we're going to encapsulate a client avatar today. If I think about the client that you're likely seeing, regardless of niche, right? I actually teach pretty much every type of fitness modality you can think of in one way or another. And so what I wanted to do is make this broad enough for each of you to be able to relate to, but also deep enough. And so if I think about Sam, she's likely in your business, no matter who you may be. So let's talk a little bit about her, and let's maybe shift your thinking first about, why would Sam need these 500 to 700, average of 600 touches? Why wouldn't she just click buy and come in, which I have to always refute with clients regularly, that unlike for say a e-commerce business where there's a perception that clients just, they do what they need to do as quickly and efficiently as possible. Honestly, we're seeing more Sams than ever before. And I think for me, Sam represents someone who wants to be seen. We live in a world where people are, even when they have like families and support and work environments that they go into, they're lonelier than ever before. And so Sam needs a lot. She needs connection. So community is a great selling point, but it only matters until you care about who the community is. So first, she needs a touch. She needs an efficient touch. If she's searching on Google at 1 o'clock in the morning, I'd be hard pressed to hear one of you say that you want to be at your computer sending her a personal touch at 1 o'clock in the morning. This is what automation does incredibly well, right? She needs your best offer. And sometimes it's not always easy to decipher as a new client, right? We think of our businesses from the lens of what we know and how we normally do things. But frankly, I think sometimes we miss the opportunity to look at the business like a potential client and then see the gaps about why they don't buy, or why they need those extra touches, or why they didn't just, click and see you as the best option for them in a sea of, low cost options, alternate exercise modalities, etc. So for Sam, she needs a lot, but you want a lot out of her, right? You want her to become a member. You want her to be a raving fan, so she's inviting friends. You want to, celebrate her milestones and when she hits 100 classes and all those good things. And so I think of communication, honestly, as mutually beneficial always. This is true in personal life. This is true in professional life. And I think one thing we could do better before we even think about retaining Sam is to communicate better with her, to not just expect her to come in, become a raving fan and a member, and then deliver value that keeps her coming back, but to bridge the gap between, hi, nice to meet you, Sam, and that thing. And so this is what I believe automations are, they're uniquely positioned to do well. And if I'm honest with you today, I want to walk you through the top automations that great studios use, so that you can use that as part of your playbook as well. Ultimately, so you can build your automations like a Lego set, right? So it's easy for you to set it up as it is in Kenko and to leverage them to match your client needs and your intimate studio needs. I think this is where the misperception is, that there's like this one place to get all the things that you need and one way to think about how we communicate and what we say and how we do it. And while I'm going to give you best practices today, I will say there's an amazing resource here that I think would be helpful. And it's just to help you to see, I think, how to use this best practice-based way of doing things and have it work for you. So that means I'm not going to tell you there's one subject headline that works for every single type of client and every single type of business. I'm not going to pretend that there is a perfect phraseology that you should use every single time and that will be easy for you to attract a client with that. That actually comes from an intimate knowledge of your client avatar and just really understanding who is the client that we actually have in the business, who do we do well with, and also have a bit of a tough conversation, which is, who's the client we have yet to attract, but we really want to? I see this often with businesses that have a very aspirational view about who they can attract, but actually don't have the ability to attract them because they have not addressed some of the gaps in conversion for that client. So I'm going to address both of, honestly, all of those things, but particularly both of those things: the client who you already have that you can really use automations for, and the client that you're just dying to attract. Because ultimately, I think what can help you today, just starting with your mindset, is to break down some automations that make sense, because there are real live automations that work for successful studios. So the first one I want to talk about is a win back. Here's the thing. Even with established businesses that are doing very well, retaining former clients is always going to be more cost effective than acquiring new ones. So when I think about, what allows a client to see the best out of an outreach campaign that we have, I'm actually going to start with the most difficult, which is the client who has found reason to move on. So currently, this automation caters to what I would call actively disengaged clients at the 60-day mark, you'll see here. And honestly, this is too late. Oftentimes, we're waiting months, years to see if that client will come back. But in the really vibrant landscape that we're in now, the truth of the matter is, if we don't start intervening with that client really at the 14-15 day mark, we are missing area of opportunity that could be really beneficial to get that client back in, keep them, and actually have a relationship that is more mutual moving forward. So it may be that you don't have anything that's offered to them earlier enough for them to have not churned. So that would be your first area of opportunity, is just figuring out how do you make sure every client that comes in knows about the next step. So they start on your introductory offer, but they know the next step is membership. It would be my recommendation. Or this amazing pack that you have as like a next step. So for you, it's understanding that this client has already gone. And this is hard. If you're a hardworking owner, operator, manager, I totally get why it's hard to understand that spending time on this client is worth it. Not just because they're gone and actively disengaged, but also because they are going to be difficult to bring back if you wait 60 days to communicate with them. So this non-converter sequence needs to be stronger. I would recommend starting at that 14-15 day time frame and start with a light touch point, right? Start with something that makes it easy to check in, ask them about, questions that they may have had that weren't addressed. This is where knowing where you already are, like I always think, when we're resetting automations or growing a business, I always want to think about if the house was in order prior to. And if you know that client wasn't necessarily nurtured or touch base with in a way that you would have liked them to, own it. Sometimes I use wording like, we may have missed an opportunity to connect with you. And that really resonates with clients. I'm a behavioral scientist by training. Behavioral science really thinks about what is in the brain, what works in the brain, why people think and do the things they do. And so when I think about that kind of language, it's still positive and upbeat, but it also allows the client to be like, yeah, like I didn't feel seen. I didn't have anyone reach out to me in the special interval that I wanted to. All the things that I think we know we want to do, but we're not necessarily doing it consistently enough, even if we are authentic. And that's an area of opportunity. So when we think about this win back, before we wait 2 months for them to go on to the place down the street or hit play on some lame YouTube video, I think we need to remember why the client has lapsed and be very authentic about that touch. Now, the next step really is at the 30-day mark. The 30-day mark is where I would really love to offer some sort of personalized incentive to get them back in. I don't always love free. I know that's what everyone reaches for first, but it may be something like a goal consultation or a discount off of whatever the trial was to do it again. What's hard about this client is, depending on what your introductory offer is, it may be hard to re-engage them for more than what they've already spent. And hopefully they're spending something, because the attrition with free has just been so proven that I won't waste time on it today. But if you're running a free offer and you want to talk about why that doesn't make sense or why you think it does, I love a healthy debate and I'd love to have it. But my thought process is, they paid for something. And what often happens is there's this price elasticity that happens with clients where they are not necessarily able to do what you would hope they do. They come in for this offer that needs to be reasonably priced, but not so low or so high that it kind of prohibits the next step. And then when they churn and we need to win them back, here's what we often miss. They're not going to spend more than what they've already spent. It's scientifically, from a brain science perspective, less strategic to tell them to go from, I'm making this up here, a $15 offer to a $70 offer as the next step versus something that's either flat or declining. So I often call this offer a downsell. Something that if we know we've already communicated membership and that's not the right fit, that's that 15-day mark, then in 30 days, you got to give them a reason to taste you again. So I love things that are like tiny bites of whatever your best offering is. And if you haven't offered a taste of membership, this would be the right time, although a bit late. I actually love a taste of a pack. So it's just more strategic. It feels finite because they've already left, and it gives them a chance to just kind of reopen up back to the business. Now, at this point, another 15 days later, so if you're tracking with me here, let's say 15 days, 30 days, 45 days in, if they have not moved to the next step, you need a stronger offer and you need it fast. You're about to lose this client. I wouldn't say for good, that's hyperbolic, but you're going to lose them for a long time, and you're going to spend more to acquire a new one and or to win them back if they leave your systems. So this is where you can really plan on incentivizing their return in a couple of different ways. Perhaps at this point, you may offer something like one free class if you really felt like there was nothing paid that would be a good fit. And essentially what you want that client to do is to visit, right? This rule here is really the most important. It's like, did they do anything after this communication? And really, ultimately, you'll see from all of my teardowns, what I care the most about is the client behavior. Client sentiment is like the wind. It'll blow whichever way it blows, and you really can't control it. Can't control what they think, but you can control what they do. So if you give them actionable steps, a strong call to action, you will see the effect of your win back, and it will make it easy for you to really understand what areas of opportunity are there in the business to either be better with winning back clients, but also better from the jump, right? From not even churning them to begin with. So in summary, we need to connect sooner. We need to outreach more consistently. So 15, 30, 45 days is a great place to start. And ultimately, we need to have clear promotions in place for clients like this so that we never leave them hanging, and we also never leave them with a poor next step. And we're intentionally thinking out what is the best thing for this client, what allows them at this stage where they are now to do what we want them to do. I use a phrase, it sounds really cheeky, but I call it radical acceptance. And it's essentially understanding that truthfully, you cannot change where a client's at by wishing or hoping or intending that it would be different. You accept that they've left. That's the number one thing that I think trips people up on a win back. Accept what is and then address. So with that, you're able to be more comprehensive in your approach, of course, be more multi-channel, and be really intentional about the way you email and text this client for maximum reach and response. Hey, if you have questions as I'm going through this, I would be more than happy to take them. Please keep putting them in the comments. It's very strategic for me, so I can answer them as we go along, and I'm more than happy to do that, okay? So I see a question here, actually, I want to just address quickly, which is an example of a downsell. You know, what's interesting about downsells is they have a bit of a negative connotation because it's considered like it's a step down from our best offerings. But actually a great downsell would be something that is obviously lower in cost, hence the down versus the up. We'll talk about upsells in just a moment. And also I would say something that this is so cheesy, but I really do believe this. It's like the Godfather offer. You make them an offer that they'll never refuse. And so sometimes, particularly with a churned client, I'm willing to do things that I would not normally do as a business owner, right? Because this is a client that, I'm going to use the phrase again, is actively disengaged. So if that's the case, we have to do whatever it takes to engage them and get them to come back. And the psychology of selling says we don't ask them to do more, we do more. So I think that would be really cool and an easy way to think about a win-win, a mutual win-win for the client and for you. All right, now let's talk about selling offers that are introductory and making those go on autopilot. So my thought process here is when I explain this to you, I want to think about a different client, Sam again, but in a different stage, okay? So if Sam is just getting to know us, this is the automation for her. An intro offer automation allows us to nurture what would be a potential member, right? i.e. a new client, and help them to experience the value of the studio as early as possible. Thus, honestly, that increases the likelihood of conversion. So my thought process here is always to let you know first, if you don't currently have an introductory offer that's positioned like a taste of your best offering, that's your first step. When I see businesses that don't do that, it explains a lot of why clients don't even know or take the step that they want. So it would be an example of this is to offer a pack as your intro offer and then wonder why people never jump to membership as much as you would like. Oftentimes, I think this is a business of auto pay, auto recurring revenue, subscription, membership, whatever you want to call it. It's actually one of the reasons I fell in love with the fitness and wellness industry all these years ago. And what's really awesome about this is that it is something that clients are expecting at this point, right? No longer do we have to explain like, what is a subscription and how do you put your card on file? Thank you, Netflix. Thank you, Amazon Prime. They've all done it for us, right? So now we need to be more Netflix and Amazon Prime-like and be clear that monthly recurring revenue is not just the goal for you, it's the goal for the client because it gives them a stable cost, it gives them consistency, and it allows them, I think, to do what most people really struggle with in our industry, which is to be consistent. If they could exercise on their own or, get services on their own or get to the, hashtag goal that they have on their own, they would not come to us. They would not need our expertise. And ultimately, we wouldn't be selling them anything. So if the client is entering your four walls or your digital space, I think it's really important to realize there is a need there for you, and therefore presenting your best as something that's consistent, ongoing, mutually beneficial financially is a triple win that I believe that autopay and monthly recurring revenue allows. So when you're thinking about that introductory offer, I want you to think of it first with that perspective and make changes there if needed, right? Now you'll see this sequence is essentially offering an intro offer directly and going into a reminder. There's no touch point to educate. There's no engaging the new lead. And I see this, can I be honest? I see this all the time, even from very top performing established businesses. It's a great starting off place because of course you want to, differentiate from someone who is a prospect and maybe a colder lead for more targeted follow-ups, but it's almost too quick and needs a more prescriptive, a more descriptive, and a more thoughtful process on what happens next. So there have to be at least a couple touch points throughout this offer period to maximize conversion chances. Let me rehash this all together and give you some better places to start. In that follow-up strategy, I would tell you that nurturing the client based on how frequently they use their introductory offer is an easy best practice that I think anyone can take advantage of. Could I argue about the time frame in which you should send them? Is it 3 days after, 7 days after, 10 days after? That all depends on the length of your introductory offer. So I won't give you that specific advice today, but I would love to spitball it with you about your specific studio. So please do engage me and take advantage of my free consultation because I would love to do that for each of you. But ultimately for the group today, I would say as long as that client is getting, I would say between 2 and 4 touches, it would be very successful for you. And that's just really depending on the length of the introductory offer to maximize the conversion opportunity in that client's life cycle in that first offer that they bought. So we really need a conversion strategy that's follow-up oriented, that has something that we offer post-offer, so post-intro, and then also that there's like an alternative incentives and requests for feedback, but it's just more thoughtful and more streamlined than what I see here. Let me give you what's done well, just so you can get an idea of this, okay? There are paths for people who have converted and who haven't converted, which alone is a great start for automation. I think those tailored sequences based on client actions is the basics of what everyone knows automations can do. I love that there's like little reminders and nudges and just things that drive engagement. I think in our industry, we often think of engagement as like Did they come in and like give us a high five? Did they comment on our, social media? That's a different version of engagement. But ultimately, I see a bigger need for us to be authentic, even more than being engaging. Can I be honest? Like we're engaging at a level in our industry that other business types don't really care to do, right? We're always cheering the client on and celebrating their milestones and, bringing the community together. I think where you can start being very thoughtful about what engagement truly is, and to answer a question in the chat about like when you can start selling intro offer to lead, is as soon as possible, as authentically as possible. And that is given things about the client, but also how your business is structured. So as an example, it's really like knowing exactly what the offer was created to do works, and then going back and saying, so because it works, we know the intervals we want to communicate with. Let me give an example. So if this was a 2-week introductory offer, I would want to have a nudge within the first 3 days to make sure they're utilizing that 2-week offer as much as possible, especially if it's unlimited. Then I would have another communication that's about at the 7-day mark. That's a weekend. And I want to make sure that they're not only maximizing their use of whatever that introductory offer is, but this is an area for like much more feedback. At 7 days, they should have come at least once, likely more. And you could get really intentional about all the different ways we could communicate. But that's an easy one for the second step. If it's a 2-week offer at day 10, so we're already at 3 communications, I'm going to give them what I call the money offer, right? That's the offer they can't refuse. And that is for membership. That is for whatever your dedicated subscription offering is. And it's really to help the client to see the forest through the trees and to troubleshoot and problem solve maybe where they're stuck. Because remember, if they could do it themselves, they would have done it without coming to you. So it may be things up here, right? Mindset, could be physical, could be questions about other things they need to do to get results, right? We often forget exercise alone does not make us healthy. It's exercise and nutrition, all these other holistic aspects of what we bring to the table. And sometimes clients just need a little bit more like love about how to do that. And then ultimately to allow the client to know the next step so that that 4th communication, let's say the day before the offer runs out, has some urgency to it. It allows that communication to be authentic, strategic, prescriptive, and ultimately to convert. That's really the thing I care the most about. So let's go through this just a little bit. My recommendation is that we enjoy what's done well, but we go into where we can improve. And that urgency offer, that FOMO, last chance, is what really does well. I've been using urgency communications, so out of the 22 years, probably about 12 to 15 of them in my own businesses and in obviously countless clients all over the world, we've realized that people need consistency, which we just talked about, but they also need that step, that leap, and that motivation and inspiration to do so. And honestly, there are really rare things that do that. Urgency is one of them. So that's letting them know the time frame in which they have to have the offer and when it ends. I often see, even from very established businesses, offers that go out, sales communications, even automations, where there's no clear definitive, like this is the date you have to take advantage of this or else it doesn't work. So from that perspective, I want to be clear that you need to have terms, conditions, boundaries, and that you communicate those as frequently with the client as is appropriate, especially because you're offering them something really great, right? I often find that if we think of it this way, our best offer is membership, and we position it as such from a pricing perspective, from a positioning perspective, and of course, from a communication perspective. We feel a lot more excited about reaching out to those clients. So speaking of reaching out, I think a big miss for many industry that don't do it as well as us is wanting to be really authentic and connected to the client. But also a miss for our industry is we want that, and yet we're not communicating via text message enough. SMS has not only a drastically higher open rate, 90+%, but it also has a very delicate two-way ability that emails just don't feel like anymore. Open the last email that a brand sent you that said, respond to this email and we'll get back to you in 24 hours, and you'll be blown away if they actually do, or if they even offer that. So I think this is where we could live our values a little bit as an industry and say, you know what? When it comes to our communication, we're not only going to send out these email blasts in more automated fashion, more strategic, but we're also going to think about when can we sprinkle in some SMS? When can we sprinkle in something that we know will get offered? And then please, this is something I really believe in. as a marketer, as your target client, which I am for many of you, and also as a fellow owner and operator myself, protect their inbox. Don't treat the SMS the way you do email, where you're sending, message after message with no communication. Treat it as the true two-way like communication tool that it can be and should be, because I think that's where clients will see that authenticity, that community-oriented approach that you have. And I think it will allow you to go further faster, honestly. Let's go to our third out of 4 automations that I want to tear down for you. And this one's kind of fun because it talks about utilizing tags and segmentation and just being smarter about how we inspire. So much of our industry is about inspiring and motivating, but you know what we often miss? Upselling, like selling the next step. So it's like you've done step 1, right? In this case, you've completed this course or this challenge. And then we're like, okay, bye. Good luck. And again, I'm going to keep going back to this client avatar with Sam. If Sam could do it herself, she would. Honestly, she'd save the money, time, and energy to get in her car and drive a walk to you, and she'd do it herself. So I think where we could get a lot better is to understand that a bare minimum of a congratulations message is not enough anymore, although it's a great start. And that's true whether it's, and I see this often, like a congratulations, you've completed your first class, or you've completed this course, or there's this masterclass that we did. That's the basics. We have to go beyond the basics because in boutique, we actually bring so much more to the table. So I think automated upsells at the end of those course completions could really allow you to kind of light fire on not just your profit, but also your ability to help clients meet the goals that they have. Rome was not built in a day, neither will their body. And so you have to start thinking about the next step always. And that's what a great upsell does. A great upsell allows the client to taste, try, experience, and then honestly go right to the next step. And so again, this is why they come to us. So I love the idea of being able to share a little bit more about how to do this proactively. And it really is very specific to, what it is that you're offering as a business. But here's one thing that anyone can do: offer a personal touch. This is the time to really offer that. Do you want to talk to someone about your goals and figure out your next step? Do you have questions about our different membership offerings? Are you trying to see like the best fit for you? And you just have such robust data in Kenko, being able to use the client's visit history and be able to understand kind of how their lifestyle, which is what you would get from a personal call or touch, and what their client profile teaches you about them. You can do so much more to help them be successful and ultimately achieve the goals they want while having something great for the business, which is another client bought into the business, putting their card on file and doing something awesome. So for this one, if we talk about what's going well, like they are leveraging tags and having completion tracking, which is by far a great first step, truly. Oftentimes people come and they do this one challenger course and there's just a generic email that goes out and it's just like, yeah, cool, catch you on the next one, bye, right? So from that perspective, this is great because it already supported this idea of like personalized, seeing the client, seeing their achievements and celebrating it. Where we can do better is, I think, really thinking about what is the next step for those upsells. Is it an advanced level course? Is it membership now that they've tasted your offerings, right? This is where knowing a little bit more about what your business offers and does, I could give you a lot more specific information. But from this perspective, that personal touch is probably the thing I'm most excited about because ultimately, regardless of the price of the course, someone who signs up for something that's educational, experiential, their expectations of a personal touch right now are so low because big business has taken over not just our industry, but many industries. And I think one cool thing about being boutique, I always say this, I've been saying this for, I don't know, maybe a decade, is that we have to go back to the business of being boutique so we can actually elevate not just the client and her story or his story, but also like help them see the success they want in the community. It may be a peer, it may be a coach or an instructor, but this is where we really do have to get better at reaching clients where they are, but ultimately pulling them to the next step. Okay, we've got one more automation and just enough time to do it. Let's talk about that 7-day trial. It works incredibly well. even if you have to give it for free. Now, I would often tell you that you'd be leaving money on the table if you start with a free offering. But from this perspective, I would say you may consider that the needs of your market, the needs of your client base, they require something that is free. And therefore, I want to talk about where this could go even better. So when I think about the 7-day free trial, the length of time is right. If you're gonna go free, I'd like it to be a tighter time frame. But I think what's also cool about it is the ability to see where there's some real intention around the communication. If you're offering something for free, especially for the length of time of a week, we have to be really intentional about how we communicate. And so this is where having tips and tricks and touches from instructors just baked into your automation systems is a way to engage that client digitally as well as when they come in, right? Then there's having clarity on when the trial ends. This is important for free because I want to sell them something. Have you caught on to this yet? I want you to make more money. I don't want you to just have people in your business and not be able to have more in your purse or pocketbook. So from that perspective, having like sequences in place for when they do convert and when they don't convert, I really love all of this. I would say the thing I would love to see more of is a more elevated communication sequence when there is a free offer of any kind, in this example, a 7-day, and also having almost like a win back, I'll use that phrase again, in place with non-converters for an additional touch. I think this is where we could get even better at having those pre-built journeys that just help us to do so much more than we could do on our own. And honestly, I want to leave you with this today. Like from this perspective, this would be an awesome start if you have a free offering. If you have a free offering and you don't have at least 2 to 4 touches in that free offering, particularly if it's any longer than 7 days, that's a great place to start. Where I think you could be really intentional and strategic, if you look here under rules, is it's all about the amount of times and touches the client has. So it's like if they're coming in, 1 or 2 times in 7 days, nudge them to come again. Like tell them to maximize their free offering. It's FREE, right? And then if they're kind of coming in that sweet spot, which is about 3 to 5 times, start pitching them the next step. Make it easy for them to see, wow, this is really working for me. Let's go, right? And then ultimately, if they have not utilized it, this is a big miss for many places because we run at so many levels in our industry, and many of you are probably wearing so many hats. I want to honor that, but I also want to tell you that is why automations were made. And that's why journeys like this in Kenko are just such a great fit for almost every business, depending on how they do it, because it does what you don't got time to do and does it very well. So even a client who hasn't used the offering, like having something in place to be like, hey, we need you to come back. Do we need to extend for an extra day? Not a week, not a year, right? But we need to get you back in or get you in so we can have that leverage to say, this is your experience. Now we've earned the right to ask for your business. And that's often something that we miss. If I would do anything different with this one's pretty awesome. I would really look at what I offer for each of these clients. It may be that, let me say it differently. It should be that you offer something different based on where they are on the journey. It may be based on the types of memberships you have. So maybe if a client doesn't come enough, you give them a more limited membership versus an unlimited. And then obviously, if that client has not come in, you've got to get them to re-engage at another offering and quickly. So from that perspective, you have the ability to communicate the way that you want in the system really well. I think where I want to close out our time today is just think through what pre-built journeys can do for you. And ultimately, if I can share just a quick video, I'm not sure if it'll work, but let's try it. That just walks you through a little bit of what these journeys look like in Kenko and how it can really help you. So I'm going to accelerate it just a little bit, just so I can get you to the goalpost and to your next session today. But ultimately, if I were to highlight one, if you do one thing from now until the end of the year, I would really focus on that lead nurture sequence. It makes it very easy for you to leverage your first or next step in automations in a way that I think will make sense for every business. And one thing I see, I didn't get to talk about this today. I'm often known for running low cost ads for businesses in our space because it's so expensive if you use a traditional agency and they have no idea how to deal with our client journey, which is like a big crazy wave. And so what I've really done well for clients is help them to find more leads through low cost digital ads. And so when you're doing that, what you realize is finding leads is not the problem. I can blow up any pretty decent business with regards to getting them on Meta and on Instagram and other places where they can be seen. The problem then comes the conversion. And that's where this can really help you to make it easy to go further faster, especially as you get more leads. So I'm just going to show you a couple of things that it does. It's amazing because it allows you to quickly have a process in place where your lead signs up, gets to the next step, maybe even nudges them about, downloading your app, all the things you care about. What I care about is that there's a sequence in place for getting them to purchase and to get to that first step. People often underestimate the amount of work it takes to get someone from I'm interested to I'm in. And it takes a lot of work. And somewhere between I'm interested and I'm in is this person that needs to buy your introductory offer. And so we make a lot of assumptions about why people come in and how they come back. But actually, if you did something really simple, if you look at how many people were on your website, your Google Analytics, for instance, for the last month, you would be blown away at the physical number of people that have been on your site and yet have not gotten to the next step. Having a great lead process in place, right? What I do, what I would like to say is really efficiently is make it low cost, high value, that's for you, but also easy for the client to not just get what they need with regards to an information dump about what your business is and what you offer, but also this, to set up these communications. So as you can see, it's so easy for them to go, all right, here's my next step. They're communicating with me, so I know what I need. The call to action is so clear. I mean, look how simple this is. I have to say, this is one of my favorite parts about this platform, and it's pretty awesome to be a part of it. So if I were to leave you with anything, it would be to invest. It's your end of year, and you've got a lot of free resources today, but I would tell you that spending even 15, 20 minutes on learning your automation, setting them up is going to save you months and months of manual work. And it's going to give the client a lot more of what they're looking for, which is support. Don't forget to grab your free copy of this amazing automations playbook. I've looked at it and walked through it myself. I'm really happy about it. And I am really excited to be able to talk to you again, perhaps about your own business and about where you would like to be more efficient in your new year, or to really make this the year where you grow. And so I'd be really happy to do that. You can actually scan that QR code and get access to that free consultation that I offer. And I want to be able to log into your system and see exactly where you're awesome and give you that virtual high five, but also give you some tips and tricks about how to make yourself and your business and ultimately your clients even stronger.
Thank you so much. That was so amazing. I know everybody in the comments has been going off this entire time, just like, thank you so much for all this value. I love talking about automation. So it was like listening to a beautiful podcast. Thank you so much again.
It's a pleasure to be here.
Yes, that was amazing. And studio owners, thank you for engaging with us. Continue doing so. We'll be reaching out after the sessions today with who the winner is. And let's say when we start getting leads and nurturing them, but do we really know what the right way to talk to them is? How do you upsell? Our next expert, Chris Apia, will tell us all about it. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon with our next session.
from Lotus Yoga. How can I help you?
Hi, I was actually looking for yoga classes to try and I found you guys near me.
Oh, that's great. We have a studio in Brooklyn and downtown Manhattan. Which location were you thinking of visiting?
I was planning to hop by the one in Brooklyn.
Awesome. Could you help me with your name and email so I can assist with booking a class?
Sure. My name is Lana and my email is lanahart@gmail.com.
Great. Just to confirm, that's lanahart@gmail.com, correct?
Correct.
Cool. When do you want me to schedule your first class?
Do you have any classes available tomorrow evening?
Yes, we have Power Yoga at 6 p.m. and Flow Yoga at 8 p.m. Which class would you like me to book for you?
I can do the power yoga class at 6 p.m.
Lovely. Let me book it for you real quick.
Yeah, sure.
Cool. I've booked the class for you. You will receive a confirmation email with all the details.
Thanks, Sarah.
You're welcome. See you tomorrow at 6 p.m.
Was anybody else's mouth on the floor watching that? The AI, it's just amazing. I'm Tara Loney, and I'm back again with the next session on how to start selling and start prescribing with Chris Apia. And now I get to read your super impressive bio. Chris Apia's journey in fitness began as a dedicated 3-season athlete, excelling in both football and track. After graduating from St. John's University with a sports management and marketing degree, Apia combined his love for fitness with a deep-seated desire to support and uplift others. Driven by a vision to make meaningful difference, Chris co-founded Noble Fitness alongside Brian Blackwell and Malik Peterson, a boutique fitness personal training studio. Pia is dedicated to creating a supportive and motivating environment where clients can embrace fitness and a wellness as a lifestyle. Thank you so much for joining us today. I am so excited to hear this seminar. And for you in the audience, keep engaging, keep participating, and we'll be announcing the contest winners after the sessions. Thank you.
Tara, thank you so much for that amazing introduction. I'm really excited to be here and just speak with everybody on one of my favorite topics, really breaking down the wall of the fear and the uneasiness of selling in the fitness and wellness industry, right? And just being able to share some of the great steps that I have used and a lot of my clients currently use to see the success that they need in conversion when it comes to their sales process. But it all comes down to process. So, really excited to go over everything with everybody. And like you said, Tara, I would hope for everybody to be as interactive as possible. I will do my best to answer all questions by the end of this presentation. But really excited to speak with everybody.
Thank you. We're so excited to hear it. And I think I'm ready to turn things over to you as yes.
We should have.
You might have to unshare and then reshare again.
Okay, just give me 1 second. I believe.
Yeah, no problem. This is what happens
Yeah,
live,
right.
right? So, and if you're
Exactly.
just joining us for the first time, go ahead and drop where you're joining from and the name of your business. We've seen people across the world today joining, so we're really excited to have everyone here and want to hear from you most of all.
Okay, and do you see Rebecca in the waiting room? She's supposed to be handling the slides.
Let's see here. Just bear with us for one moment.
We are still a little bit early, right?
Yeah, I think so. We got a couple of minutes before we're even supposed to get started. No worries. Just checking here. Okay, Rebecca is here.
Amazing.
There we go. Hi, Rebecca.
Hi. How are you?
Great. How are you? Thank you so much for joining and helping out today.
Of course. Just pulling up the.
No problem. And while we're waiting, make sure to download the 10K month to your studio playbook, and the link is in the chat, as well as scheduling the call to check out the AI system. And even just calling the AI system, we've dropped the number in the chat. It's so amazing. So amazing.
Okay, please share your screen. Okay. I'll be hidden, right? When we're back, when we're actually on for real.
We're on right now, but yes, you will.
Oh, oops.
This is the live action. This is what people want to see.
Wonderful.
Exactly. This is the tech back end that we're talking about.
Yay. Full
Perfect.
screen.
Amazing,
Yep,
guys.
present.
Well, just to give you guys a little more insight into myself, like Tara said, I currently am the owner of Noble Fitness. That is a personal training studio that I opened with two of my best buddies. But my main day to day is being the CEO of the Sales Arms. At the Sales Arms, we provide support for fitness and wellness businesses in their day to day tasking for their sales and marketing process. You can think of us like your virtual sales manager for your facility. Our goal is to take all of those leads that you're getting in, through digital, through grassroots, all of that, nurture them, really build a relationship with those leads, teach them about your facility, with the goal of converting them into a buying member for your studio. So what we do here is act as your arm to support you in your day-to-day sales efforts. So very excited to go over everything with you in regards to the lead nurture process, in studio sales, member management, right, and converting people and getting them to stay within your facility. All right. So the title of this is, Stop Selling and Start Prescribing. The reason why I titled it that is because we're really supposed to be looked at as the professionals, within our facility. When people are coming to us and they are looking to get a better understanding of what we offer and what we provide, right? They're looking at us as the professionals that know how to get them to the goals that they have, right? So we should really be prescribing what we believe is going to be best for the individual in front of us regarding their goals, right? So stop thinking about it as, a hard sale. Think about yourself as the fitness professional and prescribe, right? So we're going to go over all of the tips that I teach my team and all my clients regarding that lead management. So starting right here at lead management, right? What are you doing to nurture your leads? What does that look like? You have to make sure that you have a process in place. There are a number of ways where people like to be contacted, right? There's text message, there's phone call, and there's email. You want to make sure you have a process that's going to cover all of those, where you're going to be really able to nurture and learn more about the people that are interested in your facility. So lead management, like I said, you want to create a follow-up cadence, right? What does that look like? What I have up here now is a standard cadence that has worked really well for my team. What you see here is day 1, day 2, 3, 5, 7, etc. These days and these touch points are all based on if a lead is not responding to you. One of the things KK was talking about in our last segment was, once those leads get in, there's a lot of work that has to happen to actually get them to truly engage, right? So this follow-up cadence is going to make sure that you're hitting the amount of touch points necessary to really work a lead before considering it cold. And if you look at these stats, right, one of the biggest things that plague a lot of studios that I start to do work with is the fact that they don't have a team to do all the necessary outreach to be successful when it comes to converting leads. Often people do one phone call, right, and then they say, they didn't answer. I didn't get them. They sent a text message, and that text message didn't get a response. Oh, that person must not be real. But seriously, it takes, on average, 8 to 10 points of contact at the very least before you see engagement from the leads that are coming in. So it is very, very important to not give up early and really continue to try different things, right? If you called somebody early in the morning on your first try maybe calling them in midday in the afternoon or in the evening, right? Those are 3 different touch points that you can make within a day to really try to find your lead and meet them where they are. So we're going to break down the process, right, of how you're going to interact with your leads from lead management to in studio all the way to price presentation. I like to break it up into zones, right? The first zone is the entrance, right? And this entrance is going to be looked at in two ways, right? The time where a lead originally enters your system is the first point of contact that you're going to have with that individual. It is so important to get as much information as you can in that lead nurture process, right? So that when a lead enters the facility truly, right, they're excited. They're looking for somebody that they had a conversation with, and you're not starting a conversation from scratch, right? You're continuing a conversation that you had in those early buildups before getting them into the facility. Once you get them into that entrance, right, this is where the show really starts. You need to make sure, everybody is greeting people. They're not just looking down at their phone or being, you know, to themselves behind the desk, right? It's really important that from the entrance, you set the tone that this is an awesome place. This is our community. Introduce yourselves and give the energy you want your clients to feel. Zone two is that front desk, right? So now you have that new individual, they're in your facility, they're checking everything out, they're at your front desk. This is where you really want to solidify the relationship that you're building with them from the lead nurture that you were doing prior, right? So continuing to build rapport, speak on some of the information that you learned from them, requalify them, find out what goals are so you know better how to facilitate their experience for what they're looking to get out of your facility. So this is where the prescription really comes into play now, right? So you have, you know, built up this rapport with your lead. They are excited to take class. They're now going to meet the instructor, right? The instructor in the facility, in my opinion, is what I kind of look at as a doctor in a doctor's office, right? Our front desk team are like the physician's assistants. They are getting all your information, understanding what your needs are, and we're going to take all that information and we're going to share that with the instructor that's about to lead the class. This is the transfer of trust that has to happen, that one allows the prospect to feel heard and seen because you're reiterating all of the information that they gave to you to the instructor. So now they hear that, oh, wow, they really listen, they really understand what I'm looking for, and they're telling the doctor, right, exactly what they need to know so that they can prescribe what's going to be best to getting you to the goals that you're looking for, right? So now you're in the studio, you've gone through class. It's really, really important that as an instructor, right, you take this time to be that professional for that new person that's in the class, right? Pull them aside, get to know them, you know, talk about the goals that they have set for themselves that you learn from that transfer of trust, right? And from there, prescribe what you believe is going to be best for them. This doesn't have to be, you know, an intricate, very hard thought out prescription, right? Because at the base level, we understand with fitness and wellness, it's all about consistency, right? Working out, you know, regularly 3, 4 times a week is going to inherently get you to the goals that you have set for yourself, right? So when it comes to prescribing, it should really all be based around, you know, a amount of times that they're coming to train in your facility, right? So it, how many days are you really looking to commit to the goals that you have is one of those great qualifying questions that you can ask that prospect to really understand where they are in their personal commitment to their fitness and wellness journey, right? And then from there, you make it simple, right? If you believe you can come in 2 times a week, my clients that I see reach their goals are doing our A class monthly or unlimited, right? I love to give an alternate choice because it makes it easier for the individual in front of you to make a decision. At the end of the day, fitness is an emotional buy. It's hard to really commit to yourself sometimes, and you just need the process to be that much easier, right? So remember, transfer of trust, really speak to the things you learned, prescribe what you believe is best with an alternate choice to make it easier for the individual to commit. And then from there, you get into your price presentation, right? And this is where you really need to understand exactly what you offer as a facility. Right? Because when you get into your price presentation, this is where the objections are going to come, and we all hear them. But there aren't a ton of different objections that come up over time. You're going to hear the same things over and over, and it often comes down to price, right? But if you've delivered value throughout your entire experience, the entire in studio process, that people don't necessarily scoff so much at the price because they believe they're going to get their results at your facility, right? So when it comes to overcoming objections, listen again. It's all about active listening, hearing the person that's in front of you and understanding, what they may be going through. Although you know that the value of your facility and what they're going to get is very high, right? Not everybody truly understands that or understands how to convey that to maybe a partner, a family member, right? You never know who's supporting somebody in their fitness journey, right? So you just have to be empathetic when it does come to objections, but also hard in the sense that you're the person now that's going to help hold this individual accountable to what they want to achieve, right? So this is where you start to take all of the information that you learned, right, and start speaking to it, right? You say, you know, hey, Rebecca, I know that you said you wanted to train 1 or 2 times a week, and that for you it was important to just be consistent overall because you haven't had that before. Is that still what's important to you? They're inherently going to probably say yes, right? And that's going to allow them to really stop and again rethink that no or that objection into getting started because it's all about bringing them back to the real reason why they came in. And it wasn't about price, it was about achieving a goal that they had for themselves. So, really using the information that you had to bring it back to the forefront and almost requalify them for what they're looking to do and then represent those options. Okay, so, with that said, I know it's hard to make that choice. What do you think is going to be better? Starting small at that 8 pack? I think that's the best way to go. Would you like to get started with that? You have to make sure you're asking for the close as well, right? Because you might just leave it open ended, and then that means that person has to think about it and walk out. But inherently, people have to think about it. It's something that happens, especially in our day and age. But that's where the lead nurture, the follow up comes into play and that's going to help you close if somebody does leave the facility without joining, right? But let's say perfect world, that person said, okay, you know what? This is awesome. I'm going to get started. This is where the real journey begins and the real hard work starts for most people working in facilities because we're often so sales focused, really worrying or focusing on getting more people into the facility that we tend to forget that it takes a lot to stay accountable in fitness and most people fail in that first 30 days. So having a member management cadence to make sure you are guiding your your new member to success is in my opinion even more important than the prospect management, right? Because you've now gotten somebody to commit to your facility. They believe in the fact that you can help them change, and because of all the things you said, because of how you treated them upon coming into your studio. But then all of a sudden, you're gone, right? You're not calling them. You're hoping that they end up in the facility on their own, and it's just not like that. So this is where member management comes into play. So we're going to shift a little bit from the in-studio sales process and now focus a little bit more on how to nurture members once they've actually come into your facility, right? So that all comes down to process, right? All of this is about process, making sure you have, plans in place to be able to do the same thing over and over again. You don't want to be rewriting the wheel with everybody, right? So when it comes to member management, making sure people are segmented correctly, right, is very important in your database. And then from there, speaking to those people where they are in their journey and being able to help them, handhold them to a successful fitness career, right? So you have some people who are going to be on an intro offer, right? Then there are some people who went from an intro offer and said, I just, they're on a package now. You have some people who went right into membership, maybe that 4 or that 8 or that unlimited. From there, regardless of where they went, we have to make sure that they're continuing to come into the facility, right? So Are you calling your members, once a week, or maybe texting them once a week to see how they're doing, to make sure that they're they have a class or two booked out, right? If you haven't seen somebody in 7 days, you have an alert that's going to let you know, hey, I have to check on Chris because I haven't seen him in a number of days, right? Very important to put all of these processes in place. But the beauty of it is, once it's in place, you just have to make sure you do it over and over again. But what's awesome is if you're doing these things, it all leads to more opportunities to sell people who already believe in your product, right? Again, because if somebody's on an intro offer, the goal, at least what I like to teach everybody, is to get people to an unlimited, commitment membership. So you know that that person is going to be with you for 6 months, 12 months, however long it is, uh, which really allows them the runway to probably see their goals, right? People on packages could be consistent, right? But we know that recurring monthly is what helps create habit. And how are you successful in fitness? Creating habit, doing it over and over and over again, right? So, how can we get people to that committed membership, right? And that's where the upselling comes into play. So, your intro offer, from there, where are we going to get them? Is it going to be to a package, or is it going to be to a membership? How do you understand where somebody wants to go? That all comes through those member management conversations, talking to them, because you have to understand there are going to be some people who membership doesn't work for them. Maybe they travel all the time for work. Maybe they just can't have recurring payments like that. That's fine, right? But you have to understand how to speak to your members so that you're, conducting conversations in a way that's going to help lead you to another close in helping to build that business, right? So, upselling basics, member management cadence. That's the first thing. And we spoke about cadence earlier when it came to prospect management. We talked about day 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, all of that. Cadence is going to be very similar in member management. It just might not be as frequent, right? Because you don't need to reach out to your members every single day, but at the very least, once a week, to just see how they're doing, see how their family's doing, to let them know that you care, right? All the things that you said when they originally came in, you really meant those things, right? So you're going to, reach out and just check in, help them, be a concierge. We're boutique, right? So this is high level that we want to really deliver a nice high touch, a white glove service, and that comes with that outreach. All of that outreach helps you build rapport, right? That rapport is building trust with your members, right? Them understanding that you really do care about them and that you have their best interest at hand, so that when you prescribe again, hey, Chris, I know you're on the 10 pack, but I see you here every week. Uh, You'll save so much money if you commit to our 6 month unlimited. And you might be able to come a little bit more now because you have that unlimited, to see if you can challenge yourself at times when you get more time, right? We're speaking to the reasons why it'll be best for them to upgrade, right? It's all about that prescription, because again, we are the professionals in this business, and our members and our prospects are looking for us to guide them to success. If more of us spent time creating a program for the people that sign up for our facilities, whether it be a group exercise facility or a strength training facility or personal training studio, whatever it is, if you create a runway for people to follow, right? This is what you're going to be doing from month 1 to month 3, from month 3 to month 6, 6 to 12, right? People are naturally going to say, okay, wow, this is a full plan. If I follow this through and through, I will see the results I want. But we often sign people up and say, hey, pick a class when you're ready. And it just doesn't work like that. People really need that guidance to be successful in fitness. And that is where the work comes in the studio to really be that professional for the people that have signed up. So all of this upselling, member management cadence, none of this works if you're not practicing it, right? If you're not working with your team and you're training on it. And this is the biggest area that a lot of studios fall short in, is that continued education part, right? We could teach people, our front desk employees, our instructors, what we want them to say, right? But if we're not continually role playing and training on these situations, we're going to get stale, right? I like to, equate it to sports almost, right? Athletes are practicing every day to play in that game, right? After the game's over, they just continue to practice. Steph Curry takes 500 shots a day, they say, right? But that allows him to be as great as he is on game day every time. If you're only doing training when that new hire comes in, right, you're doing yourself a disservice. So it is really important that you, in all of these processes, you create that continued education portion so that you can go over all of these topics that we're speaking about, right? Prospect management, lead nurture, how you want that to sound, what you want that to look like, upselling like you see right here. And that role playing isn't just a in-person voice, going back and forth in a verbal conversation, because that role playing is only for a phone call. But we're going to be having conversations through text message as well. So what you see above is a sample conversation of a role play of upselling a member from an intro offer to a membership, right? Uh, you should, knowing that you have your team members texting your members and your prospects, you should be role playing text conversations so that you can see how they respond, how they type, and tweak so that they are texting in a manner that speaks to, being assumptive in what you're pitching, right? And it asks for the sale and also has the tone that you want for your business. So here's another example of, again, a role play of a conversation through text for package holders going up into membership. Again, it's just really important that you're covering all bases when it comes to speaking to how to upsell, how to prescribe, and do all of these things. It's really, really important that you are continuing to pour into your staff in terms of continued education because it's going to keep them motivated. It's going to keep them sharp, right? And it's going to, in the end, help deliver an amazing experience within your facility. And this all turns into increased revenue, right? And it's increased revenue not because you're hard selling, right? Because you're delivering a great experience. You're confident in what you guys offer, and you're prescribing what you believe is going to be best for the individuals that are in your community to be successful. So now we'll speak a little bit more to how to, really motivate people to get them down the road within your facility, right? And this all falls into that member management portion, right? So milestones for success is something I love, implementing and putting into everybody's facilities. Milestones are something that, a lot of us celebrate, but we often tend to celebrate the big milestones, right? So, you've taken 50 classes or 100 training sessions, right? But it takes a lot to get to 50 and 100. And while those milestones are so important, the milestone of hitting your third class in our facility is very important. Milestone of hitting your fifth class, your 10th class is very important, right? Those milestones are what I call habit building milestones, right? We need to celebrate people just building that consistency in fitness. Like we spoke about, it's very, very hard to be consistent in your workout routine. That's why people fail, right? So let's start celebrating people on their third visit in, their fifth visit in, their 10th visit, and really get them excited about what they're doing, right? This is going to create a sticky member. And this portion of milestones for success is so important to me because you never know who's supporting somebody in their fitness journey, right? You hear the objection, I have to talk to my spouse, or, I have to talk to my partner about joining your facility. What that comes down to is a conversation about money, right? And you never know if that person at home is saying to them, you're going to pay $150 a month to ride a bike that goes nowhere in a dark studio? That doesn't sound right, right? They minimize the excitement that you have for the workout that you're going to do. In this example, cycling, right? And that person's now thinking, maybe I shouldn't do this, right? You have to be that person that's going to be there for them. Get them excited about what they're doing, so that when they come back to you like, I'm not sure if I really want to do this. Let's get you in for a second class. When we get them in there for that second class, we're going to celebrate them because we want them to feel how good it is to continue to be consistent and successful in your fitness journey. So to bring it all together, early milestones is something I would love for everybody to really start implementing into their business. The ones that I love the most are 3, 5, 10, and 20. Once somebody gets to 20, they're really into it. But getting from 3, 5, and 10 is one of the hardest parts. So putting that in there, right? From there now, going to lifestyle milestones, right? So we're lifestyle milestones are those those bigger ones that I spoke to at the start of this, right? 50 classes, 100 classes. I call it a lifestyle milestone because now, training at your facility is really becoming a lifestyle for them. Those are bigger ones. Get the community involved, do something special, pop sparklers. What we do at Noble is when somebody's coming in for their 50th or their 100th class, we have a big poster that they get to sign. We take pictures with them. We put it on the wall, right? We want to make you feel so special because at the end of the day, we don't know who's making you feel special in your life, right? We want to be the people that are proud of all of the work that you're doing so that you always feel good about continuing your fitness journey, right? And then lifetime milestones, right? These are now based on time, right? You've been with us for 6 months, you've been with us for a year, right? You might not always have somebody that gets to 50 or 100 classes, but they continually come to the facility throughout the year. You still want to celebrate them. You still want them to feel good. So set an alert for when somebody becomes has been a member for 3 months, 6 months, a year, right? These are lifetime milestones within the facility. These things help create community, excitement, and build consistency in your members, which then allows you again opportunities to find areas to upsell them, to be more, to be deeper into that business, right? And continue to provide new revenue opportunities from somebody that's already there. Again, getting new people into the facility is a very important part of the job. But if you can keep every single person that signs up, right? Then you don't have to have so much angst and fear about getting all these new people in, and you could just nurture a wonderful community. And that's really where that sweet spot is. So all of this stuff is baked into member retention, right? If you're doing all of these things, people are going to stay longer, right? That lifetime value of a individual continues to go up, and that's what the goal is. Like I said, you don't want to have a revolving door. You don't want to have it where you sign somebody up, and because that person feels like they're alone on an island once they've joined your facility, they fall off. Nobody follows up with them, and now they're trying to cancel after 30 days, or 60 days, and you just end up spinning your wheels, right? So putting these member retention processes into the business are just so important. But you can do more now, right, to really create community because with the amount of studios that are out there now, there's just so much more competition. What sets you apart from the studio that is a block up, 2 miles up, or that have the same modalities and offer the same things as you? And that is the community building that you do. So creating member specific events, you know, within the facility is one thing, but off sites as well, right? So that people can continue to, you know, look at your facility as a home away from home, develop relationships with other members that are there so that this can be somewhere where they continually want to stay. Excuse me. Um, and from that, right, you get referrals. If you create these offsites or these events that people can go to, those people that are your members tend to bring their friends, right? Tend to bring family members. Make it open to something like that because the best leads you're going to get are referrals, right? And asking for it is one thing, but creating an experience where your member can bring somebody in to show them why they love coming to your facility so much is very, very powerful, right? And it allows you to not sell and not prescribe, right? Because your members are going to be doing that for you. And when your members are doing that for you, that's when you're really going to start to see your numbers increase. Referrals are the best leads that you're ever going to get. And you have to come up with different creative ways to get them, right? Because people sign up and you say, do you want to bring your friend or your family member? How many times are you going to ask that, right? So create situations where people can naturally bring friends and family members, right? And that's member specific events. Um, Business to business collaboration, right? This is a really big one. Another area where a lot of studios drop the ball simply because of bandwidth and time. It takes a lot to get through the gatekeepers of small businesses, right? To find that owner, to figure out if you guys can collaborate and do a pop up or do a lead list swap, or maybe they come and create an experience within your facility because they're bringing their business into yours, right? Those business to business collaborations help establish you within your community and allow you the different organic ways to increase your lead flow in your facility, right? Because if you're able to leave flyers in a neighbor's business, right, that can bring people in. If you create maybe a 10% discount offer, for all of their clients, right? Now they're going to do the same for you. And your clients now look at, hey, because I have this membership and I can get 10% off at Joe's Juice Bar or Sarah's Massage, house, whatever it is, they're looking at additional value now within your membership. This creates uh, a way, and reasons to help overcome objections down the road when people aren't really seeing the value just alone in the fitness in your facility, right? Membership perks through business to business relationships are in most cases free for you as a business owner, but it creates a great additional value for your members that are coming to your facility, right? And then now creating a level of excitement in your facility, right? With themed classes or themed events, right? Challenges that help gamify the fitness experience. I think one of the things that a lot of people can take away from Peloton's big rise a few years ago is that it connected people in a way that felt like you were almost playing a game with your friends on that leaderboard, all of that, right? That helps remind people, take people's mind away from the the hard work that it takes to reach your goals, when it comes to fitness. So if you're able to create challenges, maybe doing a bingo board is one of my favorite ones that gets people to experience different things within the facility. Maybe even something as simple as a raffle, right? Raffling off, sometimes we've had clients that have raffled off TVs, right? And the way to increase your raffle tickets, is to come to more classes, increase utilization. All of that creates better experience, more riders. It all adds up to somebody coming more often, right? So starting to think outside the box in ways that you can help retain people, outside of just delivering your fitness experience is going to continue to create sticky members, right? It creates for a great member retention program. So all of this is great. I know I've spoken on a lot of things, right? We can talk about doing all of this stuff, right? I want to do, more lead nurture. I want to, you know, have a member management cadence. You need to set goals. What I say to everybody is if you don't have a goal, uh, you end up falling into the motions, right? The day to day, just kind of doing what you need to do on a day to day basis, but not necessarily striving for something, right? So, setting goals not only with yourself, as a studio owner, but for your managers, for your front desk in different areas is a great way to make sure one, they are focusing on driving to something, right? But two, giving yourself and your team areas for continued education, right? I've continued to say this. Continued education is so important, right? So with goals, if you don't hit your goal, right, it allows you to go over, hey, we set these goals. What did we try to do? Why did we fall short? Now we have something to train on and try to shoot for something more, right? Or if you hit that goal, right, you've done all of what you were supposed to do. It gives you a confidence boost and it allows you to now set a different goal. So make sure you are setting goals, right, for your team regarding all of, the lead nurture, member management tasks that you need done, right? So a contact point goal, right? How many times do we want to see, how many contact points do we want to see, on in a month or on a specific segment of clients, right? How many upgrades do we want to have in the month, right? What is our overall revenue goal? I often run into a lot of owners who are hesitant to kind of want to share all of this stuff with their team members, but it's so important for everybody to be rowing the boat the same way. They need to understand what your goals are as a business owner, as a business, so that they can have those same goals and drive to it with you, right? If they don't understand what you need as a revenue goal or what you need as an upgrade or a new client or retention, they're just going to go through the motions, right? So make sure internally with your team you're setting goals, right? And these are work goals. And then after all of that, it's the analysis, right? In analysis, we're going over all of the numbers, everything that you did over the course of the month, right? Going over with your team, all of the work that they did by the numbers so that you could really just see the granular areas where they need to improve or where they do great, right? And that is for the team side. But analysis for your members, right? And your prospects, doing a lot more reporting for your for your members is going to be really important as well, right? Because people can understand numbers, uh, and if you are setting them up to track numbers and the goals that they're setting, and you're going over them maybe on a monthly or quarterly basis, it's also going to help them stay on track, right? We have to do a great job or a better job of making sure fitness is looked at as a lifestyle and creating a plan, right? And going over that plan and seeing if you're hitting those goals from that plan that's made and then reworking that is what's going to get people there. So making sure your reporting and your tracking is on point is just pivotal in the success overall, right? And these are all back end things that you're going to need to do to make sure, the house is straight. So love to just open up to any questions on all of the topics that we covered. I know in-studio sales process, prospect management, member management, retention. There's a lot of tips and things that we spoke about, but would love to get into anything specific if anybody had any questions.
That was an amazing session. I have a quick question for you. First, I have to say, like, one of the biggest things that I took away from the session was really creating that feeling for your not only your members but also your staff to like keep them coming back. And I loved the milestones, the mini milestones, the habits celebrations. That is amazing. If there was one promotion or milestone or celebration that what is the biggest one that you love the most that you do for your community?
The biggest one that I really love the most is that 10 class. And it's because it, again, people really tend to fail in the first 30 to 60 days of their workout routine. So that early celebration just really does something for somebody, so helping them get to that 10th class has and celebrating it. For us, we've seen those when we started celebrating 10 classes, it drove people to want to get to that 20 and that 50 milestone that much more. But not only that, because it's a smaller number, now you often have these celebrations happening in the open room more often than not, right? If you're just doing 50 and 100, it comes here and there. But now everybody that's weekly, you're seeing people celebrate something, and that just gives a certain vibe and energy to your oldest clients being excited for that new person being excited, the person at 20 who's like, that was me 2 months ago, right? Like everybody just gets to be a part of it more often. And I think if, as a community, we always just continue to celebrate people's continued fitness efforts, we would see more people, be successful in their journeys.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. It's so easy to forget that you can celebrate all these different times and it's not just about the big ones, but really creating those habits. It
Yeah,
looks like we have a couple of questions. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
no, I was just gonna say, I think it's really about making fitness fun, right? Because it's hard, right? And it's something that is a lifestyle, right? Because if you do hit your goals, let's say you go hard for a year, right? And you do hit your goals, but then you're like, all right, hit it, and you stop. You're gonna get back to that place that you were, before you hit those goals, right? Because you stopped being consistent. So just consistently celebrating your fitness efforts allows it to be more than just the hard work, and it just gets more people excited about fitness as a lifestyle and it being fun, and it removes that, oh, I'm only working hard for a weight loss goal, right? And it's just like, I'm really excited because I'm sleeping better, right? It's the little things. So
Yeah, that's amazing. How do you feel about female only and male only sessions once a month?
I like it, right? you don't want to isolate groups regularly, right? But there is a camaraderie that you get from, bringing together all women or all men, right? I love all men sessions in Pilates because we need more men doing Pilates, and it's a great workout, right? But it's very intimidating when us big guys get in there and it's you're around all these women and they're just flowing through it. You think you're strong and you just can't do it all, right? So like creating an environment where maybe all guys can get in there and feel comfortable learning modalities, right? There is a place for that, right? So I think that, again, in the name of creating events and experiences to enhance your offering, I think that's a great thing to do.
Awesome. Someone else has, how often do you have ongoing training for your team, and how do you present it in person, virtually, and how long are the training sessions?
I like at a minimum, I like to do 2 training sessions a month where we're in person, right? Uh, if you can create a process or a cadence where you can, do some type of continued education weekly, I think that's the best place to be. It doesn't always have to be a hour long, 2 hour training session, right? You can be as simple as saying like, hey, treat me like a prospect. Shoot me a text and try to get me to sign up. I'm gonna play hardball with you on the back end, right? That can be 10, 15 minutes of time, right? But the value that comes from that, one, you seeing how your team member, speaks through text, I guess, in this example, allows you to give little advice on how they could tweak it so the text messages look how you want them to be as an owner, right? That's 5, 10 minutes. But maybe you do a big monthly training that's an hour long that goes over all of the KPIs over the month, and then you do person to person role playing, right? So switch it up. I think to really answer it, there's no right or wrong. Try to do at least twice a month so that there's consistency there. At the very least, once a month. And if you are able to get 3, 4 training sessions in within that month, switching it up from a shorter, quick one where it's just like a stop in to a group setting where you're getting most of your team members together and maybe you're there for an hour, right? So there's different ways you could do it, but if you're continuing to do it, that's really the most important thing.
Awesome. Great answer. And before we get to our last questions real fast, I just want to mention the contest again. For
Yes.
this session, you're going to get a 45-minute virtual training in sales audit and training, 5 Kenko accounts with 3 months of free marketing automation, and then that $500 Amazon gift card. So make sure you continue to engage in the chat. And then we have one last question and maybe just a quick answer. How would you suggest to do a 90-day journey for the new sign clients? And that might be best answered in that session, honestly, because that's probably a longer answer, actually.
It
Um,
definitely can be very, very detailed when it comes to creating, a 90-day runway for that new person that's coming into your facility. To just keep it really simple, right? Uh, Map out what you want them to do over each month, right? So in your first month, I want you to take this many classes. I want you to try this many instructors, right? That's their goal in that first month. If you want, you can help book those classes out for them in a discovery call with them almost to help plan and guide their next 90 days. Same, and then you can just rinse and repeat that over the next 90 days. That's going to lead them to the goal that you have for them, right? Maybe that's to upgrade them to that next level of membership. But You don't have to overthink it. You just have to create it, right? Because again, people are looking at us as the professionals, right, that know how to get to that goal. So if you lay it out to them, right, in any manner, in many cases, they're going to follow that. So think about what your end goal is for that individual at 90 days, and then reverse engineer what they would need to do over the course of 3 months to get there.
Awesome answer. Thank you so much. This was so amazing. I am going to send out this session to every single studio owner I can think of that isn't here today, because they all need to watch this. This is such great information. Thank you again so much for joining us. And if you have any more questions, reach out to Chris and his team directly. Thank you again so much for joining us.
Tara, thank you for having me.
Yeah. Now, as you go on getting leads and converting them, your brand plays a great value when it comes to building trust, attracting and retaining clients. And our next expert, Jenny Schwartz, also from Florida, is going to tell you how you can do this all with a consistent brand personality. You don't want to miss this, as she'll be doing a live teardown studio brand based on goods versus bad aspects. Stay tuned with us for the next session. It starts soon.
Hi, this is Sarah from Lotus Yoga. How can I help you?
Hi, I was actually looking for yoga classes to try and I found you guys near me.
Oh, that's great. We have a studio in Brooklyn and downtown Manhattan. Which location were you thinking of visiting?
I was planning to hop by the one in Brooklyn.
Awesome. Could you help me with your name and email so I can assist with booking a class?
Sure. My name is Lana and my email is lanahart@gmail.com.
Great. Just to confirm, that's lanahart@gmail.com, correct?
Correct.
Cool. When do you want me to schedule your first class?
Do you have any classes available tomorrow evening?
Yes, we have Power Yoga at 6 p.m. and Flow Yoga at 8 p.m. Which class would you like me to book for you?
I can do the Power Yoga class at 6 p.m.
Lovely. Let me book it for you real quick.
Yeah, sure.
Cool. I've booked the class for you. You will receive a confirmation email with all the details.
Thanks, Sarah.
You're welcome. See you tomorrow at 6 p.m.
Hello and welcome back. Again, I am your host, Tara Loney, and now it's time for us to learn how to build a consistent brand experience with Jenny Shorts. And Jenny, I'm so excited to introduce you as a other Florida friend. Jenny is creative visionary behind some of the world's leading boutique fitness studios. As co-owner and creative director of Soulmark Creative, a branding and digital design studio specializing in wellness, Jenny leads a talented team that brings stunning brand identities and result-driven websites to life. With over 20 years of experience, Jenny infuses creativity and meticulous attention to detail into every project. Her passion for lifelong learning and commitment to excellence have led to countless successful brand and websites. Again, we are doing a contest, so make sure you keep engaging. The more you engage, the more you can win. And during this session, it is a 30-minute consultation session with Soulmark Creative. Those 5 free Kenko accounts with 3 months of free marketing automation and $500 Amazon gift cards. So let's go on, and I'm going to hand it over to you, Jenny. I'm so excited for this presentation.
Sure. Can you hear me? Everything's good?
Everything is good. You sound great. You look great as well.
Awesome. Thank you so much for having me. This is extremely exciting. How we have to get the presentation up there?
Yes. You should be able to share your screen.
Right. Okay. Let's get there.
Share your screen. No, you're perfect. This is great.
Share
because I'm in Oregon. What's the weather like there?
Click on present. Hold on. It's a good thing I'm supposed to start at 2, right? Yes.
Yeah. Totally good.
Present. Okay. Share screen. Okay. Now, may I ask you, do you see it with the notes on the right or not?
I do see it with some notes on the right. If you select, yeah, let's try to zoom, click exit real fast, and then
Let's do it
yeah,
again.
and then go back.
Yeah,
Yeah, and when you hit presenter, try presenter view.
Okay.
And if you're just joining us for the first time, don't forget to drop your location and where you're joining from.
Okay. You still see
your
it.
location and your studio name.
Okay. You still see the notes on the right, right?
I don't see the screen at the moment. There we go. Here it comes. Yes, I can still see them.
Okay. We don't want that there, do we? Okay. Priya's telling me to let my notes show, but they are chicken scratch, so I don't want to. Okay, hold on. Let's try one more time. I'm sorry.
No, you're totally fine. This
Share.
is tech forever.
Okay. Present full screen. I'm going to present. Starting from the beginning.
No. Terry, since you're in Florida and I am in somewhat cold Oregon, somebody tell me like what's weather like in Florida right now? It's December 5th. Everywhere else in Florida, it's probably going to be like summertime still.
So it's either I could enter full screen mode or I enter it with the notes. Is what I'm seeing.
If you don't want your notes to show, I think just doing present mode. Oh, you're actually in Texas. Texas, Florida, probably similar weather depending on what part of Texas you're in.
I think I got it. How's that?
Let's see. Beautiful. Perfect.
Okay, cool. Okay.
Amazing.
Okay, I am now. No, go away. Okay. All right. Hi.
Hi. How's it going today?
Thank you for having me. We are in business, I think.
Yes.
Hold on.
Yes.
Hold on.
I'm super excited for this session. I feel like I talk about branding
no,
so
I don't want to do that.
And
sorry. Oh my goodness. Okay. Hold on.
No problem.
Shit. It's a great start. Okay.
This, I think, happens to all of us.
I know. All right.
$54 there in Texas. Okay. That's a little bit more chilly than I thought. All right. It is up.
Oh my God. No, it's not. You still there?
Yes, right. I'm still here. No worries.
So I can just go like this. I get it. Okay, we're here. I'm so sorry. Everyone is so awesome here. Thank you for your patience. this is where imposter syndrome comes in because I can't see my notes now. So bear with me. It's all good. Awesome.
I think we've all been there.
We've all been there. All right. So as Tara said, there is a contest. So the 30-minute consultation with Solmar Creative, and this is for audience participation. So I really am encouraging that. I have a lot of questions along the way where I want to know more about your studio and what you guys are doing specifically with your brand. So please don't be shy. I'd love to hear what you're doing, and this is a judgment-free zone. We're all just here to help. So first I would like to start, beyond the logo. So we're going to learn how to build a consistent brand experience for your fitness studio, which is beyond the logo. So it's beyond just, I have a logo, this is my look and feel. What does it mean to really extend your brand in all touch points? All right, so I'm going to tell you a little bit about me first. Jenny to the moon, thank you. All right, so a little bit about me. So I went to art school. I went to the University of Michigan, go blue. I'm one of the rare people that actually went to school for what they do. I mean, granted, this was the late 90s, early 2000s. So, like every industry, design and web, it changes constantly. So, what I learned in school doesn't really apply, but that's where I kind of started my journey. After school, I worked in corporate a bit. I worked in the National Hockey League. Then I moved to Major League Baseball. And then I moved to the Financial Times. After that, I kind of realized I wasn't really made out for corporate. I felt my creativity was a bit stunted. And I went to graduate school. I went to the City College of New York. And I went there for art education. And I decided to put myself through graduate school by freelancing. And little did I know, all of a sudden, I kind of had a business, right? So people were hiring me, clients were hiring me, and I finished my graduate degree, but then I was kind of onto the world of freelancing. Now, I landed my first fitness client in 2009, and I was a young designer. I was 29 years old, 30 years old. I wasn't in this industry very long. And all of a sudden I got hired by Flywheel Sports. So if anyone is familiar with Flywheel, so they were one of the very first boutique fitness studios, right? So SoulCycle was on the scene. And then this woman that you see in this, thanks, Nick. This woman that you see in this picture, her name is Ruth. She was at the SoulCycle. She just ended up starting her own cycling studio with a few other people. And they wanted to stand out in that industry by creating something that was tech heavy and performance based. And they hired little designer me to brand them. It helped that I knew someone who was on like the investor team, and they gave me a chance. And that was in 2009. And it really paved my way to building these fitness brands. So we lived in New York City at the time, which was close to we lived close to the Flatiron district, which all of a sudden like boomed to kind of the fitness district, really. I mean, you had like your early adopters, Shadowbox, Fitting Room, Barry's. You could imagine like who was really up and coming in that time. And I was just completely fascinated by the culture of it, how each one of these studios were totally different and how they were standing out in the really oversaturated market, which at that time was really the Flatiron district, this specific part of New York. And they were popping up all over the place. And and people walking down the street with shirts that showed the brand. I mean, everything about it just like screamed this like culture. But what happened? We lived in New York. We ended up having babies. These are the babies. They're old now. And we moved to South Florida, and we're still here. When we moved to South Florida and the babies were little and I was still freelancing, and my husband decided to join me. So that's him. His name is Mike. And we became kind of a team, and he brought in everything that my right creative brain didn't have. So we really legitimized the business. We turned from just Jenny Schwartz Design, which was my name, to Solmar Creative. He's also big fitness enthusiast, biohacker, all that stuff. And we took our passion of fitness and really expanded our brand to include different services, make different partnerships. So I have these little anecdotes in each of my slides so I want to know more about you guys at this point. So you could put in the comments your location, how many years you've been in business, and your studio offerings. South Florida, yeah. Anyone else? Yeah, so yeah, working with your husband, it has its benefits and some negatives. But if you need any tips on how to work together, I could let you know. Anyone else? Where you're located, how many years you've had your studio? Another South Florida. Yes. Hi, Kyle. From New York. Yes, this is where we go. Okay, so during this time, if you want to also, keep including like where your studio is, and so I could learn a bit more about you. That's awesome. All right, so what exactly is brand consistency? All right, so brand consistency is this is where I need my notes. Brand consistency is really having your brand show up in a cohesive way across multiple touch points, right? So right here we see this studio called Move Madly. It's a Legree studio in San Diego, and you could kind of see how you're able to tell that it's the exact same brand, even though each one of these elements are different. And the way we use the word brand, I mean, there's so many different ways you could define the word brand. I like to define it as how people perceive you. So it's how you want people to perceive you, and then it's actually how people perceive you. And your brand is going to be that gap. So why does brand consistency matter? The first thing, which we spoke about earlier today, is it builds trust, right? Consistency conveys familiarity, reliability, professionalism, and it makes clients feel confident that your studio is going to deliver a quality experience, right? So if you're looking good, then people are going to trust you. If you look polished, and they're going to be loyal to you that way. It also enhances recognition, right? So repeating visual and messaging elements ensures your studio is easily identifiable and stands out as unique in a crowded market. Okay, so again, there's so many fitness studios. How do you stand out? And what makes you different is your brand, and repeating that and constantly pushing that on people is going to make them remember you. And finally, it strengthens connections. So it ensures that the vibe you're putting out aligns with your values and stays relatable to your target audience. All right, and we're going to get into more about your target audience and your vibe and making sure that everything is aligned. So how do we create a consistent brand? So we're going to start with the foundations. So how many of you kind of just, hired a designer or went on a crowdsourcing website and you got your logo, and then you're like, all right, I got my brand. This is who I am. Anyone? Any brave person? So we like to kind of take a couple steps back and figure out what the foundation is prior to even doing any designing. So I encourage everyone to do this type of activities. So here we have a cycling studio. They are located in Washington State. And here are just some of the foundations that you have to exercise prior to building your brand. That's good. Yours. All right. So first is your mission, right? What's your studio purpose and the impact it aims to have on clients? So what's your why? Why are you here? So for Ride Culture, an example would be to create an inclusive and supportive fitness community where individuals of all levels feel empowered to achieve their health and wellness goals. Then we also have our values, right? What are the principles or beliefs that define what your studio stands for? So an example for ride culture would be inclusivity, positivity, supportive, approachability, community, authenticity, and it's non-competitive. So another question for you is, can you put in the comments 3 adjectives you want people to feel when they enter your studio? Confident. I like that. Empowering. I love seeing people have fun, especially being bigger or older people who know aerial is not attainable for them. I love that too. You want them to have, feel fun. And the last foundational element is your audience. So really defining and understanding your ideal client. All right. We don't want to just throw something out there and hope it sticks. We really want to try to understand who is the type of person you want to come into your studio. All right. You can't be everything to everyone. When you're everything to everyone, you're nothing, right? There's such a saturated market that you really want to pinpoint who it is that you want to be your ideal client. And with all your branding, you want to talk to them. Just to read more, you want people to feel joyful, inviting, happy, encouraged, strong. I love all of these. Okay, so an example of your audience for ride culture, 25 to 55-year-old men and women in a middle to upper class suburban neighborhood looking for an approachable fitness solution that emphasizes modifications and inclusivity for all levels. So let's meet Jamie. All right, Jamie is one of their clients, or I pretended she was. So she fits this bill, right? So let's talk about her. She's 33 years old. Her interests are her kids, cooking, reading. Her goal is to stay active, improve energy, reduce stress, and connect with like-minded individuals in a non-competitive environment. She needs a convenient class schedule, an opportunity space to socialize. She feels intimidated by traditional gyms and struggles to stay motivated without a community. All right, so we know Jamie. She's a busy mom. I'm a busy mom. So really, and she's really looking for a space just to move and to meet people, really unintimidating, fun space. So if anyone could kind of put in the comments, like an example persona of your ideal client, you don't have to do this whole thing, but what are their interests? What are their goals? Like, give me one thing that you think your ideal client needs. Sense of community, amazing workouts, anything specific, like a specific trait of your ideal client. Okay, we'll move on. Okay, time for themselves. I like that. Get stronger. Okay. Confidence. Perfect. A fun workout and a creative outlook. Awesome. Find community. Yes, community is big. Someone who wants to improve their health and wellness. Yes, I love it all. Grad students. I love that. I mean, if you're by a university, like grad student, that's amazing because that really appeals to a specific bunch. Okay, so now that we have like your foundation, right? And I really do, even if you have an existing studio that's been around 5-10 years, I really do think that exercise is important for everyone because it just lays kind of the building blocks on how do you create your brand on top of it. Okay, so moving on, building a cohesive look, right, is based on the foundations. So there's really a couple of elements that come together to build that cohesive look. First is your logo suite, which is versatile logos for different uses, and I'll get more to that. And then we have our visual elements. So our colors, our typography, and our imagery. Okay, so very different than what we saw before for like ride culture and Jamie looking for kind of this super fuzzy, welcoming environment. I'm going to use my client Mega, who they have 2 locations in New Jersey as an example here. And Mega is kind of looking more for someone who really wants to feel powerful, edgy. They want to feel cool, right? Whether or not they worked all day, they're home with their kids, they want to come here and really feel like a total badass. So to go back to like our logo suite and our family of logos, so I was kind of showing you how Mega wanted their brand to perceive, and then we could kind of move forward to their visual elements. So when the importance of a logo suite is because one size does not fit all, right? You want to create more of just a single logo. You really want to create a family of logos. And why do you want to do that? You want to do that because you have different applications for different things, right? So a landscape logo, like you see on top, which is kind of their main logo, is great for the header of your website. And then you have something like this seal or your portrait logo, and that's better for your social media profile graphics. I love having some sort of logo mark like this. They're really effective when it comes to merchandise, right? And then we have this one that's just another variation. So when we deliver a logo, and I really think it's important for everyone, even if you have one logo now, like how do you expand that to really come up with a logo suite? And you could see that you're able to see that this entire thing is actually one brand. It's all recognizable as one brand. Okay, so asking you guys, how many different logos do your studio have? Do you have more than one? Do you have a logo suite, or are you working with one logo at this time? I will move on, and I think there's like a little delay on the comments. Oh, three of different colors. I like that. Four different versions. That's amazing. Tyree, awesome. Taylor, one is okay, but we should look at it and kind of see where we can make it a family, so you're not kind of stuck in a box. Yoga, I think it's Yoga and Life. Does anyone, are you guys here? They opted in for a little, for me to talk about their brand. Raise your hand if you're here. Okay, so let's look at this logo, for example, which they're registered for the event. They're in the UK. Okay, so I was able to find, like this was their main logo on their website. I was able to find this variation on the bottom left on their, what they're using for their social, kind of as their portrait view. I think it's great. I probably want to keep the L and the L consistent. But what if we created kind of a logo mark like this to kind of expand on it, right? Like how cool would that be? There it is. I mean, look, it's awesome. All right, so you could see how your family of logos can continue moving on but keep it consistent with it's recognizable as your brand. And yes, Raz is right. It's okay to have one logo, and it's okay because you could expand on it for now, or if it's working for you in all different ways, absolutely. Okay, so back to Mega. I wanted to show you guys a little bit of their vibe before moving on to just their whole visual identity experience. So you could see again, it's edgy, it's powerful, it's energetic. They still want to be approachable and fun. It's got a bit of a younger crowd. So for example, their visual elements, so kind of their overarching brand is, we have our typography here, which includes headline, call out text, hub headline, body copy. We have a color palette. We created a library of illustrations they use, and this little neon puff that's used consistently in their branding. So as you can see, it's not just the logo, this whole visual elements of things that stay consistent throughout. And here's what their Insta grid looks like. So you could see how it's being applied, right? So everything's a little different, but you could really tell that it's all the same brand. Here's a little run through of the website we created for them. So you could see where we're applying all the different fonts and just kind of keeping consistent with their overall look and feel. Okay, here's another brand, Sweat St. Pete. I know, Tara, you're from St. Pete. Sweat is there. So Sweat, this is their original logo. This is their original brand. And they came to us because they were expanding into their second location. So when they were expanding into their second location, they kind of started looking internally and to see how much they've evolved. And to see how much they evolved as a brand and what changed. And it was really a great opportunity for them to think about a rebrand and to just better understand who they were. So they took this opportunity when they were expanding to the second location to come to take a step back, think of their foundations, who are their people, who's coming to them, and is what they currently have reflective of the brand that they want to be. So here's a little bit about them. So you could see they are very performance-based. They are athlete-driven, right? So they're people that are looking for more than F45, looking for more than Orange Theory. Beginners are not going there. They also have an audience, like their target audience is like 20s and 30s young professionals. So here's what they had before, and this is what we created for them. So you can see what they wanted was something cool, timeless, powerful, no gimmicks. They were really big, no gimmicks, and really just effective that way. So here's a bit about the core values that they had and their mission. So you can see how we did that work and we then lined it up with their visuals. And here's their brand that came to life. From the beginning of where they were to where they are now, they're really providing a premium experience. So they wanted to look premium, and then you can guess it. When you look premium and you're providing the premium experience, you can then charge a premium. So how do we do this? How do we make sure that the brand that was created is going to be consistent and it's going to be used? So there's something called brand guidelines, right? So how many of you guys have brand guidelines? So brand guidelines is a document that is a set rules that has your type in it. It has how you apply your brands, your visuals, your colors, all your logos. So it's basically your Bible of how you do your brand. And you don't necessarily need to hire a designer to do this. Like sometimes it just takes analyzing what you're putting out and finding trends. Like what are the fonts that you're using? What are the colors that you're using? And then putting it all together in a document so that you can follow it along all your touch points. And not only that you could provide it to your staff or to whoever is working on your brand to make sure that it stays consistent. So they're important because, again, it ensures consistency. It provides a single reference point to align all team members and partners on visual and messaging standards. And it simplifies the collaboration. And it protects your brand integrity, right? So you could always have something to refer back to if you find that things are going out of control. We've had people come to us that have, just noticed that their brand was evolving and things were kind of getting a little out of control, and really to reel it in and set those rules for them. All All right, so I'm wondering how many of you have brand guidelines for your studio, and if this is something that would interest you. Megan, that's awesome advice. All right, so here's a broader example of what brand guidelines look like and that what is included. So generally, you have your identity. I threw them up here. This is an orthodontics office. So this is an orthodontist office. So it's a little different than fitness studio, but it's a new one that I just did. So I was excited about. So we include our logos. You'll see in like 4, 5, 6, 7 and how to use it. We have a color palette. We have the typography. We have our brand elements. We have some brand in use examples, right? So it looks like a lot of you guys don't have brand guidelines. Again, fine. I think it would, it really effective in your consistency to create one moving forward, I think. Okay, it looks like Cardwell, you talk about a brand kit and everything in Canva. That's actually what I am going to talk about next. There we go. Look at that. Okay, so brand kits are super cool in Canva. So after your brand is developed, or if your brand is already developed, what you can do is import it into Canva to create a brand kit that helps you be consistent with your branding when you're creating graphics or using Canva for anything. So you're able to include your logos and your fonts. Stephanie, I wholeheartedly agree. Well worth it, yes. You're able to also add your brand voice, which is some super cool AI stuff. I haven't used it yet. Photos, graphics, icons. So anything you really want to consolidate it into Canva to use, it's great. And what you could also do is have template examples. So for Sweat, we created some Canva templates for them, and they are able to use it to create their social graphics. So for example, I'm showing you here, this is a Canva template that I created for them. And here's an example of what they actually last week did with it, right? And here's another one. Okay, so they have a library of these templates for things that they're constantly using, instructor spotlights, promos, holidays, and they could always refer back to those templates. Here's another one. So we kind of created this for events, right? And literally putting in, there's their logo, a place for an image, heading, subheading, and here is something they did with it. So they promoted a collaboration they had with Restore. And here's another one, a little social thing that they promoted as well. Okay, so having these templates is super effective. All right, so in addition to your visual identity, we also have our verbal identity. I know in our first keynote, we spoke a lot about brand messaging, and obviously a clear brand messaging is really going to set you apart from your competitors in this market. But there's more to just brand messaging, right? Every brand you should have your own tone of voice and what you stand for, right? Like who is talking and how are you speaking? So it's developing how your brand communicates through tone and voice, words, and messaging. So here's the reasons why having a defined verbal identity is important. Again, trust, professional and consistent messaging across all platforms reassures clients. Differentiation, clear communication highlights your unique brand personality. And retention, engaging and a relatable language fosters loyalty and emotional connection. And this also goes back to, our target audience. Who are we speaking to, and how do they want to be spoken to? And how do you want to make them feel the way you want them to feel when they look at your brand and look at your studio? So I'm going to use Camp Tampa, which is a fitness studio in Tampa, as my example here. And with that, first, let's define the key elements of verbal identity. So first, we kind of have your messaging framework, which is like, what are you saying? So what are the messages that guide your communication and aligns with your brands, right? a lot of you are saying community, right? So that's part of your messaging framework. Like, so you know to constantly go back to community to kind of keep pushing that value of your brand. Okay. And then your tone of voice, it's how you say it, and that reflects the personality of your brand. And then you want your taglines and your vocabulary. So memorable phrases that you're using to describe your studio, and some brand languages that's just keeps coming back to that. So I'm asking you guys about your studio. Do you guys have a tagline? Anyone have a tagline here, or any sort of language that they constantly use for recognition? So before we start this.
Okay, people.
Oh, okay. Well, here's Camp Tampa. So before we get into their messaging, we need to learn a little bit about them.
Let's keep an eye out for too much fun. Maintain your composure at all times. It is extremely important to always stay in control. Keep your arms and legs inside the vehicle at all times.
All right, so Camp Tampa is super fun, right? They have a whole theme that this is like retro camp theme, and you could tell from that video that what they're doing is they're kind of marrying fitness with this awesome camp theme, right? So that video went back and forth. Just to read some of your taglines here. Create and live a life you love. Amazing. Follow your practice. For a yoga studio, I love that. All right, cool. So camp specifically positions itself as a lifestyle brand that goes beyond fitness, creating a fun space where people feel inspired, challenged, connected, and motivated. So their tone of voice is playful and inviting. It's quirky, it's humorous, it's dynamic, it's exciting, and it's full of personality. They are not afraid to be cheesy. Some of their taglines is choose your own adventure. May all campers be happy and free. It's all fun and games instead of it's all fun and games. So everything is so fun, and everything is kind of like these puns on camp. Jesse, I think it's either we love camp, I think, or I love camp. So here's a bit about their messaging with that in mind, right? So about like it being super fun in mind. The coolest camp in town, no sunscreen required. All the best activities, old friends and new friends. We had so much fun with this. Like we were just like letting loose on what they are and what they wanted to be and how they wanted people to feel. And you could see how there's just multiple different touch points where they're letting their brand come across, right? So I have up here on the left, top left, we have their website. Here we have one of their emails. Join us on the campgrounds. This is from social, right? Just the way they talk to their campers. I say campers. And then here on the bottom right, I'm showing kind of their front desk staff, right? So your messaging really wants to overlap with how your staff is treating your clients, right? How are they talking? What type of attitude do they have? And just kind of training them to really know how you want clients to feel when they come in. So here's a bit of a recap. So why brand consistency matters. It matters because it builds trust, enhances recognition, strengthens connection, and adds to the premium experience. And how do we achieve brand consistency? We achieve brand consistency by aligning your visual identity and verbal identity across all platforms and touch points. And some of the tools that are available are brand guidelines and content templates and digital asset libraries to ensure your consistent application of your brand identity. Now, when I think about a successful brand, I'm not going to judge whether or not it's pretty or, it's modern or it looks good, right? We're going to really think about, is it talking to your client audience and how does it make you feel? That's what makes a successful brand. All right, so a couple of people opted in for a little brand roast. So I took 2 volunteers. I'm not sure if they're here. Flex Fusion. Is any Flex Fusion here? All right. Hopefully they'll watch the recording. Anyway, they are in Silicon Valley, and here are the 2 logos I found of them, which I think it was super awesome that they have 2 logos, right? So they have their landscape view, which is great for the top of your website and other things. And then they have a logo mark, which could be part of merchandise or your social media presence. And this is what they look like, right? So they're actually in Silicon Valley, and they're very specific. It's fitness that fits your life. They prioritize your health, perform your best, feel incredible. And they are for, it says right here, busy professionals. So I'm curious in the comments what do you think is their ideal client here in terms of personality, right? We know they're busy professionals, Silicon Valley, they probably all work in tech. But how does this make you feel, right? What are the feelings that you're getting when you're looking at Flex Fusion's brand? While you guys are writing, I mean, I feel happy, right? The teal colors is making me happy. What I think that I don't feel is, driven. Okay, driven and motivated. I see that. I think that relaxed. Okay. No excuses. All right. No excuses. Your lifestyle is busy. No excuses. Strong. All right. I like how they use imagery of kind of normal people, right? It's not intimidating at all. Everyone feels like they fit there. I think it's all those things. They're doing a really good job. What I do think it's lacking is kind of the cool factor, right? I mean, does everyone need to feel cool when they go to a studio? No, but these are busy professionals, right? They might want to go there and feel, like they're part of something that is trendy, that is like, I love the cool factor. And if it does feel a bit dated to me. So here's more things about them, their programs. And here's their Instagram. I see this a lot, you guys. I call it like Canva happy. This is like super Canva happy. Are you guys like this? Are you Canva happy? Right? So I think Flex Fusion would definitely benefit from having a library of Canva templates. I don't find this to be cohesive. There's a couple of things I could point out that's good. They keep coming back to that teal color, which is good, but using the same fonts, using the same imagery is really effective. Here's another one. If they're in the house, raise your hands. Brazili Fitness, Viva a Vibe. I loved that tagline. It's awesome. I could imagine that Brazili Fitness probably their biggest challenge is maybe kind of differentiating themselves from Zumba, right? Giving like the Latin aspect of it. But it looks super lively to me, super exciting. This looks like a fun class. I would love to take it. The problem is they're getting Generation Z and millennials excited about group fitness. And guess what? I was born the year before millennials. I'm actually an exennial. So even though it looks fun and exciting, I'm not sure how I feel about this messaging, guys. It's a little too, pinpointy. And they're showing feel sexy and confident, the world's hottest Brazilian dance workout. Really clear messaging here. They're showing people dance and have fun. She's older than a millennial, so maybe I can come. But I think they're doing a really good job of kind of bringing in that Latin Brazilian flavor. Again, they're super Canva happy. This to me needs a little bit of help of just cohesiveness and just feeling professional and brushed up in there. All right, so I think we have time for questions. And Tara's back.
Okay. Hi, that was an amazing session. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, branding is so important, and it's like often an overlooked aspect. I think when you're starting a business, you're like finding the space and doing all the things, and it's like, I need a logo, and that's often time where it ends. But this was a great session on why it's so important to have that branding in place.
And we see a lot of the kind of like chicken before the egg situation where it's like, well, I need the brands, but I haven't built out my space yet. And, that challenge of all of it kind of coming together. So, I mean, but you could really work on your brand throughout any, before you open your studio, a year later. I mean, it's constantly evolving and you're constantly learning more about who is your target audience and what feeling you want to perceive. Okay. Marquita Owen says, how do you not go overboard on Canva? So I think really using those tools that I showed you in the presentation, creating that brand kit and creating brand templates so that you're using your own personal brand templates rather than, looking through Canva and picking something and just trying to, because it looks fun rather than looking like your actual brand. Mel is asking, can you tell us about colors and how they resonate with the brand? So there's a couple ways where we choose colors for a brand. One of the biggest ones is I look at all the studios basically within like a 50-mile radius of your studio, right? Because studios like own colors, right? You want to stand out and you also want your color to stand out. I remember when there was just, a handful of big studios like Orange Theory has orange, Soul Cycle owned yellow, Flywheel owned blue, Pure Bar owned red, right? So it's kind of, you want to try to find something that isn't so specific to that an existing brand. In addition to that, I noticed there's a lot of trends that go on with colors, right? Right now, we're seeing a lot of black and white. We were seeing a lot of black and white with pops of neon. Now we're seeing a lot of black and white with pops of metallic. A lot of yoga studios are going those muted colors. They're going like the sage green. They're going the roses. They're doing a lot of natural textures like wood, right? So it also goes with trends. Okay, so what else do we got here? For an expansive target group, how do you build a brand that relates to different age groups? Well, the first thing, Alice, I would probably tell you is to niche down, right? I'm big on niching, especially in such an oversaturated market, right? Like who do you want to talk to? What makes you stand out? But with that said, how do you appeal to all? I guess you could do just classic, timeless, safe. But I would encourage you to really niche down. Do I work with sports teams? Yes, we do. We worked with, we like to say brands that make people feel good, right? Overarching wellness. We do a lot of, in addition to fitness studios, we do a lot of healthy, fast casual restaurants, and really, as long as it kind of aligns with a healthy lifestyle, we're in it. Mel says, I am always confused about picking this and that, and I end up changing my mind very often. So I think that's where the foundational work comes in, really honing down on how you want your studio, how you want your brand to be perceived, and defining your mission, defining your audience, defining your values right? So getting comfortable with and pinpointing that will really help you make definite decisions down the line.
Thank you so much.
Yes, I just answered a lot of questions.
Yes, you did, and all great answers. That was amazing. As we know, building a brand is easier said than done. So thank you, Jenny, again, for all the branding tips and for reviewing brands. Our studios are going to know what not to miss now. And especially the Canva happy thing. That's like a real
There's
thing.
a lot of Canva happy. I get it.
Yes.
Canva's really fun. Yes. It's an awesome tool. It's for everyone. But don't forget, the brand recognition part.
Exactly. Yeah. And thank you. If you have any more questions, feel free to reach out to Jenny directly, following her information on the screen right now. And studio owners, thank you so much for engaging with us. We will announce the Engage and Win winner soon, and my team will reach out directly to you. So don't forget to check your email. And next up, we have, thank you so much again. That was amazing. Yes, I will be reaching out to you. When we speak of building a consistent brand, website plays a crucial role, so much so that it should deliver a client experience that sells itself. Up next is our expert, Connie Holan, who will share the hidden potential of websites by reviewing real studio websites live. Don't go anywhere. We've got so much coming up for you soon.
Hi, this is Sarah from Lotus Yoga. How can I help you?
Hi, I was actually looking for yoga classes to try, and I found you guys near me.
Oh, that's great. We have a studio in Brooklyn and downtown Manhattan. Which location were you thinking of visiting?
I was planning to hop by the one in Brooklyn.
Awesome. Could you help me with your name and email so I can assist with booking a class?
Sure. My name is Lana, and my email is lanahart@gmail.com.
Great. Just to confirm, that's lanahart@gmail.com, correct?
Correct.
Cool. When do you want me to schedule your first class?
Do you have any classes available tomorrow evening?
Yes, we have Power Yoga at 6 p.m. and Flow Yoga at 8 p.m. Which class would you like me to book for you?
I can do the power yoga class at 6 p.m.
Lovely. Let me book it for you real quick.
Yeah, sure.
Cool. I've booked the class for you. You will receive a confirmation email with all the details.
Thanks, Sarah.
You're welcome. See you tomorrow at 6 p.m.
Hey friends, hope you are having a great time at the Fitness Founders Summit. If you're just joining us for the first time, go ahead and drop your location and the name of your business into the chat. It's now time to unlock the hidden potential of website for conversions with Connie Holin. Hi, Connie. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm going to read through your bio, which is amazing. Connie Holin is a website designer, digital strategist, podcast host, speaker, and educator. She's also a Google search certified marketer and certified Squarespace expert. Her boutique web design agency, Pixality Design, works with fitness and wellness studio owners to create easily found websites that are easy to update and provide visitors with an exceptional online experience. Connie is also a retired Air Force pilot and lives outside of Lincoln, Nebraska with her husband and 4 sons. And don't forget to make sure to engage in the chat section so that you can get the chance to win 2 free 60-minute calls, mini digital strategy consulting calls, 5 free Kenko accounts with 3 months of free marketing automation, and that Amazon gift card for $500. I'm going to go ahead and pass it over to you, Connie. Thank you so much.
All right, great. Get my slides going. Here we go. How's that? Can you see my slides?
Yes, they're coming up right now. Perfect.
There they are. All right, excellent. All right, so you heard all about me. There's that. You mentioned the contest. We'll skip through that. Yep, and there's a reminder. Hi, Terry. Hi, Lisa. Oh, lots of names I see in the chat. Hi, everyone. Glad you're here. All right, there's a reminder of all the fun stuff that they've got going today.
And this is what we are going to be talking about today. This is kind of a fun one for me. We're doing website teardowns. So thanks in advance to all those people who submitted your websites to potentially be looked at during this presentation. We're going to get to that in a little bit. And we're just going to look at, in a very kind and loving way, the hidden potential that some businesses, just some small tweaks here and there that can really make a big difference in your website. So I'm excited to dive into this. All right, so before we get to that, before we get to the fun stuff of actually looking at your real websites, let's set the criteria for these teardowns. What is it that I look at when I'm auditing a website, when I'm giving feedback or consulting somebody on their website? So the big question is your website working? We're going to look at that criteria that I just define for whether a boutique fitness website actually works or not. We are going to then look at 4 different studio websites. I'm going to do a little review of their homepage, give some recommendations, and hopefully that's something that everyone who's on the call can learn from. And then we'll go over, just to summarize it all up, some takeaways and some to-dos that you can do on your website, and a little checklist that you can take to your website to tear it down in the most kind and loving way. And then there'll be some time for some Q&A. Okay. So what is your website's job? When it comes down to it, and this is important, I think, to just start this conversation out with, because I want you all to know what the expectations I have for your website are, and the expectations that you can have for your website. Your website's job description is to help your studio get found, to instill trust in the prospect who might have heard from you from a friend, might have seen a sign going past, might have actually gone to Google and looked for Pilates classes near me. But it is to instill trust in them that you are a legitimate business. And then ultimately it's to connect. And another word we use for this is to convert. Really what a conversion is you're connecting with the person to where they are excited about doing business with you, trying your classes, trying your thing. And so they are going to connect with you and take that first step that you want them to do. So these are the 3 things that are reasonable expectations for you to have of your website, but it doesn't just happen just by having a website. That getting found comes from actually having some indicators in place to help your search strategy, to help search engines like Google know who you are and where you are. So we're going to be talking about that throughout this too, because I do think it's an important part of what your website should do for you. Building that trust or instilling trust in the viewer comes down mostly to visual design. How does the website hit you? What's the vibe? Does it feel boutique? Does it feel like a place that you want to go spend money to be in? And then the last part is the brand message. And those are a lot of the words and what the buttons and what the call to action, what the offers are. And these are the things that really connect with people, is the brand message. So you can kind of break apart all the things that we're going to talk about into one of these buckets. And I want you to keep this in mind as we're going through this and as you're looking through your own website, and see if there's one of these areas that you feel like you need to put a little more effort into. Maybe you're doing really well on 2 of them, and there's one area that's kind of dragging your site down. Where we want to be is that little yellow spot in the middle where all 3 of those things are working together. And that means your website is doing the job that it can do to help your business. Okay. So in today's presentation, we are going to be looking at home pages. And, other than the fact that we only have 45 minutes here and I can't do a deep dive into all websites, the home page is the most important page of your website for a lot of different reasons. So if you are going to work on one part of your website, work on the home page. Why is that? It's because it's the entry point for most website visitors. Obviously, they go to your domain, they're going to land on your homepage. And 75% of consumers admit to making judgments on a company's credibility based on the company's website design. So just those 2 points alone means that people are going to judge your business based on that homepage. First impressions matter. The number here isn't the important thing. There's all kinds of numbers all over the internet about how long it takes for users to form an opinion about a website once they land on it. This one stat I pulled was 0.05 seconds. The point is it takes a very short amount of time for someone to start making opinions about your website from your homepage when they land on it. And then this is kind of an interesting topic that I get asked a lot. If you've heard people talk about you need to do everything above the fold, that is trending away. And what that means is, classically, if you have like a newspaper that's folded, the top part of your website without scrolling was where everything had to be. That is becoming less and less the case these days. More and more users are scrolling further down, mostly because more and more users are using phones. But that same concept of like the most important information needs to be up near the top. And so that's when I'm auditing these websites today. That's what we're going to be looking at, is getting those key critical pieces of information up near the top so that they cannot be missed. And then how important is your website homepage? It actually does impact. It's a significant factor in the strength of how you show up on Google as well. Your Google business profile actually looks at that website homepage to decide for Google to help decide where to rank you relative to your competitors. So it's important for search as well as the actual, just the person landing on your homepage. Okay, so what is the conversion equation? What things do I look at when we're tearing down websites or when we're auditing websites? It really comes down to how fast, how clear, and how convincingly you can answer these 5 questions. When I see the Blueprint Studio, guess what? You're one of the ones I reviewed, so I'm going to give you some tips, so stay tuned. Okay, so how fast, how clear, how convincingly you can answer these 5 questions. This is a little checklist you could take to take a look at your own website. So the viewer that comes to your website, they are trying to answer these 5 questions in their mind. And if they get to the point where they're having to work too hard to answer those questions, they're going to bounce and they're going to go look at one of your competitors, or they're going to find some other thing to do. People don't like to work real hard when they hit a website. So I need to know, as a prospect, what does this business do? Like, in plain language, put it in terms I can understand. Like, am I in the right place even for what I'm looking for? Where is this business? This is really important these days, especially with all the virtual stuff and the app-based things and everything. If you're looking to actually go physically to a place to work out, you need to know that it's close to you and it's in your town even. Who is this for? That gets into, am I going to fit in there? Do people like me go there? And why should I care? This is where we're talking about, the benefits that I'm going to have, not just the features of your studio. And we have great instructors and great classes and all that, but why should I care? What am I going to get out of it? What's in it for me? And then how do I start? That first clear action that you want people to take. If people have to hunt for that, or they're confused about where to start, what to do, they'll probably leave and may or may not come back. So what, where, who, why, and how are the 5 questions that we look at to decide whether a web page converts and whether it's doing its job. So you'll see those questions a lot through this presentation. Okay, so I'm going to give some examples first of what I mean by all those things. So what does this business do? On this site, the subheading, you can see it says, "Come find your best self at the only local bar studio." So it's very clear to me. I know what a bar studio is. It's very clear to me what that modality is, right? Pretty simple. Where is this business? So there's really 3 places I look at to make it very obvious where the business is. One of them is up in that subheading again. So this one says private Pilates lessons and small group practice, downtown Seattle, Washington. So I'm very clear. Don't even have to scroll. I can see exactly where this business is. I can't tell you how many websites I look at that I have to go hunting on the website to find out where in the world they're located. I have to go to the contact page, and then maybe there's a map on that contact page. So people don't want to work that hard, right? If I see a sign, I want to make sure this is the one in my area, because there's the same business names in a lot of places in the fitness world, or that sound really similar. So right there in the headline, in the footer is a great place to put it. And then also, this is like a screenshot of if you hover over the tab in the top of a Chrome browser, you can see what the page title is. This isn't so much for the viewers who are coming to your website. This is really for Google, though. That's one of the #1 places that Google looks at to find out where you are in the world, so that they can put you on the map and put you above your competitors, because they know that where your target audience is. So in this one, when I hover over that tab, it says downtown Seattle Pilates Studio. And then also says West Seattle in there. So we have some location terms in that page title as well. And if you don't know where to put the page title on your website, if you just Google website title, SEO, Squarespace platform, or Wix platform, or whatever, you can figure out where to put that. It's just someplace on the back end of your website. Okay. Here's just one more push for the where is your business being an important thing. These are the top 9 local PAC ranking factors that you have control over. There are some you have control over, like where the person that's searching is standing. And so what I mean by the local PAC is in Google, if you're searching something that shows local buying intent, I am standing someplace and I'm saying yoga class near me. Google says, oh, they want to go someplace physically that is near them. They're going to probably surface this local PAC, which is an example right here in the box with the map, right? You've probably all seen it when you've been using Google. Everyone wants to be on the local PAC. That's where the majority of the clicks go to websites. So backing that out, what are the things that can get your business in that local PAC? And these are the top 9 things that do that. We're not going to go through all of them today, but I did want to point out that number 8 on that list is that the keywords are in your Google Business Profile landing page title, which is most likely your homepage. So it is all related. And that page title, if you've got the search terms that you want to get found for and you have your location, Google sees that and they like give you a thumbs up in their rankings. Okay. And then who is this for? Here's a great example of just a snippet from a website client of mine that's doing a good job of showing who they're for. So we do that in a couple of different ways. One, we speak directly to them. So in this paragraph, you can see it says, whether you're a seasoned athlete, just getting started, or anywhere in between, we can help you feel strong, capable, and at home in your body. Right? They're not talking about how great their classes are, how experienced their instructors are, how great their equipment is. They're talking about how I'm going to feel as a prospect if I become a client of theirs. And then we also like to show who it's for in photos. So you can see this photo slideshow that's going through. It's showing a variety of different people, ages, genders, body types, all of that thing. They're just showing, making it feel like it is for everyone. That's this business. That might not be every business, but so you can see that you really, as a prospect, might see yourself in the studio by seeing these elements on the site. Okay, why should they care? This is one of the fun ones too. This is an actual headline and subheading that I got off of a website. If yours looks something like this, that's totally fine. It's very, very normal. You might go to any fitness studio or gym website and see something like, welcome to our studio. We're committed to delivering excellent, well-rounded workouts to meet each client's unique needs. Nothing wrong with that statement at all, but it's very business-centered and it's not very consumer-centered or client-centered. It's not telling me why I should care as the person you're trying to talk to on your website. So if we wanted to rewrite that a little bit, just go look at like some of the reviews. Let's go put it in the words of the actual clients use. Here's just some reviews from Yelp or Google. I think this is Yelp reviews. And you can see there's actual clients saying the studio is very relaxing. It's become a refuge from the day's grind for me. My back doesn't seem to hurt like it used to after a day working on the computer. My body feels refreshed, my spine awake. Those are really great words that clients are actually using to explain the experience in the studio. So a much better headline and text on the site would be something like this: awaken your spine and refresh your body. Stuck behind a computer all day, feeling sluggish and worn out? Start feeling good again with a workout at our studio. So you can see the difference between the before and after when you put the lens of the client's experience and what the client's going to get out of it, and take off your studio owner hat and just pretend you're a client and actually start using the words that they use to describe it. The website's going to connect that much more. So that checks the box for like why I should care. Okay, and the last one is how to get started. You've probably heard this one before, but you should be bored of seeing, it should be such a clear path. You should be very bored of seeing your own intro offer, that first step, whether it's a first free class, a free consultation, get started for $67, monthly membership, whatever it is, it should be really obvious. So whenever that prospect is done browsing around and they have all the information they need to make that step, they don't have to go hunting for it. It's really obvious. So clear, consistent, and compelling call to action, or that first step that you want someone to take. Okay. So with that out of the way, now that we have the basics and we know the rules of this audit, again, big thank you, round of applause for everyone. And I got a whole bunch of website submissions from people who are willing to be kind of featured in this presentation. So thank you all for doing that. Thank you specifically to the 4 that I picked out that we're gonna go over here. I appreciate the engagement and the willingness to have your website looked at publicly. Okay, so first up, this is cut 7. So this one is a really good one. First impressions, I'm going to go over kind of all those 5 questions and then my first impressions of it, and then pull out some details from each one of these sites. So first impressions of this one, gorgeous. It's a gorgeous website, feels very boutique, feels very high end. Their branding is on point. It's very striking, as you can see. Their photos are really good. This is like a 10 out of 10 first impressions website. It was really a great one. So let's dive in a little bit more and see how it converts and see what can be improved. The what. So what do they do? I got this information really easily. It's in this little paragraph right here. And if you read through that, if you go to their website, you read through that, I'm sure that 2 to 3 sentence paragraph took them a long time to craft and put the effort into it, because it really does hit all the important things in a concise manner. That's really hard to do when you're writing website copy, but that one does. It's a really good example of that. So I can tell just from that little short paragraph that what they do is that you can get the precision of personal training in a group setting. That's essentially what they do. So very clear. Where? This one wasn't so clear. This is something that I think that they can clear up a little bit. So they mentioned in the footer a DC location studio, and only a DC location studio. But then up in the header, they say ARL. I'm guessing that's Arlington, now open. So that button's up in the header. So there's a little bit of confusion if they have 2 locations, where they are, if they do have 2. So that can get cleared up a little bit. I would say for sure, if they do have 2 locations, put both information in the footer so that it's very clear. 2 locations, here's where they are, here's the name, the address, and the phone number of them. And then probably something up below that where those buttons are on the top. So you've never felt this, that's a great headline. And then either a button, Arlington, book at Arlington, book at DC or something, or even just a small subheading that's like 2 studio locations, DC and Arlington, whatever it might be. So I was a little unclear about the where. So area for improvement there. The who. So this is going to be a question mark on all of them, because I didn't talk to these studio owners, so I'm not 100% sure who they're targeting, but I'm going to tell you who I think they're targeting by what I saw on the website. And then they can figure out if that's right or not. But that's a good way. If you show it to somebody who doesn't really know much about your business, they can say, it looks like you're trying to attract these people. Is that right? So for the who for this one, it looks to me like they are targeting fit, successful people who are already pretty fit and already successful. But they're looking to take it to the next level with a new challenge. So it's definitely a different target audience than a lot of different fitness studios are. I can tell that why I got that impression was the photos for sure. We're seeing very fit people. And then just the way that they talk about it. You've never felt this. So it's kind of that like next level challenge type feel. So that's who I think that they're targeting. If they are targeting that, then they did a good job of portraying that on the website. And then why? Why should I care if I'm one of those people? Again, in that little tiny paragraph, they mentioned that you can get optimal results. So, and an intentional program. So that to me kind of explains why this is different and why I might want to try it if I'm in that target audience there. And then, so I thought that why was pretty good and pretty clear. The other thing this website does nicely is those vertical photos down there, strength, recovery, nutrition. If you hover over those, it gives you a little more information, which is a great web trick to keep it really nice and clean and minimal and engaging, but also people can dive in and get more information just with a hover. So, and then the last one, how. This is another area that I thought this website could do a little better job at. That reserve, if the only call to action really on this homepage is that ARL now open and then the reserve. So if I click on the reserve, it goes to the schedule page. And then for the schedule page, I need to book a class, I need to create an account. And so that's kind of as far as I got as a new person. If I do go to the pricing page, They have intro offers mentioned. So they have new client specials. There's no mention of those new client specials on the homepage though. So if I'm a new client and maybe I'm a hot lead because I came from a friend who loves it there and I'm like, oh yes, this is for me. I'm probably going to hit reserve and I'm probably going to get in the widget and I'm going to be like, I have to create an account just to see, where do I go from here, what the prices are. So my suggestion there would be make it very clear. It can be very concise. Maybe put it as a button up at the top right next to that hamburger menu. Try 1 week of classes for X dollars or whatever it is, whatever that offer is. But I feel like there should be some mention of that new client offer on the homepage someplace and a link so that somebody can go directly to it. All right. So a few other things that I wanted to mention from this website is just some things that I thought were really well done that I wanted to bring out. The page title does mention service keyword and the location keyword. So if you look at their hover over the tab in the top of the window, it mentions sports conditioning. That would be a service keyword that they're trying to get found for. And then Logan Circle, DC. So that would be a location keyword. So great job on that. You got that in your page title. Another thing I really like to see here was their testimonials. A little further down the page, they had some testimonials. And what I thought was interesting was they are including the person's name and then also their job title. So this guy is a corporate counsel at Amazon. That is totally not something that most studios are going to do for their testimonials. It's not really relevant to what most studios are doing. But if I'm right in my assessment of this brand and who they're targeting, they're looking for those type A personalities, those people who are successful and professionals and who are trying to climb the corporate ladder. So actually, by putting those job titles there, they are probably doing a really good job of letting people know that these are the types of people who come here. So that might have been an intentional thing, might not have been, but I think that was a real subtle way to signal who this workout is for. And again, not something probably that most studios are going to do, but it does really make sense for this brand, I believe, from what I can see of it. And then also wanted to show in the footer, this is a screenshot of the footer down here. They have the address of, again, the DC location at least, but that address is linked to their Google business profile. So that's a really nice way to kind of tie in that Google business profile to the website. And then that address matches exactly what that Google business profile is. So we're not giving Google any room to guess that, yes, this is the same business and this is where they are. So kudos to this business. Great website and a lot of great things going on here. All right, next up is the Blueprint Studio. So first impressions of this one, I was a little confused. So when you just kind of land on it, and then particularly if you're looking at it on mobile, I included the mobile screenshots here so you could see what it looks like on mobile. There's very clear contact info up at the top, but you can't really see anything else on mobile. You see the top of that headline, design the blueprint that fits and then you kind of lose it. So there's really not a whole lot on mobile specifically to clue us in when we first land on the site, what's going on here. And then additionally, great photo, really engaging, fun photo up the top. I think the headline is great, which we'll get to in a second. But then the next thing is download the app. So I still don't really know what this business does, given by the name and the headline and the photo. I'm kind of thinking maybe it's personal training. But then when I looked up at the top, there's in the main navigation up in the black part up there, there's salon services is one of the mentions in the nav. So I'm just a little confused over what this business does without really digging in. So that's another area of opportunity, I think, for this website is to really define in a very concise statement what it is that this business does and put it very high up on the page. If I scroll down further towards the very, very bottom, there's information about cycle, bootcamp, hip hop classes, which seems when I dove a little closer, more into the site, that is the core services that they're selling here, but it doesn't, you'd have to get pretty far down to even see those services mentioned. So area of improvement to be more clear about what you do further up the page, particularly on mobile. We need to get some helpful information. Contact info is great. Those contact bars up the top are great, but design-wise, they shouldn't be taking up that much space. So we can see some other things. Where this business is too is another area that can be improved on. So about 3/4 of the way down the page in a paragraph, I saw that they're in Tulsa, but that's something that needs to be a lot further up the page. In a layout like this, where there's a contact bar up at the top, there's oftentimes a way that in that contact bar that you can put the phone number, the address, a little map pin and Tulsa or something. That would be another way of getting it in there. Or you work it into a subheading, design the blueprint that fits your body's needs, cycle boot camp, hip hop classes in downtown Tulsa or wherever the location is. Just like a subheading would really clear things up here. Who this business is for, this is kind of what I got from looking at the homepage. People who are tired of one size fits all fitness and who beauty is a part of their overall definition of well-being. So that's what I got from looking at this. Whether that's right or not, I'm not sure. And then why? This is an area I thought they did pretty well. Great lead headline. I really like that. Design the blueprint that fits your body's needs. It's cute with the name of the business, but also I think really speaks to a different point of view. I would love to see that point of view and that philosophy come out a little bit more. I think you could really, really run with that. That's a really good why someone should care. And then I'll show on the next slide, but further down the page, there's a paragraph down there that's really good. It just, that needs to be surfaced a lot more. It's kind of hidden. And then how this one also question also led to my kind of confusion on the site. There's buttons to download the app. There's a button to get started. There's buttons to book now. There's buttons to buy now. There's just a lot going on, a lot of different buttons, sending them a lot of different places on the site. So I would pull that down a little bit and make a concise, like, get started with your first class free, or get started with 3 classes for X dollars, and make that the repeating thing on the web page. Your website is primarily for new people. Your existing people, the people who are already coming to your classes, they're either going to come to the website, go directly to the schedule and book, or they're going to have an app already downloaded and they're not even going to go to the website. So your website, you need to look at the website lens through someone who is not a client yet, and then make the path to become a client really easy and clear. Okay. Some other good things that this website is doing. They've got the page title and service keyword and location keywords also in their website title. So it says fitness specialists in Tulsa, Oklahoma. So if it's fitness specialists, if that's the keyword they're going for, then that's what they've got there. You could also change that to fitness classes or something that maybe you were trying to go for more. But there's a service and a location there, so I'm happy with that page title. They have a chat widget on the site, which I think is great. It shows personal attention. It shows there's real people behind the business. It's on brand color-wise with the site. So I think the chat widget is a really good addition to this site. And then this is that paragraph that I talked about. It's really far down at the bottom, but it's really great messaging. So let us be your guide. Making a plan and sticking to it takes commitment. Our body architects will help you keep motivated. So it's really speaking to why. It's the why that someone might come to this studio. It's buried. I think you've got the messaging there. Just surfacing it up near the top would be a great move. Okay. Next up is Yoga Motive. So first impression of this one was a little overwhelmed. A lot of text, a lot of things going on. My eye wasn't quite sure where to go, what to read first. Some of the text is hard to read on that top banner, especially on mobile too. It gets cut off and you lose some of it. So first impression was a little bit of overwhelm on this one. The what, I think this is one of the biggest areas of a potential improvement on this site. Up at the top, that is actually a slider. I didn't even realize it at first because it doesn't move automatically. And the arrow buttons even aren't there all the time unless you hover over it. So given that I didn't know it was a slider, it wasn't a moving slider, all I'm seeing is Reformer Pilates. And so I was a little confused because I was like, is yoga? I was kind of expecting a yoga site, but maybe it's a Reformer Pilates studio. You don't see that the next slides on there are yoga and that they do offer different stuff. So given that, I think that the slider, there's better ways to do that so that you can get it across that you do reformer Pilates, you do mat Pilates, you do yoga, all the things that you do. And then that text is hard to read. Most people don't have great eyesight and aren't going to work really hard to read white text on a light background like that. So cleaning up that top section to like show people really what you offer in a very concise way would be a good improvement here. And then where, this is another thing, it's in the footer, it's clearly in the footer, but it's no place higher on the page. So it's not in the page title, it's not in any of the top type stuff. So if I'm unsure where this business is, I'd really have to go kind of hunting and go all the way down to the bottom to find it. So those two things can be improved. As far as who this business is for, they did a great job spelling that out in a lot of different ways. It's for unfit, inflexible, people with back pain, people who are stressed out. The text is very, very clear about who would benefit from taking classes here. The stock photos are not helping that conversation though. I'm not sure if the top one is an actual studio or if that's a stock photo, but the only people other than the thumbnail for the video who are on this page look to be stock images. So people can kind of tell that like something's off, you know, especially if it's someplace they're going to go visit, they really want to see the space. So I would show more people and definitely your space. I would completely get rid of stock images. It's not helping people connect with your site at all. Okay, so two really good things that this site is doing. The why, they absolutely nailed the why messaging here. I've got a little zoomed in more on the next screen that we can take a look at, but they absolutely, it's very clear. They know their clients, they know how they can help them, and they're reflecting that back to the viewers of their website. So 10 out of 10, A+ on that messaging, completely nailed it. And then the how, book your free first yoga or Pilates class here is that first button. That cannot be any more clear either. So I like that you've got the free offer. It's very clear that it is. And then bonus, you even have a video that's somebody talking through what happens when they claim that first free class. So that is a definite good job too. Some other things about this website, I mentioned the video. I don't know if that's the owner or the manager, but a real person from the studio being on video and inviting them to take a complimentary class, like that's awesome. That's a really, really job well done. With all the AI that's going on right now, actually seeing someone's face on video in a business you might want to go to is really going to go a long way. So great job with that. A little further down the page, there's also a section, and we call this social proof in the web design world, but there's a section that has badges from awards that they've won. And they talked about how long they've been in the area. So that social proof is showing, yeah, we're legitimate and we're respected in our area. So that's a great thing to have on there too. And then, yeah, one more round of applause for this customer-centered messaging. It's very clear that you did the work to listen to what your clients and your customers actually say about your business, and you listed it out on your website. So I love all those bullets. I think that that's really well done. When I originally landed on the site, I felt a little overwhelmed by all the text. Some of the things you might want to look at doing are keeping this, but maybe putting it in like where if you hover over it, then the text shows up, like that first example that I had, or accordion text where there's like a plus sign, and if you click on it, then more text drops down. So there's ways that you can kind of keep the page a little less overwhelming and text heavy, but still have it all in there. And if people are, fed up with back pain, fed up with dealing with back ache and joint stiffness, read more. And if that's you, if you do have the back pain issue, you're probably going to click on read more and you're going to see the drop down of more information. So keep it all somehow, but there are some design ways that you could just kind of make it a little more concise and a little less overwhelming to first look at. Okay. And I believe this is the last one. So this is a full circle. First impression, another just completely beautiful, lovely site, gorgeous branding, gorgeous photos. First impression is this is very boutique site, very high end, worth the price tag. I don't even know what the price tag is, but worth the price tag. So definitely a good first impression. I trust this business right away. What does this business do? Could not be more clear about that. Pole dance and movement space. Okay, great, got it. Where is this business? Again, the subheading right underneath it, like A+ for that. They're very clear about, it's a safe and fun environment. 2 beautiful, calm and clean studios, one in Brooklyn and one in Harlem. So they spell it out right there. I know what it is. I know where it is. I'm interested. I know I'm in the right place. Who is this built for? Who is this talking to? My interpretation of that would be women looking for something fun and challenging that makes them feel sexy. I get that from the text. I get that from the images. Why should I care? So this is an area that I think they can improve on. If you read through the site, the assumption is that people who are coming to the site already know they want to try it. But there's probably some people who are really hesitant about this sort of thing. They're curious, but they're not completely convinced yet. So I'm missing the messaging layer that tells me, that convinces me that I should try it. What am I going to get out of it? So unless you're like totally booked all the time anyway, and you have enough people who are just know they want to do it without really even having that sales conversation, I would layer in some of that in there, some of that convincing, like telling me what the benefits of pole dance and movement are, and what I might get from it after I've attended some classes. The how also is a little confusing, so there's some improvement here as well. There's a book now button in the top nav, which is great. I love having a top nav, far right, a button. It's on every page. You know exactly where to go. So I love the fact that you have a button there. Same thing as the previous one, though. If you click book now, it goes to the schedule. I have to create an account before I can do anything. It's not really a great place, to lead new clients. I believe you do have intro offers as well. I think I saw that on the pricing page, but there's not a mention of that either. So especially with something like pole dance, I think that a page dedicated to beginners, new here's how you get started. Here's what it looks like. Here's some frequently asked questions that people have, just overcoming those hesitations that people have, because people are probably getting out of their comfort zone to try something like this. So I would clean up kind of that, how do I get started, and make that a much easier path and reassure people that they can do this. That would be an area of improvement on the site. And then some other things I pulled out from here. I love how this section where they talk about learn pole dance from the most experienced instructors in NYC, they're sneaking in another keyword there, another location keyword. So I think that's a great use of that. The footer has both locations. They've got 2 of them, both locations. Complete info is down there. It's clear in the footer. They've got the address, they've got the emails, they've got the phone numbers. So excellent job with that. Very clear. And then I like that in this section, they've got a testimonial over top of their studio space. I love that they're using photos that show that clean and well-lit space. That's going to also overcome concerns. If you look through, like I look through a lot of client reviews from people who go to fitness studios, and one of the things that clients often say in their client reviews was how clean and how nice the space was. So apparently that is a common concern that people have going to a new gym or a fitness studio that's going to be all dingy and dark and dirty. So if you can show your space in a great light, show how clean and nice it is, you're going to like naturally overcome some of those buying hesitations that people have just by showing good photos like that. So I thought that was a very good example of that. Okay. Whew. That's already okay. All right, so let's try. I'm just checking the chat because I haven't really been looking, but I'll go back through that in a second. We'll just wrap up. We'll get to Q&As here in a few minutes. But now that you've seen kind of an example of me doing some teardowns of some homepages, it's your turn. Pull up your own homepage, pull up your own website, and run through that checklist for it. What does this business do? Specifically looking for plain language services that describe what you do. Not the time to get cute and complicated and abstract about what you do. Like, say it as it is. Say it how somebody would type it into Google. Where is this business? Make sure that location is front and center somewhere, either at the top or in a headline. Also make sure that it's in your page title. Who is this for? Check that your photos reflect the people who you want to be coming into your studio. And you have you-centered copies, and copies the words on the site. So do you have words that speak to the right people and what their goals and dreams are? Why should I care? Benefits over features on that one. So what's in it for me versus what you think is awesome about your own studio. And then how do I start? A very clear first step, and I use the term intro offer, but that could just be contact us for a consult or whatever it is, whatever that clear first step is, and buttons that reflect that strategically placed throughout the site. And just some other quick wins to piggyback on those things. Yeah, I can mention that a million times, but add that location and primary service to your page title. You can do that in about 2 minutes, and that will help Google and everything going forward. Choose a new client call to action. So whatever that client call to action is, and make it obvious. We didn't talk too much about this one, but make sure we looked at some of the examples, make sure that the text is readable. So if you need to increase the size of your text or increase the contrast, so by darkening up the background or lightening up the text that's on top, if you've got text on top of images, just make sure things look crisp and clear and easy to read. You don't want people squinting to try to read it. Replace stock photos with real photos if at all possible, and then go rewrite some of your key headlines. You can use ChatGPT to help you with that. I often throw in some Google reviews and say, help me rewrite this headline, given that these are client reviews, and use some of the words that they're using. And ChatGPT will help you kick some of those things out. So these are some of the things that are pretty quick wins that you could sit down for an hour and kind of knock out to improve your website between now and January. All right. Got about 5 minutes. If anyone's got questions. Let's see. I'll go through some of them. Okay. Okay, what do you recommend for a virtual business on advertising location? I will do in-home with local, but I'm mainly virtual. Yeah, that I think just be really clear about what it is, Austin, Texas based. I'm just guessing here. I'm not sure where you are, but Austin, Texas based personal trainer offering virtual sessions anywhere in the world or the US or whatever it is. So just be like very clear about the context that you deliver if it's not in person. And if you do, have like local ones, you can also do available in-person services in the Dallas-Fort Worth area or something. So yeah, just really clear about it. And then as far as Google Business Profile, you can create a Google Business Profile as well. There's a little box to check there that just says I'm a serviced area business. You put your home address there, but that's not published, but it'll show basically think of like a locksmith or something. Like they will go to you and they'll show like a radius around where you'll go. So if you want, you can still do a Google Business Profile for that too. But just be clear on your website. Another more love for the chat widget. Yes. Let's see, what other questions do we have? How do you go about having offers show up on the website? I plan to do something for New Year's. Oh, good question. So like promotional offers, Cheryl asked, I think. So yeah, if you have like special offers. So I would have your normal call to action, your normal intro offer, your normal pricing page, evergreen, the one you have up all the time. And then if you have special offers, that's where I would use some type of tools like an announcement bar up at the top. In WordPress, it's called a hello bar. In Squarespace, it's called an announcement bar. But you've seen that on websites before where there's just like a banner up at the top that pops up that's like, Black Friday deal, get 20% off 10 class packs, click here, and it'll go to the pricing page where you've got the special offer. So you're kind of overlaying an announcement on the current site to call people's attention to the fact that there's an announcement. You could also use a pop-up. There's different kinds of pop-ups, little corner side pop-ups or bigger pop-ups. They call people's attention to the special. You've got a coupon code, you can put it right in there too. So I would not tear apart your entire pricing page if you're doing a promotion. I get panicked like emails every year after Thanksgiving with people who did that and now need to put it all back together. So I would keep all your normal pricing there. That's really good so people can see the context of what the normal pricing is, but then do like some sort of like overlay banner or overlay pop-up that calls people's attention to the special that's running. To not overwhelm the homepage, how much is too much? That is the question, right? That is a great question. There's no one right answer there. Trying to think of some tips on that. You know, I would just ask some people, like if you, or like look at it like you give it fresh look and say, do I know where to go? Where, you know, where is my eye going to go? I would also scroll down. Some people will just read the headlines and the button text. So headline, button text, headline, button text. Does that make sense? You know, do I get the gist of what's going on this page? I would say you can add as many, like keep going down the page as you want, because if someone keeps scrolling, they're still interested. I would keep the paragraphs short though. Paragraphs, I mean, I would just, as a general rule of thumb, like 3 to 4 sentences. And then if you need to do more, that's where you do like learn more and it goes to a different page, or it does a accordion drop down or something. So I would say there's no, like, as long as your headlines are thoughtful, stick with headline and like a 3 to 4 sentence paragraph with one kind of thought, one topic, and then move on to the next one. So I think the main tip I would give you to that, to not overwhelm the homepage, is make sure that you have enough headlines, hierarchy in the words that you have on there, and then short descriptive paragraphs. So I know that's not really a total answer to that question. So you're welcome, Marquita. How do you set up the page? Okay. How do you set up the page titles so the info shows up when you hover over the page title? So that depends on the platform that you're using. So just Google, and Rachel, you can put in like what website platform you're using, but if it's Squarespace, I know it's under settings, marketing, SEO. I don't know about other platforms by heart, but basically just Google website title. That's what it is. It's the website title. So how to add website title to my website on X platform. Any advice on targeting?
Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
Are we done? We're done.
No, you're good. You're good. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll do this last question. Any advice on targeting 2 different clients? Example, our clinical Pilates people and our group reformer people have a different who and why, but we offer services to both. That is an excellent question, and a challenge a lot of studios have. I would say your homepage becomes your brand, your overall brand message. Like, what can you as the owner tie between those 2 things? What are the universal things that there's got to be like some crossover between those clients? So that becomes like kind of your overall, it would be like your brand tagline, almost like that top level of what you want to be known for. And then siphon them off as fast as you can to like 2 sections of your site. So your call to action on your homepage is going to be get started with clinical Pilates, get started with group reformer classes, or almost like that one example, the yoga motive, where, you know, she was listing it out like, are you experiencing this, this, and this? This is where you want to start. Are you experiencing this, this, and this? This is where you want to start. And then you're going to move them off to like secondary landing pages as fast as you can, so you can talk to them more directly. So the homepage becomes more of like, here's what we do, here's why we do it. This is for you if, this is for you if. You can do testimonials that would relate to both of them. You could do like location information that would relate to both of them. But then your calls to actions are going to get them to like 2 different pages where you talk specifically about the different services that you have for those people. That would be my like very quick response to that. I'm sure there's different ways you could go about that if I thought about it a little bit longer, but yeah, Rachel, it's under settings, marketing, SEO is where you're going to find the page title in Squarespace. Okay.
Thank you so much, Connie. That was an amazing session. I learned so much, and like seeing you tear down everything, I think was super practical for everybody to walk away with some major tips for their website. I think I even changed a couple of things on my own while you were going through the process. So thank you again so much for joining us today.
Well, you are very welcome. I was happy to be here. This was fun. And you can find me at pixalitydesign.com. I'm also on Instagram at pixalitydesign.
Thank you again so much. And thank you, studio owners, for engaging with us. We will be announcing the Engage and Win winner soon, and we will be reaching out to you directly. So do not forget to check your email. And if you have any more questions, please feel free to reach out to Connie directly. As a fitness and business owner, you know that when we speak about profitability, it all comes down to having the right pricing, even before you start getting bookings. Our next expert, Sarah Lane, will dive straight into pricing factors like break even, fixed versus variable costs, standing out with pricing, and more. I'll be back soon, and we'll see you then.
Hi, this is Sarah from Lotus Yoga. How can I help you?
Hi, I was actually looking for yoga classes to try and I found you guys near me.
Oh, that's great. We have a studio in Brooklyn and downtown Manhattan. Which location were you thinking of visiting?
I was planning to hop by the one in Brooklyn.
Awesome. Could you help me with your name and email so I can assist with booking a class?
Sure. My name is Lana and my email is lanahart@gmail.com.
Great. Just to confirm, that's lanahart@gmail.com, correct?
Correct.
Cool. When do you want me to schedule your first class?
Do you have any classes available tomorrow evening?
Yes, we have Power Yoga at 6 p.m. and Flow Yoga at 8 p.m. Which class would you like me to book for you?
I can do the power yoga class at 6 p.m.
Lovely. Let me book it for you real quick.
Yeah, sure.
cool. I've booked the class for you. You will receive a confirmation email with all the details.
Thanks, Sarah.
You're welcome. See you tomorrow at 6 p.m.
Hey friends, I'm back and I'm Tara Loney, your host for today's event. We're ready now for our sixth session of the day, Pricing per Profitability with Sarah Lang. Let's learn about Sarah. Sarah is a certified fitness business consultant based in Melbourne, Australia. As the former owner of Reformer Pilates Studios, Sarah understands small business owner challenges from managing clients to optimizing systems and staying profitable. Now she works directly with business owners, helping them streamline their operations, optimize their software, and build personalized strategies. With expertise in pricing strategy, marketing automation, and KPI analysis, Sarah is passionate about making businesses run smoothly and more profitably. Hi, Sarah. How are you doing today?
Hi. Hello from sunny Australia. It's 8 a.m.
That's
here.
so nice. That sounds lovely. I am it's sunny today as well for me, but that's not normal here in Oregon. So it's beautiful to see the sun shining there. Before we hop into your session, we are going to just announce the competition again. If you're in the audience, make sure that you're engaging and participating and sending in your thoughts and questions so that you can win a free 30-minute marketing audit, 5 free Kenko accounts with 3 months of free marketing automation, and that $500 Amazon gift card. I know I am excited to hear all about this seminar, so I'm going to go ahead and pass it over to you. Thank you for being here.
Thanks so much for having me. This is a topic that I love. I get really excited by diving into the numbers. I've got the chat. I'm going to just minimize it a little bit, but I will be monitoring it as we go through. So feel free to pop some questions in there and we will go through them towards the end. So today I'm going to be talking about pricing for profitability, and what we're going to be going over, I'll just give a quick little intro. As Tara mentioned, I am from Australia. It's 8 a.m. my time here, and I am a wellness business consultant. So I do work with clients across the APAC, Australia Pacific region, the UK, the USA. Really, if your time zone works with me and Zoom, I am happy to work with you. So today we're going to be covering calculating your break even, fixed versus variable costs and what that means, your price per class and are you covering your costs, customer retention and conversion, and not just standing out from your competitors and making sure that your pricing is not just matching what other people are doing in your market, but that you are standing out with your unique offer. So I want you to check in the chat. How many of you think your prices are just right? Any of you so confident in your pricing that you're like, yep, nailing it. I'm covering my expenses per class, making a profit. Everything's just smooth sailing. I would love to hear if that's your position, but a lot of you are going to be feeling like, you know what, I don't know if I'm too high. Am I too low? Where am I sitting in the market? And do I feel confident in this? Coming off the back of Black Friday, I want you to have a little think about currently for you, what you think the number one challenge for you is in setting your prices. And I'd love if you could pop this in the chat. What are you finding the hardest when it comes to setting your prices? Do you feel like you're in this race to the bottom because you've got people opening up and you're like, oh, I've got to fit in and I've got to be in the market? Are you feeling like you're trying to get the best value in the market? Are you always tempted to put yourself on sale just to capture the attention of your clients in the local area? I'm really curious to hear what you feel are the biggest challenges for you. If anyone would like to chuck that in the chat. I'm going to get into a little bit of financial lingo here. And before I see any glazed eyeballs, I just want to talk to you a little bit about the importance of understanding fixed versus variable costs. So our fixed costs in business never change. These are things like your rent, subscription. So that might be, you know, your software, your music, design, Canva, whatever you're using as a subscription, your software costs, your insurance, and the salaries of your permanent staff. So these things never change. When it comes to your fixed costs, I want to encourage you to spend a bit of time reviewing these expenses. Can you shop around for your insurance? Can you negotiate your rent? Can you pay for a yearly subscription instead of monthly? There's some little things that you can do to kind of bring some of these costs down. And I think that we get in the habit of kind of just coasting along and not reviewing these things. I'm very guilty of this with car insurance. So it's very, very important to review this from time to time. For your variable expenses, these change all the time. So these can be things like your casual staffing, because you're paying them on an hourly rate, your consumables per class and session, and maybe your marketing costs. If you're not on a retainer, maybe you're boosting and you're spending a lot of money on ads over this period of time. So these things are going to be changing as you fluctuate through the seasons. Things to do to ensure that your variable costs are under control and not just sneaking up there. Can you buy in bulk for things like, toilet paper? Some of those everyday essentials, can you buy them in bulk online? Can you optimize your class schedules and make sure that you're not running classes, and we'll talk a bit more about this, at such a low capacity that it is costing you money? And can you limit those consumables? Obviously, we want to be giving a boutique experience, and we want to be giving clients things like, your hair ties, your deodorant, all of those beautiful things that make them feel like they're in a luxurious space. But how can we get those best deals on that? And why does it matter about understanding this? Our fixed costs must be covered to break even. This is regardless of your attendance. These are the costs that you need to cover in business. Your variable costs are going to scale with your business. So as you have more clients attending, you're going to be going through more of those consumables. You're going to be adding on extra classes, which mean extra staffing costs. So it's very important to understand these and to take them into consideration. I don't want you to feel like this little guy on his abacus, counting out your numbers, counting your beans, calculating your break even. It may feel daunting for those of you that are just like, numbers are not my forte, but I want to talk you through it step by step so that you can feel empowered to understand this for your business. So how do we calculate our break even? This is where we're taking into consideration our operating expenses, and we're working out what our monthly sales goal is. So what do we need to be making each month to stay in business and make a profit? So these operating expenses, these are all of your operating expenses, fixed and variable, lumped together and then divided into an average monthly amount. It's really important to be able to understand for your business, how much is it costing to run your business each month? So what are those operating expenses? Go through your bank accounts, go through Xero, whatever it is that you're using for bookkeeping, and try and get an average for this. Then we're going to add in payroll. So what are you paying your staff on average each month? And popping that number in. Not all of you will be paying yourself what you deserve and what you want to be paying yourself. So realistic or desired, I want you to pop in your owner's pay, how much you'd like to be paying yourself each month. Don't forget to factor in tax. I don't want you to be caught out at the end of the year with not enough money put aside for tax. I always encourage studios to have a couple of different bank accounts, like your day-to-day operations and then your rainy day account. What are you putting aside for your tax? What are you putting aside for equipment upgrades? So it's important to leave that in an account that is not touchable for you as a business. Once we have got this total, we want to factor in some profit on top. So we're going to add up that subtotal and then we're going to put a percentage on top. So we usually try to aim for 10 to 30% profit. It's okay if we're just starting out in thinking about this in this mindset. Just putting in 10% to just try and factor that in. Seeing a couple of comments coming through. I'm really excited to address these as we go through. But a lot of people are, saying I'm not factoring in these costs. If I'm financing equipment, is this included in your operation expenses? Yes, it is, because that is a cost that you have to pay each month. Really good question. That is one of your expenses of running your business is it's financing your equipment. So what are those outgoings looking like each month? So once we've got an idea of what these fixed costs are per month, so we're covering up all of those expenses, I want you then to run in your software to get an idea of the average number of sessions per month that you are running. Try to get an average month. Try to pick a month that you feel is representative of a normal month in your business, not a month where perhaps you've cut a lot of classes because everyone was away, it was Thanksgiving, whatever was going on. We find that in Australia, we have that seasonality too. Everyone goes away over January. So pick a month that is really indicative of how you perform as a business. We're then going to divide that. So we've got our expenses. We're going to divide it by the number of sessions that we've run in the month to get an idea of how much is it costing you per session to run your business. So these are just dummy numbers that I'm popping in here, but I've come down to this, and it's come down to $165 per session to run the business. And I think a lot of studios and businesses get caught out on this because they're just thinking about their staffing costs. They're like, oh, I only pay $60 for my trainer to run that session. Okay, if I get 2 clients in and they're paying $30 each, I've broken even. Well, it's not technically true. And I think that people oversimplify that and then they don't price to reflect profitability. So once we've got this number, we know that it's $165 per session that we need to be making. What are we going to do? So in wellness businesses, we want to make people feel good. We think about, how can we make people feel good on the daily? But it's not just about wellness, it's about sustainability as a business as well. So a lot of this is to do with money mindset, and profit isn't a luxury. It's I can never say this word. It's a necessity. It's necessary for you to keep running your business. So important to understand your numbers so that you can keep serving your clients for decades to come. So what's the minimum amount that you can accept per client in your business? If we know that our break even for the session is $165, what's your capacity? So when you're running at a full capacity, maybe we've got 12 reformers or 12 spots or 12 bikes or whatever it might be in your business. Dividing that by the number of spots, this is the lowest amount possible that you can accept for this class, $13.75. I want you to know this number for your business and stick to it. I don't want you to be tempted every time a sale rolls around, every time you see your competitors doing 20% off class packs. calculate that all up and figure out, can I afford to give 20% off class packs? Does my pricing support profitability if I'm giving a huge sale? It's really important to think of that bottom line every time that you put a sale on your packs. So this is the lowest possible amount that you can accept for a class. Keeping in mind as well that you're not always going to have that many people in your class. So that's really important to consider as well. So now that you know your break even, I want you to have a think about, is your pricing matched with your clients' habits? There's some really good reports that you can run depending on your booking software to see, okay, my clients who are on an unlimited membership, how often are they attending? If you're charging them $60 per week for unlimited, but they're coming 5 times, they're paying $12 a class. So have a little think about, if this is how you're priced, what is your client's habits really? Because we often think, I'll price my unlimited at 3 times per week. But what if your client's actually coming 10 times a week? I mean, that's a very high number, but it's very important to actually look at that data and see how clients are using your pricing. So we've talked about how often they're attending. Are they converting to something after the intro offer? And do you know that? Do you know what your conversion rate is? Do you have something for a client who comes once a week, twice a week, or 3 or 4 times a week? The tiered pricing is really important when it comes to making clients feel that they are getting value for money and attending and seeing results. So having a look at what that data is telling you, they've come in for that first visit. What did they buy on the first visit? Did they buy an intro? Did they buy a drop-in? And what did that trickle down to? So really getting aware of your funnel and your funnel analytics so that you can see and know this number and know, okay, from that intro or drop-in, what did they convert to afterwards? Did they buy a pack? Did they buy a membership? Or did they buy nothing at all? So making sure that you know how many of those new clients you're converting each month, because we're working really hard on getting new clients in the door. And the most important part then is serving them, making them feel valued, and then helping them to convert to something else afterwards. I want you to have a little think about what you think your most popular pricing option is. I want you to write it down, and I don't want you to look it up now. Don't be tempted to dive into your system, but write it down. What do you think your most popular pricing option is? And then after this session, I want you to run your sales report and see what sold most and were you right? Because I think that we often operate on this gut feel. It's so important to run a sales by service report every 6 months to see what's selling, most, and is what you're selling most of is actually supporting your profitability. Really, really important to reflect on every 3 to 6 months. And if not, do we need to make some tweaks? How often are we looking outwards in our business? Have you ever changed your pricing because a competitor opened up down the road? Did you know if they were making a profit or not? We don't know what their expenses are. Competitors are good to guide us in the market, but it is just a guide. So I want you to get really comfortable with your unique selling point. And if anyone watched Connie's presentation just before, she really talked about what is it that you are selling that is benefiting your clients and how is it benefiting them? Cheryl's just said I needed to hear these questions. Thank you. Yes, I think we often need to reflect on this and think about what is it that we offer and what is it the value that we offer and how can we hone down on that rather than looking elsewhere. And thinking about price versus value, I think that we often get caught up in that trap of discounting or offering regular sales. Once you know what your clients are buying, You know that it's profitable. How can we drive up that customer lifetime value? So what are some services or products that you could bundle with your classes? It really depends on what kind of business you're running, but having a little think about, okay, just say you're doing personal training. Can you bundle in a nutrition program where you're checking in with a client once a week and analyzing how they've been going with their nutrition? What are the goals that your client is trying to achieve? And Connie speaks a lot about this, looking on Google, seeing what the reviews are, seeing how your clients talk about you and what they got value in, and focusing on that as your unique selling language. So looking at, okay, what are the people wanting to get value from? How can you then amp up that value? What are people wanting to achieve when they walk into your space? And how can you add value to that? What can you bundle in? So value adding rather than taking away. And when was the last time you asked your clients for feedback? There are some great reports for you to see how long your clients are sticking around at your business. It's good to get an idea of, if you are a membership-based business, how long are your clients sticking around? Are they terminating at the 3-month point, the 6-month point? What are your touch points with those clients through their journey? How can you support them better? What did they need at that point in time? Did they need to feel connected to someone? Are you kind of going through that dating phase with a client? You've sold them and then you kind of just left them. How can you continue to nurture that relationship? I think that we're all guilty of that. Oh, great, we've got this many new membership signups. Making sure that we are continuing to deliver on our promise is what's going to help to retain those clients. And checking in with them often. So are they satisfied with the service that you're offering? And how can you quickly get a bit of feedback from your clients without asking them a million questions? It can be just a short little text. I saw somebody did this recently, and they just said, tell us in 3 words what you love about us. And then they shared that on social media. So it was really, really powerful. And it was really simple. People can put 3 words in. Or if you're feeling like they're probably not satisfied, how can you entice them to give a bit of honest feedback? Because it's really important for you guys to know what you can improve on. I've got a couple of good questions here. Megan, I think some studios are making pricing and packages too complicated. Keep it simple. Too many choices, you lose people. I offer memberships that can be paid monthly or in full for a year. Single drop-in, that's super high, good, and a 10-class pack. Simple and works well. I think you've hit the nail on the head with that, Megan. I think the only bit of only consideration that or the only thing I would sort of reflect on with that is you're paid in full for a year. Drill down on how often the clients are using that service and how cheap is that going down to. It's a great little cash injection. And I think that people can feel like it's a really good value, but just making sure that it's still supporting profitability. Terry, if I'm not open yet and want to offer an unlimited membership, how do I determine how many classes someone will actually take? Yes, it can be really, really challenging. The guidance is to set it around 3 to 4 visits per week would be a good guide, and then reviewing that in 3 to 6 months' time. Or if you're feeling a bit nervous about how that might look, you could do a set amount. So you could do class packs for clients who are doing 1 session per week. You could have a 2 per week membership and a 3 per week membership. So that's something that you could do. Australia and the US can be quite different. I know that often memberships in the US studios charge monthly. In Australia, for some reason, maybe we're just a bit laissez-faire, but it's often a weekly cost. I think that people like the budgeting mindset of like, oh, it's $50 a week. That's how much I am paying for my gym membership. So yeah, there's cultural things to consider. Good, as I've mentioned, to look at what the market is doing. What's the cadence that your clients want to be paying? And you didn't mention what kind of business it is, but having a little think about. I always recommend try and be. I've had many businesses come to me and say, Sarah, I have opened. I've done a foundation membership, but I made it too cheap. And I really shot myself in the foot because now I want to raise prices and I feel really uncomfortable about doing so. So try to be conservative in the beginning, and you can always change. Things are not set in stone. Things can change. You don't want to be one of those businesses that are always chopping and changing with your offers. But yeah, just be reassured that you can tweak things down the line. Which brings me to raising prices regularly. I don't want you to get caught out going 5 years without a price increase. I want you to make sure that price increases are expected and that they're done regularly and in line with CPI. And this comes down to, we were talking about foundation offers and foundation memberships. If you're thinking about whether you're going to grandfather in clients, if you're going to raise prices yearly, are you going to keep your foundation clients on the same membership for the lifetime of their relationship with your business to reward them for their loyalty? If so, I think it's really important to have in your terms and conditions that prices may change and that they're subject to change from time to time, because if somebody is on a $12 per session price that they got as a foundation member, and in 5 years' time your cost per session is gone up to $17, I think that it's very reasonable to be raising those prices in line with your costs. And I think that your clients will expect that as well. So there's so many things to consider. Love this quote by Jeff Bezos. Lowering prices is easy, but being able to afford those lower prices is really hard. So really important to get a handle on these numbers in line with how you're creating that offering, so that you can then go in and create that offering with confidence, knowing that you are supporting profitability. I've tried to slow down. I've gone through a lot in a short amount of time. Thank you so much for your questions as we've been going through. Terry said that she's opening a Pilates space. Whereabouts are you opening, Terry? That's very exciting. And Cheryl said this makes so much sense. Yes, I'm glad that it's hitting a nail on the head for you. Yeah, it's really, really important. Higher than ears for black clothes about normal. Thanks so much for being so engaged in the chat. It's always great to hear people's thoughts. I think that this will be shared as a recording. Is that correct, Tara? And so people will be able to follow through step by step with doing that calculation. Cool accent. I try not to throw too many Aussie-isms in because it can be very confusing. So how often should I look at my reports? I do it 2 weeks. I do it 2 weeks once with my staff. I do it every two. I'm assuming that means I do it every 2 weeks once with staff. I always recommend running KPIs on a monthly basis. Something that I actually do for a lot of my clients, and I could go on to a totally separate webinar just on KPIs, because this is one of my favorite topics, is numbers. Top KPIs to run, depending on your software. I would recommend running, you want to know your revenue by category. You want to know, okay, what is the revenue breaking down on? So group classes, privates, products. You want to see how much revenue is coming from each of those categories. So that's one thing I'll be running, revenue. I'll be looking at your member numbers. So how many new members are you signing up each month? How many are cancelling? And how many active members do you have in total? And then dropping down into retention. So some of these things that I talked about were, let me just jump back. Conversion. So running conversion to see how many first visits came in and what did they convert onto afterwards. So conversion and retention is really important as well. So I do run this on a monthly basis, but I think that you could, touching base on just your general figures and how things are going with capacity and your classes, that is a weekly/daily check-in to make sure that, okay, am I going to be running this class that's only got one client in it, and making tweaks to the schedule as you go through. So depending on what the numbers are, it's hard to sort of make guidance on how often you look at them. Do you have an Excel spreadsheet that I can run these calculations? Absolutely. I will have to touch base with Tara and the team and just see if I share that across to the Go Kenko team, if they can send it out to you guys. But I'll just have to double check with that.
I'm sure we can make that happen.
Yeah, it's a good one. It auto fills all the formulas, which is always lovely.
Yes, super helpful. Yeah. This was amazing. Question for you, for myself. What's one of the most overlooked expenses that studio owners often miss?
I think it's the same.
It.
Yeah, I think it's the same in day-to-day life, right? How many of us have subscriptions that are sitting there that are coming out each month that we haven't reviewed? Like how many of us have a Netflix, Disney? Like how many subscriptions do we have for our business, and how many are we actually using? So reviewing subscriptions I think is really important. Just doing a bit of a financial audit and looking at your expenses a couple of times a year to see, what am I paying for that I really don't need in my business? I'm guilty of this too.
Oh yeah,
there's things.
Same.
Yeah.
I'm like thinking about the different ones that I have right now that I should probably cancel. But
and software as well. Do you have multiple pieces of software that are doing what one piece of software could do? So are you paying for a booking software but not tapping into the features that you could be using? So an example of that is you would be probably not that surprised actually how many people are using a booking software that has full email marketing functionality, automations, but they're still paying for something external to send out emails. And then they're exporting their client list, importing it, then sending it out. So not only are they paying for something that they don't need to be paying, but it's just a waste of time as well. So it's really good to just audit your business. And try to be optimize your expenses and be efficient as well.
I feel like shiny object. Shiny objects. He gets like in the way, and you're like, oh my gosh, this new piece of software is going to change my business. You sign up, and then what happens is you never go in and customize it. You never look at it. I think I paid last year for Text Expander for an entire year so that I could make shortcuts on my keyboard, and I never made a single shortcut or used the software. But I thought it was going to be a huge time savings. And with Kenko, I mean, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, I mean, how great is it that that Go Kenko has organized this this learning opportunity? Because yes, I couldn't tell you the amount of times that I've signed up and paid for a resource and then just never gone and watched the recording. So
this is such a great tool. So real.
No, I don't have a podcast, Cheryl. I have a 3-year-old and a 5-year-old boy. So by the time I've talked to them all day, I can't talk anymore. Oh, Profit First is a great book to read. I've got it on my bookshelf behind me. It is such a great book, and it's so short as well. It's very digestible, so I really recommend that one as well. A lot of my learnings come from that book.
Outside of booking system, email marketing, what are some of the other major softwares you'd consider a studio recommend using? Probably something for accounting.
I mean, yes, obviously. And different countries, people using different things. I love Xero personally. I think it's a fantastic tool for small businesses. So Xero, I really love using for software. I love Canva. I think everyone loves Canva. Great design tool. And I feel like that is a really good tool. The other one I use a lot, probably because I'm coaching people on how to use software, and they say, "Oh, Sarah, can you just remind me how to run that report to get this number?" I use Loom a lot. So I record little videos, and because I think one of the things I feel really passionate about is empowering businesses to understand these things for themselves and not just outsourcing it all. Outsource the things that you really just don't have time for, but it's so important to actually knuckle down and understand how your software works as well. So I love to be able to teach people how to get the most out of it. What is Xero? Good question. It could be, I don't know if it's Australian. It's a bookkeeping software. So it's Xero spelt, it could be Aussie.
X.
Xero spelt
I think it's
Xero.
XERO. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think it's Australian. I think we have it over here. It's similar
Yeah.
to FreshBooks.
It's so,
I like it.
sorry,
I like it
NDVU.
more than QuickBooks.
Yeah.
It's great.
It's a great one. And yeah, if you're not using Canva, that's also just a fantastic tool for designing anything up for social media. You can create some templates and then off you go. It's so nice. Any other questions? Thanks so much for being so engaged.
I also learned that you also traveled in a camper van for 6 months around Australia.
I did.
That's amazing.
I worked along the way.
Yes.
It was great. Like I think with Starlink and internet, you can work from anywhere. We traveled all around Australia, and what I loved about that, I highly recommend it if you can do it, if you can get a studio manager in to manage your business, because you learn so much by visiting other wellness businesses and just making new connections. I think we talked a bit about shiny object syndrome. We don't want to encourage that, but it is really great to do some market research and see, well, what's interesting in other states. Okay.
Absolutely.
We spoke about, Nick saying, we spoke about profitability. Business has been good lately. I've been meaning to share it with my staff. Any way you suggest going about this? Yes, definitely share that with staff. Setting some key numbers that maybe you can work towards as a team. I think that's really important. So maybe it's, how many first visits have come in, how many have converted. You don't necessarily have to share your finances with them, because I know that can be a little bit uncomfortable, but sharing some key wins, some key stats that you feel comfortable sharing with your team, and then celebrating that. Like, take them out, do something fun. Rent an RV and do some market research across Canada. Do it.
That's amazing.
Do it. But yeah, I really do. Like, I used to do quarterly events with my team, and like one time we hired a car and took us out, and we went on a bit of an adventure, and I didn't tell any of them where we were going, and it was just a nice way to kind of recognize what they did for me as a team, because your staff are your greatest asset.
Yeah, bonding too, for sure. Creating memories that you can all like go back, and
we can really be ships in a night, I think, and making sure that you kind of build those relationships with the team. Yeah, you could look at some key metrics, Nick. Depending on your software as well, making sure that you're sharing that feedback. Like, if you've got reviews about specific staff members, it's so nice to shout them out. See how they like to be recognized. Some people love that attention and like would love that in a group chat, and some people just like a little bit of a private, hey, great work, I just got this great message to say that you did an awesome job in this class. So good to get to know your staff and what motivates them as well. I saw somebody
another
did
question for you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah. I was going to say, I saw this great onboarding survey for staff, and it was talking about just getting to know them. Like, what's their favorite coffee order? How do they like to be recognized? Do they like gifts? Do they like money? Do they want a massage? Like, what are things that are going to make them feel valued in the team so that you can talk to their specific love language. I know it's a little bit airy-fairy, but I think that everyone's really different, and it's so important to think about how you can recognize your staff in a way that they want to feel recognized, because that's going to help to retain them as well.
I think that's so important too, recognizing them in a way they want to be recognized, and that onboarding survey, that's so smart. Just add it in there and find out, so then you can give them that the way that they want it.
Surprise them with a coffee on their birthday.
Yeah,
like little things.
Exactly. I love that.
Yeah.
What are some of the top KPIs that you recommend studios look at?
So I think I've touched on this a little bit before, but what I really recommend is looking at revenue, where it's coming from your member numbers. So looking at new members, cancellations, and overall active members, and how that's tracking, because it's all about getting that overall picture. What does seasonality look like for your business, so that you can be ahead of those curves and plan? Once you've been in business for a while, you can see, okay, in April every year, just after Easter, we always drop off a little bit because it's school holidays. Looking at all of those things, what can I then put in place at that time that will address what clients need? And just being ahead, planning out that marketing calendar 12 months in advance. So getting an idea of what that seasonal revenue looks like, what those member drop-offs look like, and at what point in time. Your retention. So how good are you at getting clients to stick? I know that you've got a couple of great sessions on sales, and I think I'm really excited to watch back on those, because we often feel icky about sales, but it's so important. Like, we need to convert clients to keep them around, to keep the business running. So getting comfortable with that, but mostly getting comfortable with thinking about sales as an education piece. People aren't going to telepathically know what your pricing is. People are lazy. People aren't going to jump on and look at what the next pricing option is. So you reaching out and saying, hey, I've noticed on your intro offer, you've attended 3 times. We have a 3-time-a-week membership that might be of interest to you. Here's some more information. Like, it doesn't have to be an awkward conversation. So conversion, how well are you converting people currently? And if you're not converting people, what can you do to change that? What tweaks do you need to make? Are you selling intro offers but not following up with them at all? And it's okay if that's you, because that's an opportunity. You can only go up from here. Hannah is saying, I'm planning to do some charity events at my studio to give back to the community. What would you recommend when I plan this budget-wise? Great question. I would tap into local businesses, make it a collaborative event, use it as an opportunity to reach other audiences. So who are some like-minded businesses in your community that you can then tee up with? They can be emailing about this event on their lists too, so you're going to reach a broader base. Who can donate things to this event? Like, is there anyone who wants to sponsor you? Can be a little bit more, Makita, want to have more community events, but I need sponsorships. Yeah, so building up those relationships, because it's going to serve all of you as a community. I saw a business in Perth recently that did this awesome one. It was Pilates, sunrise Pilates by the beach, and it was just beautiful. And she had some local cafes that brought in bliss balls and juices, and that was an opportunity for them to offer, like, they were offering like coffee cards. So then, okay, you've got a free coffee, but you got to go to that place, and you would hope that they would sit down and buy a breakfast or something. So you can do things that are going to, I think it's up to the businesses to promote themselves in a way that's cost effective for them, but just trying to get people on board to, support a community. Don't overspend.
I'm encouraging right now, I think, all of my clients to attend, and myself too, to attend more networking events and conventions, so that they can meet other businesses in the industry and kind of collaborate. Because sometimes I think it's really hard. You get stuck in, well, this is my location, this is where I am, this is where I need to focus on. So going to these networking events, going to these conventions, even today, it's a great way to link up with people and get new ideas and collaborate, for sure. I think a couple
Absolutely.
of people from Florida or like from the chat have met and they're like, oh, we're so close to each other. So
Yeah.
it's, finding opportunities like this and others to network with other people in your industry is a great way to like acquire some collabs or sponsorships.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think that, yeah, business can be a lonely world, and we forget that everyone else has got the same challenges,
Mhm.
and we're not alone.
Everybody wants collaborations just as much as we do. Like they're like, yes, please.
Yeah. How can we help each other?
Yeah.
Great questions, guys.
And going back, question about traveling.
Mm.
So you did 6 months in a camper van, correct?
Well, we call it a caravan in Australia, so it's the
Okay.
car hooked onto
Yep.
the
Same.
caravan, so you could park up and leave. Yeah, awesome opportunity. Highly recommend it. Visited so many businesses. It was good to get an idea of different demographics and locations and how they market their studio. I think we can get so caught up in, competing for space online. And what these smaller communities did so well was this community work and local area marketing. And just going back to like the old school relationship building. And I think that we often just think, oh, I've just got to get better at my social media. And that's not always the case. Yeah, just remembering that
Yeah.
people love in-person relationships.
I fully agree. I love going to studios and talking with people and finding out how they make their space work for them. I remember when I was in like New Orleans, they're a very like service-based businesses. And so they were doing like more flyers in their
Mm,
area versus somewhere like New York City is doing more ads. And so it totally is dependent on your location and what works for you. It's so great.
yeah. 100%, 100%. Oh, Marquita's inspired. She's going to go and travel and get fit and do all these fun things. Yes, just go and do everything that ticks your boxes, Marquita, and that fills you up. That feels a long way away for me with such small children.
Just throw them in the van and go. Like,
lock the door.
yeah. But you really can now work from anywhere. I mean, we've been to the lower 48 states, and every single place been able to work. It's definitely an interesting way to live, a lot of work, but a lot of fun too.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Great way to learn and expand your horizons.
Yes, become even more resourceful and grow intimacy with your family.
Oh, absolutely.
Sure.
Yeah. You'll either kill each other or love each other more.
Yep.
And
And
what's
some
our
days
next
it's both. Like
bit of both. What's our next session coming up, Tara?
our next session coming up is maximizing your studio's personal training revenue with Billy Polson. And we are so excited for this. You all have been so great engaging in the chat. So please keep doing that. Again, we're giving away prizes for the most engaged audience member. And I think we actually have a couple of more questions.
Yeah.
For
Cardwell saying, would like to move my business online. Do you help businesses do that? Great question. In terms of online, I guess it depends on what you're looking to offer. Like, is it looking like an app with a virtual program on there? Is it, there's so many different ways that you can do it with like live classes. Depends on the booking software that you're using and what tools you have. I have helped businesses transition to online offerings and just the technical side of that. An app-based program. Yeah, cool. Have you started developing something yet, Carter? There's a lot of great ones I could there's just so many fantastic online offerings. And this is why it's so good talking to people from different sides of the world, because you can see what people offer and learn and get different ideas. There's a couple of great apps. I'm going to just see if I can. Oh, yeah, I'm trying. good. I'm going to just chuck a couple of apps in that I've seen recently that I've been loving. It's always fun to see what other people are doing. But looking at the different things that you can offer, things like, and again, this, just working out your pricing and things like that. Like, what does that subscription look like? What are you offering? Is it a video library? Are there recipes? Are there, do you have, I think the importance is reminding people that they've paid for the subscription. We talked about subscriptions. So very, very important. If you're doing a subscription-based app, what are those prompts that you can send out to clients to keep them engaged? So is it like a virtual online challenge, maybe having little themes, recipes every day? What are things that can keep people opening your app? Because that's where you've got to work on that engagement. You don't want people just to buy it and then forget about you. What's this one? Makita, my website, I can do live classes now, but I want to make it a more consistent thing. Yeah. I think great to build a bit of a library. People like to have the opportunity to have a live offering if they're going away. So trying to keep people engaged if they're away or if they're training from their camper van, whatever that might look like. With Train Heroic, I haven't heard of Train Heroic at this point. I'll have to have a little look into it. But thinking about what are the push notifications that you can offer through an app? What are the things that your client wants to hear about? Do they want recipes? What are things that can help keep them engaged is really, really important. And how do you price it as well? If it's too cheap, will people be engaged? So it's just finding that sweet spot, I think. Train Heroic. Yeah. I'll have to have a little look into Train Heroic. Thank you for introducing me to that, Cardwell, because I hadn't heard of it. Yeah. We've got another comment. We do have many students who move away, so online is a great idea. Yeah. And maybe you can have like an online community that you keep people engaged with as well. Does that look like, a WhatsApp group or a Facebook page, or, where do your clients hang out first? Like, what kind of social media do they engage with? What's their demographic? We push workshops and themed classes in the announcement area. That's really fun. I worked with another business, they were called Retro Sweat, and really, really fun. She does like 80s style workouts. And the great thing that she does is it's always themes around music. So it's really, really fun. And because it's all live, she encourages people to dress up in like the 80s style leg warmers and things like that. So how can you kind of create a bit of an interaction? To give a bit of access. I'll share that one in the chat too, because it's just fun. What app are you using? So many great things out there. I'm going to have a little look at that Train Heroic. Thanks so much, guys. I feel like I've learned a bit from you guys as well. So I really appreciate the conversation.
This has been such a great session. Such a great session. And if
really good.
you,
Thanks for having me.
Yes, this has been a great time. Do you have your contact info on a slide?
I do, yes.
That would be great.
Let me jump to it. I'll chuck it.
Megan
I'll just chuck it in the chat as well. If anyone wants to, I'm about to relaunch my website, which is so much fun.
I'm right there with you.
But I do offer free consults. So if you, I am, God, I can't believe I'm saying this. I am wrapping up very soon for the year because I'm at capacity and about to finish up a whole bunch of projects. We do take in Australia a good amount of time off over January. It's a bit like the August in in the States. So I'll be back online and on the deck in sort of mid to late Jan.
Yeah. Congratulations on being fully booked out. That's amazing.
Oh, there's always the last push for the end of the year. You know what it's like.
Yep. Exactly.
Everyone
Well,
wants to, like, I'm excited that everyone wants to be so prepared for 2025. Hats off to you all for being so engaged and just for wanting to upskill yourselves. It's awesome.
Thank you so much for joining us today. This has been a great session. I've thoroughly enjoyed chatting with you. I think I'm already following you, but if I'm not, I will make sure to do so. Thank you again for joining.
Cool. Thanks so much, guys. See ya. Ciao.
And next up, the Fitness Founders Summit is here to help you become profitable, and that requires having many sources of revenue ideas up your sleeves. Get ready to hear our next expert, Billy Polson, on how transforming personal training into a lucrative, high-ticket revenue stream for your fitness business. Stay tuned.
Hi, this is Sarah from Lotus Yoga. How can I help you?
Hi, I was actually looking for yoga classes to try and I found you guys near me.
Oh, that's great. We have a studio in Brooklyn and downtown Manhattan. Which location were you thinking of visiting?
I was planning to hop by the one in Brooklyn.
Awesome. Could you help me with your name and email so I can assist with booking a class?
Sure. My name is Lana and my email is lanahart@gmail.com.
Great. Just to confirm, that's lanahart@gmail.com, correct?
Correct.
Cool. When do you want me to schedule your first class?
Do you have any classes available tomorrow evening?
Yes, we have power yoga at 6 p.m. and flow yoga at 8 p.m. Which class would you like me to book for you?
I can do the power yoga class at 6 p.m.
Lovely. Let me book it for you real quick.
Yeah, sure.
Cool. I've booked the class for you. You will receive a confirmation email with all the details.
Thanks, Sarah.
You're welcome. See you tomorrow at 6 p.m.
Hey Tara, I'm having trouble hearing you. Are you muted?
I am muted. Thank you so
There
much.
you go. I was like, oh my
Hi,
God,
Billy.
something's wrong.
No, it's me just being muted. Hi, it's so good to see you. I'm Tara, your
Thanks, you as
host,
well.
and
Nice to meet you.
yes, we're all set to jump into our next session with you, maximizing your
Excellent.
studio's personal training revenue. I'm going to just quickly give you an introduction. Billy Polson is named America's Best 100 Trainers by Men's Journal magazine. Billy is a 3-time fitness entrepreneur and an international presenter and a business consultant for pioneering trainers and studio owners worldwide. In 2004, looking to build an unparalleled training facility and a community of San Francisco's leading fitness specialists, Billy founded Dakiti Fitness, which has been awarded the Bay Area's top trainers and top gym for 18 years. 18 years. His fitness entrepreneur consulting company, The Business Movement, has assisted thousands of personal trainers and fitness studio owners with boosting brand visibility, improving productivity, and increasing profitability. And don't forget, if you are in the chat, go ahead and drop some engagement, questions, thoughts, anything. We are having a contest for the person who engages the most. And in this session, you'll win a free copy of the Business Movement New Client Toolkit, 5 free Kenko accounts with 3 months of free marketing automation, and that $500 Amazon gift card. So without further ado, I'm going to pass it on over to you. I'm so excited to hear this seminar. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Tara. Hey, so I'm going to share my slides. If you all have any trouble, I will admit this is my first time doing a presentation using Canva directly. So if you all can't see those, let me know. Are those all right? Everybody see them okay?
They haven't popped up just yet. Let's give it another second. Sometimes it takes just a moment to load.
It shows presenting on my side. Let me see. So yeah, I did present from Canva. Just let me know if there's a certain window I need to use to share with you all.
I believe in StreamYard, you'll want to go to present.
I
It's at
got
the
it.
very
Here we
bottom.
go. Perfect. This is
Yeah, there we
fine.
go.
This will be good.
Okay, let's
Gotcha.
see here.
This will be good.
Mhm.
Excellent. How's that?
Let's see, and we see it.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Tara. Appreciate
Yes,
it.
of course. Thank you.
All right, everybody. I'm so psyched to be with you today. Thanks so much for spending the last session of the afternoon with me. So, as Tara said, I have been in the personal training industry for quite a while, y'all. I started my independent practice way back in 1998. From building my independent practice to opening Diacati back in 2004, we've been open for 20 years now. We have 52 independent trainers that we work with there, and then all of our business movement clients. I have seen a lot of personal training practices come and go. So I'm excited to share as much of my knowledge as I can with you all today on what have been the most successful ways of developing a personal training practice and sustaining one, and then especially how to make it profitable. Now, we're going to talk about that in three main areas. First thing, I want you to try and help you all focus on your specific studio and how personal training would work best with your niche client and your target market. So I want to try and really help you think about how can you personalize personal training and then find success for your target market with it. All right, next thing. I want to try and help you all think about your coaches and the trainers that you bring onto your team. What are the top qualities that you need to look for in them? And then once they're on your team, what are the qualities that you really need to support and kind of nourish in order to keep your trainers at the top of their game? And lastly, my favorite part, I want to talk about how to market personal training in a way that will really make it successful and help you differentiate from your customers and really help you connect with your ideal and, again, your niche target clients. All right, three things we're going to talk about. I'm going to try to power through a lot of data today. If you all have any questions, do not hesitate to drop something into the comment section. I'll keep an eye on that as well. Now, personal training and setting up a program in your studio can look very different and successfully very different in lots of different studio types. So whether you have a studio that's literally for personal training, like Diacati is, where we pretty much only have personal training, or let's say you have a group exercise studio and you're trying to figure out how to begin a personal training program there. I want to talk about three main areas that you want to consider when trying to design a program that will really work best for you and, again, for your niche client. One of the first ways that I see, especially small group studios or group exercise studios, incorporate personal training is they use that one-on-one individual training session as a way, as almost like an introduction for their beginning level client. So as they come in the door, they first see a one-on-one trainer in order to get their form down, build their confidence, learn all the movements, and then they slowly graduate them into their group fitness classes. So they're almost using their one-on-one as a way of an introductory session for new clients and younger, maybe greener fitness workout folks to try and make sure they feel comfortable and will be competent and successful in their group classes. All right, that's one way. Second way, let's say you have a group exercise studio, folks, you have a lot of folks who are loving the group exercise, but there are some of them who are not really meeting their goals and not actually achieving what the results that they're wanting to achieve. A lot of that type of studio, group fitness studio, will use personal training as a way to truly offer an upgraded service that is individualized for each client. So as folks are coming in to the studio, doing the group exercise programs, they're enjoying it, but it's too generic to actually help them meet their needs. They'll incorporate a personal training program that assesses the client individually, writes an individual custom program for them, keeps them accountable and checks in with them. Not like, again, like group instructors aren't checking in with their clients throughout the week. Their trainers will be. And then obviously this will help lead to faster results for folks. So again, a lot of my group exercise studio owners will use their personal training program as a way, almost as an upgraded service for folks to reach their goals more efficiently and more quickly. All right, last thing. a lot of my studio owners as well will use personal training as a way to almost individualize their semi private or their small group training offerings. So, what they're going to do is they'll still see folks, maybe we'll say two, well, let's say higher than that, maybe four people at a time will come into a session, a semi private or a small group personal training session. Each of those clients will have some level of assessment where they've actually been looked at through a movement screen, maybe a mobility screen, a core analysis, and as well as gathering their goals. And then each of them will receive an individual program, but they come to the studio as a group of four. Sometimes they know each other, sometimes they don't. And they're doing their own individual programs with one trainer monitoring them. Couple advantages of this: one, they're still getting individualized attention, but a lot of times you can charge a little bit of a cheaper rate for this. So you'll have four people paying, I don't know, like $70, $50 to $70 a session, depending on where you are. And so you're actually getting 200 to 280 bucks for the hour, but your clients are paying a lower rate for an individualized program. So that's another idea you can try and introduce. Again, personal training needs to really match your client and your studio's needs in order for it to really be successful. So, a couple things you want to consider in terms of really looking at your niche client. One, look at their budget. What are they willing and wanting to pay for personal training? That will help you decide which of those three ideas I just mentioned was really the best fit for you. At the same time, this is my like fitness business coach hat. I do not want you to undercharge for individualized personal training. It honestly brings all of us down as personal trainers. You still want to charge what you're worth. So I'm just kind of empowering you now. Don't race to the bottom with offering discounted rates for training. Charge what you're worth. And again, if you want to be getting 200 bucks an hour for training, think about the group classes that the client gets a good rate, but you also get a good rate for your income. Okay. The other thing in terms of incorporating personal training, think about your niche's goals, what they come in with, like maybe body fat loss, strength gains, they want a bigger booty, whatever they have. Think about what their goals are, but then at the same time, think about what their needs are. What do you need to provide to them on the education and services side to meet those goals? Like for body fat reduction, do they need help with their programming ideas and knowing what strength and cardio to do? Do they need nutritional advice? Do they need sleep and stress reduction advice? So think about their goals, but then their needs, and that needs column will help you guide what type of trainers and what education they need in order to fulfill those clients' goals and help them get results. All right. Last thing, and we're going to talk about this a couple times today. Your personal training practice must be differentiated from two things. Must be differentiated from your other offers. For example, if you offer group exercise, they should have a totally different set of differentiators for the benefits of your group exercise versus the benefits and what your offer is for personal training practices. Again, we're going to go deeper into what I mean by differentiators, but I just want to say, if you're in a group exercise studio and you want to introduce personal training, you have got to figure out what makes that personal training practice unique and different from the group exercise, what makes it a better fit for your target or niche customer, and what makes you the best offer for personal training in your market as compared to all the other training options in your area. Cool? We'll talk more about that in a second. Now, before we leave this idea of developing a program to best meet the needs of your niche, I want to say one last thing. This is Jenny. Jenny is our Diacati matchmaker. Having a matchmaker who helps to match individual clients to their ideal personal trainer is one of the most important steps that I found in order to create a successful personal training practice or program. You do not want to just be randomly assigning the next trainer to the next client that comes in and just it's kind of a rotating or revolving door of that. The more that you can really nourish and learn about the client and then recommend trainers for them and developing that perfect match, you're going to have better longevity, more success, and folks are going to be willing to pay for that quality match. All right. So that's your first step. Thinking about your niche client, thinking about your studio. How can you create a program that matches what your folks in your studio would work well with? All right. Next thing, Let's talk about top trainer qualities. So as I mentioned, so we have 52 independent personal trainers that are operating their practice out of Ducati here in San Francisco. This is Austin. He's one of our most advanced education trainers. The very first quality that I would mention in terms of a successful and a top level independent personal trainer is their education and their deep dive into education. Let's look at Austin specifically. So this is Austin. He has a master's degree in kinesiology from San Francisco, USF, sorry. He also has 3 certifications just as a base level in terms of what he's gathered on the certification side. Next, he's also gone to massage school and gotten his ART license. And lastly, he's also done specific certificate or coursework in order to dig deeper into areas like fitness programming or rehabilitation. So Austin has gone deep into the areas that have been the most necessary for meeting his customers' results. So in terms of education, you want to make sure that your trainers are getting education that matches their clients' needs and goals, not just what they want to learn. Like the trainer's not doing kettlebells because they think kettlebells are fun. It's because the kettlebell would be the exact tool that their target clients would need to get the best results. So think about advanced education, but specifically focused on your clients and what they are needing in that advanced education realm. Cool. That's the number one thing I can say about the best personal trainers. Number 2, results-based programming. And this involves 3 steps. The first step, and this is something that every single one of our trainers does with their clients on the very first session, is a very thorough assessment of their body, of their life, of their goals. They're going to do a full mobility screen. They're going to do that 7-part foundational movement screen, and they're going to do a core analysis with a health screen. Every single one of our trainers does that differently. They may have different tests that they do, but they're going to do all 4 of those steps in order to lead to step 2, which is individually writing a program that helps combine that assessment data with the client's goals. So your programs from all your coaches and for all your clients are individually and customized to be the most efficient program for them. And then lastly, as they're going through those programs, they're going to consistently reassess if their program is working and helping those clients meet their goals. That reassessment is key for obvious reasons of knowing, like, is the program working and what tweaks to make? But on the other side, so you can be celebrating the results of those clients. So you can actually post on, like, for example, this picture here that's on the slide, this is our results wall. And we're slowly bricking the entire wall. Each client that has a big result, or even if it's a small result, gets a brick put on the wall that tells their name, their coach, and what are the results that they've achieved since they started working with us. I hope the next time I meet with y'all, that whole wall is going to be bricked with all of our results. So celebrating results is another way that our trainers are making sure they're meeting the client's needs and helping to keep the client focused on why they're there and working towards achieving their ideal goals. Okay. All right. Third thing, traits for the top personal trainers we have on our team and that I've ever worked with. The third are how clean and how concise and sharp their business practices are. Now, y'all, I hate to even have to have this slide in here, but I'm going to say it. These are givens. Like, first of all, like, you are never, ever, ever late. You early is on time, and all of your responses are less than 24 hours. Like, that's just a business professional note that I want to say for every coach, for every studio, for anyone in the fitness business, please. That's it. Second one is 6 Ps. Anyone out there know the 6 Ps? I'm going to see if anyone pops it into comments. So for the 6 Ps, what I want you to think about doing is proper planning prevents piss poor performance. It's the idea that you are planning for every session, for everything coming forward, because you are never walking in and just doing something off the top of your head, right? Every single step of the way, you are making sure that your client is getting exactly what they need because it's fully planned for, all right? Again, that slide I shouldn't even have to say, but I'm hoping that's a given for you guys. Now, next thing, in terms of having sharp business practices, one of the best ways that you can have an excellent first impression from your clients or for your clients from your coaches and trainers are the initial systems and onboarding processes that you work through with them. Everything from their online application that's branded and looks super sharp and clean for that coach to the intake process, again, sending them welcome emails that aren't just templates, that are custom adjusted and customized for that individual client so they feel the personal touches throughout. And then the whole onboarding process, a welcome email telling them what to expect, what to wear, how to park, all that kind of good stuff. That whole onboarding and intake process, all those systems, all the forms, all the waivers, everything beautifully branded. That is one of the best ways that you can have a first impression and nail it with clients. And especially if you're a young trainer, this is one of the best ways that you can stand up to the same level of someone who's been training 20 years, is that your forms and systems and processes are all sharp and so well branded and clean for your clients. That first impression is priceless. And even though it's not the greatest thing, first impressions often can sell better than how smart you are at the end of the day, right? Your first impression, even if you haven't been doing this for very long, often can be a reason why a client will choose you over how many years of experience you have. Now, if you do not have your systems or your intake forms or your liability waivers or even your pricing and program graphics, if you don't have those in place, first step, piece of homework today is to get those in place for you and all of your coaches. If you need help, again, what you had in the contest today, I'm giving away all of our trainer systems toolkit. I'm giving it away to you guys, but also it's available on our website. So go to our website, thebusinessmovement.com, and check that out. If you need help developing those systems, you let me know. I'm so happy to help you with that. All right, that was the systems development for trainers. Fourth thing, and this is what I was talking about earlier, that idea that every single trainer you have needs to be powerfully differentiated. And what I mean by that is there need to be three things that that trainer does in explaining how they're different and unique to their clients. One, how are they doing fitness programming, even like assessments and lifestyle advice? How are they doing that in a unique way that makes them different from all the other personal training options in your studio or even in your market? The next thing, how are they? Sorry, I'm reading comments at the same time. The next thing, how are each of your trainers the best fits specifically for your niche needs? How are they providing a product or service that specifically meets folks who maybe their niche wants to lose body fat? Maybe, again, they want to be a better triathlete and improve their triathlon performance. How are they specifically doing that? That's another one of your differentiators. The third thing, your trainers need to really be clear on why they are a leader in your gym and in your marketplace. How are they as a trainer? How and why are they better than any other option for personal training for that client who's walking in the front door? All right. Anything that you can do to make sure all of your trainers have those differentiators in place, then your clients will know which of the trainers is the best fit for them. Don't leave it up to them to decide. Your job is to help make it an easy choice for them and trying to figure out who is the best trainer for them. Now, if you as a studio or your trainers, you do not have your differentiators in place, you haven't come with a clear set of differentiators, I'm going to put into chat right now. I'm putting our website. Go to our website. The opt-in on our page is a differentiator exercise that you can actually walk through with your clients and make sure that you are, find this guy. There you go, y'all. You will make sure that your trainers and you as a studio are presenting a clear set of differentiators at all time. One of the best pieces of homework I can give you, okay? All right, we talked about top trainer needs. The last and third section I want to talk to you about, and in my opinion, probably one of the most important, is marketing strategy. I want you to think about how can you adjust your marketing to truly sell your personal training products in a way that, again, is differentiating from all of your competitors, but then also uniquely explains how each of your trainers can be the best fit for your clients. All right, let's do a little shopping quiz. All right, so I'm going to show you two different personal trainers. I'm going to look at their offering. I'm going to show you their web page, basically their bio page, and I want you to tell me why and who will be the slam dunk. And feel free to use this to throw these into chat. All right. Now, option number one. This is Stephanie. Now, this is really not Stephanie. This is one of our trainers who I love named Natalie, but this is a fake picture of Stephanie. So this is a very common version of what I see for personal trainer bio pages or bios on a lot of websites for studios. It's a good headshot, you know, a nice picture of them, usually a good smiling headshot, hopefully. Name, and then let's look at this bio. So Stephanie is a certified trainer. She loves to help clients reach their goals. She focuses on custom workouts that fit individuals' needs for lifestyle as well as their fitness goals. She's supportive and she loves to help clients improve their strength, endurance, and wellness. I'm just going to say, that bio, one, it says what every single person trainer in the world should be doing, right? All of those are things that we all should be doing as trainers. It's probably one of the most generic ones I've ever seen. And I want you to think about that when you're looking at your own trainer bios. Are you differentiating yourself, or are you writing the same script that every personal trainer bio in the world has? If you're just stuck in that same kind of the same language, same script, you need to really think more about how can you differentiate and really stand out in your bio. All right, I kind of gave you the answer, but that was option number one. All right, y'all, let's look at option number two. Now, this is a video. There you go. Yes, look at that. So this is option number two. His name is Anthony. I'm going to scroll his page and we'll look back over it together. So it starts off with Anthony's list of specialties. And then it goes through Anthony's bio. In his bio, he's kind of bolded out things that he really wants to kind of stress. And then there's a series of photos of Anthony working with clients, but also of Anthony like doing triathlons and living a healthy life. There's a list of all of Anthony's education and some logos for it. Big important. There's a series of testimonials on his page that are specifically for Anthony. And then the last thing are links to any press or any marketing that he has gotten from in other avenues or in magazines or print. All right. I think it's an obvious slam dunk. Option number two tells you so much about the trainer. Anthony, you know so much about him now. And I'm going to bet that you would be way more willing to pay top dollar for a bio like Anthony as opposed to what we saw in Stephanie. All right, so let's look at Anthony's bio a little bit section by section. So first thing, Anthony's list of specialties. He goes very deep in explaining the kind of the categories of what he provides. Again, like tailored training programs, mobility, stability enhancement, functional strength and conditioning. Like those are those generic terms that kind of match what clients would be searching for when they're looking for a trainer. But then the best part about Anthony's specialties is on the sub bullets, he goes into how he actually helps with those specific areas in a unique way. So it goes more into the how behind his list of specialties. So again, the high level one is what clients would typically be looking for, like body fat loss. But then below that, he can explain deeper, like I help you with body fat loss with daily nutrition accountability by texting you, like whatever you want to say. But you want to have a big category followed by a how category. Cool. So in your list of specialties, you want to try and meet clients for what they're looking for and then tell them your unique differentiators, right? Next thing, let's look at his bio. So we're not going to go line by line, but in general, the beginning of Anthony's bio, which is a super key element, goes right to the customer and the client and speaks directly to them and their needs and how he will uniquely be helping them. So one thing, make sure your bio does that. Two, the next thing is Anthony goes into his experience and education a little bit, but he's constantly rewinding those items like the fact that he was a Navy diver. He's tying that idea back to how that will benefit his target customer. I was a Navy diver, and so that taught me a lot about everything from conditioning to breath control to knowing how to be comfortable and confident in areas where you're not necessarily familiar. Like whatever it is, Your experience in education needs to tie back to the client and how that will be beneficial to them all throughout your bio. And as I mentioned earlier, I love that in Anthony's bio, he bolds out the sections that he really wants to stress to clients to make sure they don't miss those sections. So again, look at your trainer bios. Have you done a good job of really wrapping together those ideas of speaking to the client's needs, representing your education experience, but then tying it back to how it will benefit the client? Cool. Now, this is one of the key areas that, again, you rarely see this. You rarely see a gallery of photos for each of the trainers on your site that shows them a day in the life working with the client, that shows the type of clients that they typically work with. So all of our trainers on their bio pages, they have photos working with guys and girls if they work with guys and girls, the age or body type of the person that they work with. So clients, when they're looking on their bio page, they can see themselves and think like, oh wow, he works with guys with gray hair. So you want to make sure that on the bio pages for your trainers, your clients and their target clients are represented there, every single type of target client they have. You also want to make sure that they put some pictures of them living a healthy lifestyle. If they're triathletes or hikers or just walking their dogs, whatever you can do to make sure that you are well representing who your trainers are to them in a very visual format. Tris, set bios are goldmine for yes. Honestly, one of the reasons you don't see pages like this is it takes time to build these out and it takes time to do the photography. Honestly, we brought all the photography in house. All the photographs you see on our Diacati website, I'll put that in the chat too. All the photographs you see on our Diacati site are actually taken in house by either me or someone on our team. But feel free to check out our website. Just to give you an idea of how deep we go into making sure our photos are live and they really represent a day in the life. Anthony's education speaks for itself. I will just point out the addition of those little logos has made this really unique difference in having a more impressive presentation to clients who know nothing about fitness education. If it's just words, they don't know. That's such a blurb of too much data for them. But adding the individual icons for each of their education has really boosted our clients' trust in what the actual level of each trainer's education is. Again, this section on a bio page rarely seen, which are individual testimonials for that trainer. Think about how you can gather a testimonial, even if it's 2 testimonials for each trainer and have them on their bio page. A couple things I'll point out in here. One, we always try and include a photo. If folks are not comfortable with a photo, then we will use a stock photo that doesn't look like a stock photo, but represents that client. I think that's really important because folks want to see who we're talking about in the testimonials and the social proof. The other thing, bolding, again, I like to bold out some of the biggest sections of the review or the testimonial to really, again, highlight what you want the client reading the page to see. And then my favorite part, look at the description of the client. So Eva L. And then it has a little personal description. She's a consultant, an avid runner, and even more avid group fitness class participant. Put something that's really personal there. So when your ideal client sees the page, they see themselves in the photo, they see themselves in the description. Maybe you work with folks who were post-knee replacement surgery or skiers. Have all those details listed by the client in their personal representation. And again, it's just going to show a really nice interaction of you and your clients. I'm going to throw this stat out there. You all, 97% of consumers, they want to see a review of something when they're shopping. 97, that's almost 100%. Make it easy for them and have social proof and reviews all over your website. And ideally, all of them leading back to a results page. But that's a topic for another day. All right. Last section in Anthony's bio is, again, linked to his press and accolades. So folks can find out more information about Anthony, see where he's been published, get more details on him. You all, 2 main reasons that building these advanced level bio pages is going to really pay for themselves. Yes, it's a lot of time. And yes, it can be a little bit of a commitment. But as I just told you, we have 52 trainers and they all have pages that are that expansive and that comprehensive of them as personal coaches. So, first reason, again, 4 out of 5 people, they're going to research you online and research that training. If you're wanting them to pay top dollar for your personal training services, you have to have these powerful bio pages to convince them to take that first step and to start working with one of your trainers or even apply to work with them. Okay. So, second reason, this is something I'm sure all of us are trying to do. The more high quality content pages you have on your site, it's an SEO boost for your business. And especially if you're driving customers there to look through each of those individual trainer pages, you're going to boost your SEO, your search engine optimization for your website. And folks are going to find it much easier to find you in the free listings because the better your SEO, the higher you will show up in the free listings for your search terms. So, building these bio pages not just good for your trainers, but good for your website as a whole. All right. Now, we've talked about those 3 main areas. Again, it was a lot of data. Feel free if you have any questions, throw them into the comments. I'm keeping an eye on that as well. So we talked about making sure that your personal training practice is focused on how your niche would get the most benefit from it, right? Number 1. 2, talked about the qualities that you look for in trainers you're recruiting, but also the qualities that you really, again, support and nourish in the trainers that are on your team now and how to make them the best trainers possible. And 3, we talked about a pretty intense marketing strategy, but a powerful one. I guarantee you, if you go out and look at your competitors right now, and even us here in San Francisco, of our competitors that are offering personal training, none of them have the advanced level bio page that I just showed you. And it's been worth every penny, trust me. And I know we're in San Francisco, we're in a bubble for sure. But our trainers, the average rate's probably around 180 a session, but our trainers range anywhere from like 160 up to 250 a session. So they are getting top dollar, and those bio pages have been huge in that. So again, we're in a bubble in San Francisco. So take that dollar amount at a grain of sand. But if you're looking to charge top dollar for your personal training practices and to really prove their worth, a bio page like this is going to be important. Okay, now I'm giving you a lot of data. I wanted to kind of leave you with some homework items so you kind of know what to walk away with. 1, in each section. So in terms of having trainers for your niche, the first step you want to do homework wise, assess each of your niche clients, their goals and their needs. That's going to give you a really good idea of exactly what your target customer needs. So as you're then developing a personal training program, you can again make sure your trainers have the education and the experience to meet those goals and needs. Last thing, really look at your studio, again, budgets, even like personalities of your clients to make sure you're developing a program that will really match what their needs are. Sometimes client surveys can be really helpful in this step in making sure that you are, again, creating a program that really works well for what they're trying to give or what they're asking for. Okay, so first thing, in terms of making sure your trainers are matching your niche needs. Next thing, in terms of top trainer qualities, reminder what we talked about. Every single coach or trainer you have, I recommend they study their niche client needs again, and they select their education for the upcoming year based on their niche client needs and where are there holes or maybe pockets that they're not serving that niche client needs that they could be a better, more comprehensive trainer for them. Like, for example, if their clients are trying to lose body fat, but the trainer doesn't have a lot of experience in nutrition, maybe precision nutrition, maybe nutrition, diving deep into a nutrition level course would be something that would be helpful. So again, this is perfect for 2025, looking ahead. Look at what your niche client needs are before you start selecting your education steps for the next year. The next thing I'll say, make sure your assessment is a deep and thorough one. If you have any questions on building the ultimate assessment, reach out to me. It is one of the differentiators for us at Diacati, and I'm so happy to share how we go about doing that. Last thing that we talked about, that client toolkit and the systems that you need to put in place. Again, as I mentioned earlier, on our website, under our products, there is the Business Movement New Client Toolkit. It has everything you need, from email templates to graphs to visual graphics to visuals to program trackers to even electronic intake forms, assessment trackers. It's all in there. Those are all the pieces you need to have in place. You need to go and be developing those. And lastly, as I said, differentiate. Every single one of your trainers needs to be well differentiated in what they're offering and how they're different from everything else in the market. Okay. Last thing, marketing strategy. We talked about this. Upgrade those bio pages, super simple, and prioritize social proof. Let me say this, you are at a key moment in the calendar for gathering social proof. Why? Because January, pretty much for all of us, there is going to be a rush of new clients and customers coming in to look and shop for a fitness business. You need to make sure everywhere on your website, maybe it's on social proof sites like your Google business profile, the reviews there, maybe it's on Yelp, maybe again, it's the reviews that are just you're posting on your own website or Instagram. You need to make sure that you have new reviews that have come in during the month of December. So when those January rush clients come to look at your social proof and your testimonials, they see current new testimonials from you. Don't let the last testimonial be from August, y'all. Don't do it. They're going to go to the next fitness business and they're going to choose someone else. So make sure that you're gathering current reviews right now. That's probably one of the most important things I can leave y'all with. Now, again, that was a lot of down dump of data. If any of that made sense, if you want to learn more from us here at the Business Movement, we do have a quarterly newsletter. Feel free to scan this QR code and you can sign up for our newsletter. It comes again once a quarter with a lot of great free content, as well as recommendations on software, graphics designers, like anything across the board that a fitness business owner would need. We try and help you out with that. And again, it's just a free newsletter we put out every quarter. If there is anything at all that I can do to help you all out, I always offer a free consultation. Feel free to reach out to me here. Again, Billy at The Business Movement. I'll put that into the chat as well. But if there is ever anything that I can do to help you all with building your business practice, building your forms, even reviewing what you already have in place, do not hesitate to reach out to me directly. I always will hop on a free consultation call with you. And I'm so happy to share, again, what I've been doing for now 26 years of my life. And I'm so happy to share that information with y'all in any way that I can. So again, I'll be hanging out, checking comments. Feel free to reach out to me directly if you have any questions on this. And Tara, thanks so much.
Thank you. If anybody has any questions, go ahead and drop them into the chat just in case, because I think we do have a couple of minutes left. If anybody would like to ask any questions. Thank you so much. This was absolutely amazing. I feel like I learned so much.
Oh, you're so welcome, man. You know what? I'm going to put a couple more links in here now. So I just threw a link to the toolkit. So that's in there. And again, if you just go to our website, the first pop-up for an opt-in will be that differentiator exercise video that I talked to you all about. So feel free to check those out. If anyone needs help with defining their differentiators, or even if you want to pass your initial set of differentiators by me for review, send them off. I'm so happy to help.
It's amazing. And again, tell me how many years it's been that you've been in this industry.
So I've been a personal trainer since 1998. I'm very old, Tara. Don't tell people. And then we opened Diacati 20 years ago. Thank you, Tara. We opened Diacati 20 years ago. And so we've been an independent personal trainer practice in San Francisco. And the 18 number is that for 18 of our 20 years, we've been voted either the best gym or the best trainers in San Francisco. And I credit all that to our trainers and what I mentioned today, all those ideas of how to go above and beyond in building a practice that really meets your client's needs. So I'm super proud of that accolade for us. And yeah, it's something that we will definitely continue in the years ahead.
As you should be. That is absolutely amazing. 18 years. That's incredible. And then 26. Somebody just asked, how do you differentiate yourself in a saturated market?
So there are 4 steps that I go through for differentiation. I'll try and do like a 60-second version of this. The first thing, again, looking deep into, like we've talked about, your target customer and exactly what their needs and goals are. So the first thing I would do would be just make a giant, I'll use a chalkboard for something like this, make a chalkboard list of all their needs and goals. Next step, you turn the focus on the light on you as a business. What are all the products and services that you can offer to help them meet those goals, and to try and go specific in that way, right? So again, if they're looking for body fat reduction, what are all the ways that you can help them with body fat reduction? Everything from meal planning to nutrition tracking to accountability, like list all those out. Third step, researching your market. You want to take kind of those same ideas of looking at your business, take them out into your marketplace and study every single other fitness studio or personal trainer in your market. And you want to know their business and their practices just as well as you know yours. I recommend Secret Shopper with them, anything you can do to try and learn more about them. Now you have all the data you need to start massaging that together and finding where there are opportunities to capitalize on a client's needs that are not being met at an exceptional level, to capitalize on areas that your competitors are not focusing on. And then again, lastly, to really focus on how you are offering something that is, again, unique and better than every other option in your market. And it's a process. You want to kind of go through, again, defining your client, defining your products, researching your competitors, and then mashing all that data together. And that's something that I do with our customers at the Business Movement, is really help you walk through that. When you come up with your list of differentiators, if you look at it and you think, oh, there are a couple other folks in my market that are doing those, then you're not done. You got to dig deeper, and you have to have a more powerful set of differentiators in order to make sure you are truly standing out.
Yeah, I think that's a great response. And I also live for writing things down first, like breaking it down. My entire side of my desk is a whiteboard for this reason. But also, you have to be unique. Like, you really, really have to be unique. There's so many businesses out there today, and making yourself stand out, especially through all the ways that you've mentioned, is exactly it.
And again, it's one of my favorite things to do with people, because it forces you to be really creative and thinking of what can you do in a unique way. And I recommend research outside of the fitness industry. What are people doing on above and beyond levels with their brand or with their practices, even if they're not in fitness, that you can then bring back to your practice. Just constantly be looking for that.
I think that's such a good point, because it's so easy to just be like, well, I need to look in fitness because that's where I'm at. But seeing what's happening in a larger trend is definitely beneficial.
Yeah, oh my gosh, for sure. And again, differentiation, step number 1, y'all, for your homework. Research your market, know your market. And so Hannah said, additionally, what's your take on personal trainer rewards programs so they're motivated to keep their revenue coming? So are you talking about the rewards program for the trainer or for the client? I'm assuming you're talking about for the trainer, right?
I think
right. So again, it so much depends on the type of studio that you're running. I'm assuming this is a staff trainer position, or is it independent trainers? Sorry, I keep giving the follow-up questions, but it'll give me a better idea of exactly what to say. Yeah. So Hannah, I would say for your staff trainers, a couple things. The first step, I would be making sure that you have built a benefits package for them that not only on the income side, but on the educational support side, and even helping them really see a clear career path for them. This is a much kind of bigger answer to it, but I would make sure that you've done a really exceptional job of that on the first as the first step, because you want to make sure not only are they working and getting a lot, really helping your clients, but they're enjoying the work, seeing it as a pathway for them to stay with you forever, that you can retain them, and helping to honestly up their game so they don't hit this ceiling where they can't earn more money or can't advance themselves. That's a very challenging thing to do as a staff gym, but there are definitely key ways of doing that to make sure you keep your best trainers in house, because otherwise your trainers are going to hop to a gym like mine where they can have an endless on ramp to charging as much as they want and working what hours they want, right? So I would say the benefits package is number one. The second thing is, yeah, if part of that benefits package is some type of program, that's excellent. The other thing is you can also try and get them involved in doing your marketing for you. So let's say if they, and maybe this is what you're talking about for a referral program, but if they're bringing in their own clients to the gym, maybe they're getting more of a cut from that session than the clients that you brought in for them. So yeah, there are lots of ideas, and a lot of it will depend on specifically what benefits and kind of income package you built for them on day one, and how they go about advancing and increasing their salary and benefits as they go. Sorry, that's a tough question to answer without knowing a lot of details about you, but hopefully that gives you some good ideas.
That's great. Yeah, definitely.
Let's see. So, should you send other people to look for you in your same town? A lot of places here. Marquita, it it is definitely the fun job of doing Secret Shopper. Yes, we've sent interns into other studios. You can definitely just call and go through remotely, go through their intake process, fill out their forms on their website, have your partner fill it out, or your best friend or your mom back in Des Moines. Like, have someone else go through the program for you. That's totally fine, because I understand you don't like, I am not personally walking into other facilities and asking for a trainer, but anything you can do to learn that, and again, a lot of that can be done online or through a phone call. You will learn so much. A best example I give is, I recommend do this for sure. Fill out every single gym or studio's intake form in your area. See how long it takes for them to get back to you. A lot of times they don't even get back to you, but see how long it takes. And that's going to give you a clock of how quickly you need to be getting back to folks. We definitely are less than 24 hours, if not less than 12. So thinking about those little tiny things, which you don't have to secret shopper, you can literally just learn that from sitting at your computer and filling out a fake form. I'm not a total slimy sales guy, I promise, but I think that's fair game to go and like research stuff like that.
Absolutely. Certainly. And you just mentioned Des Moines. Do you have family in Iowa? Because most people don't know Des Moines.
No, it was literally just the first city that popped in my mind as being something that's east of California. So no, that was totally random.
Okay, that's great.
Are you in Des Moines?
No. My
Okay.
husband is actually from Dubuque, Iowa, so that's how I know Des Moines. I'm
That's awesome.
currently in Seaside, Oregon.
Oh,
Yeah.
beautiful. Excellent. That's great.
But yeah, it is. It's thankfully it's beautiful today. We just left Washington State, where it was not so beautiful and
Mm,
rainy and cloudy.
this
So
is, this
time
is-
for us to
yeah,
start heading south. Yeah.
it's a tough time of year for y'all up there. Yeah, for sure.
Yes. We're just gonna keep heading south, and maybe I'll come visit you in San Francisco.
Definitely stop
Yeah.
in anytime. That would be excellent. And that's true for any of you all. Like, I definitely have a lot of our clients and even folks who, from our talks, they just stop in and they want to see the facility and meet Jenny, our matchmaker, and our team. You all are welcome anytime. And again, even if you just want to do a virtual Zoom call, I'm happy to give you a walkthrough tour of the space. Like, whatever you all need, don't hesitate to reach out. I feel like after being in the industry for as long as I have, this is my way of paying it forward and doing anything I can to make sure you all are as successful as you want to be, with the longest on ramp you have to finding that ideal business model for yourself. So yeah, let me know if I can help.
Thank you so much. And with that, we'll go ahead and close this out. Thank you again so much for sharing all of these insights. We've loved having you here today.
You're welcome. It's great to meet you, Tara. Have a great weekend.
Thank you. And studio owners and fitness founders, keep engaging in the chat. We're still hosting that contest, and the prizes are up for grabs. And now we are arriving, can you believe it, at the last session of the day. And this is personally one of my favorite topics that I can't stop talking about: building and growing an email list for consistent cash flow. Yes, email marketing isn't dead, and our next speakers, Angela Edwards and Aaron Bernard, will tell you why sharing by real outcomes. You don't want to miss this. Stay tuned. We'll be back.
Hi, this is Sarah from Lotus Yoga. How can I help you?
Hi, I was actually looking for yoga classes to try and I found you guys near me.
Oh, that's great. We have a studio in Brooklyn and downtown Manhattan. Which location were you thinking of visiting?
I was planning to hop by the one in Brooklyn.
Awesome. Could you help me with your name and email so I can assist with booking a class?
Sure. My name is Lana and my email is lanahart@gmail.com.
Great. Just to confirm, that's lanahart@gmail.com, correct?
Correct.
Cool. When do you want me to schedule your first class?
Do you have any classes available tomorrow evening?
Yes, we have Power Yoga at 6 p.m. and Flow Yoga at 8 p.m. Which class would you like me to book for you?
I can do the power yoga class at 6 p.m.
Lovely. Let me book it for you real quick.
Yeah, sure.
Cool. I've booked the class for you. You will receive a confirmation email with all the details.
Thanks, Sarah.
You're welcome. See you tomorrow at 6 p.m.
Hey all, and this is Tara Loney again, coming back for our last and final session of the day. This has been so much fun, and thank you all again for being so engaging in the chat. This last session is my favorite topic to talk about. If you have talked to me about anything related to business, you've probably heard me ask, do you have an email list and are you using it? So I am so excited to be joined today by Angela Edwards and Aaron Bernard for transforming your email list into weekly sales. And I'm going to go ahead and give them their intro. Angela is a boutique fitness business consultant and automation expert. She specializes in email marketing strategy and some of the techie stuff. She has 19 years of experience with running pole, yoga, and aerial studios, and has also been running ads for over 8 years on the Meta platform. Erin is a boutique fitness business consultant and automation expert. She specializes in email copies and finding graphics that work. She also works with Angela on Facebook ad strategies to make sure your ads are profitable. She has 13 years of experience with running pole, yoga, and aerial studios. And again, keep engaging in the chat. We have big prizes coming out, including a free call to map out your intro offer automation, 5 free Kenko accounts with 3 months of free marketing automation, and that $500 Amazon gift card. So without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to you all, and I am so excited for this seminar.
Okay, awesome. You can hear me, right, Tara?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, just making sure.
Yeah.
Okay, cool beans. So, Aaron, you can go ahead and share the. Oh, I see Taylor. Oh, yeah. Oh, thanks, Taylor, for listening. Oh, thank you.
I am also part of the group that they just mentioned. So shout out to that group. It is amazing. Thank you all again for joining.
No worries.
Oh, wait. Okay.
You see the share button at the bottom, Aaron, or present?
Can you guys see?
Yeah. Oh, it's popping up as we speak. There we go.
Ooh,
hang on.
To the beginning.
Hang on. Oh, we wish we were there. Just kidding, guys. Close your eyes. Don't get it. Okay. All right.
Okay, guys. So keep going back, Aaron. You should be able to slide over to the.
That's the first.
Okay, there we go. Okay, she's controlling. I'm talking. She's a little bit under the weather. So, say it again, Tara.
Teamwork makes the dream work. Yeah.
Yeah. So hello. So I'm Angela. This is Aaron, and we are boutique fitness studio owners. We've been doing it. But this will be our 20th year. So we are actually active studio owners and business coaches. So we are in the trenches with you. We are not like imagining things from like, oh, back in 2016. No, things have changed since 2016. So we are in the trenches with you. So when people have issues, like we understand because we might be going through them as well. So just a little bit about us, and then we're gonna go into what we have to give you guys today. So we own the second largest pole and aerial studio in the United States. And it's been a journey. I definitely did not start off that way. I started off like renting a room and then just grew the business over time. We were the third pole studio to open in the country. So back in 2006, so a long time ago. So the good thing about that is that Aaron and I know old school and we know new school, meaning we definitely know how to do things old school, like how to network in person and how to do some of those build connections in person. And then we also know automation and things that are good to use now. And so honestly, Aaron and I use a combination of both. We still use some of our old school stuff. It still works really, really well. And then we also use newer stuff that helps to free up our time more. So our studio, we have 40 employees. So we are employees. Yes, it's a large staff. That wasn't the initial intention when we first started, but that's how we've grown over the years. We do have 2 managers that work full time for us. We do have full benefits and all of that stuff. And we do this full time. So we're very clear that we don't have another job that supports us. Like, we support our families from our studio only. And we don't say that to throw shade on anybody who's working a 9 to 5 and doing this. Like, we get it. When I first started my studio or just teaching class, like, I was definitely still a registered nurse and I was working. And then I worked my way to doing this full time. And same thing with Erin. I met Erin a little bit later in my journey. She did her bachelorette party with me and never left. And so she just worked her way up through different spots of the company. And now she has a location. I have a location. We co-own another location. We have 3 locations. And then we're hoping with our kids program, we have another manager that's going to be her location, because we want to empower other women to have a business. So that was something that I wanted early on with expansion. So it has definitely been a learning curve, and I've definitely done some things wrong. However, the biggest piece of advice I got when I first started was get your email list. Get people on your email list so you can talk to them. And I think I got that like on, as soon as I opened my business, like month 2, someone told me that at a networking event. They're like, if the only thing you can do is get your email list. And so we're going to talk today about how we use our email list to actually make money. People think that email is dead. It is not. And you can know that by looking at your own email box. How many emails are you getting a day? Now, do you listen to everybody on your email? No, but you still might not hit the unsubscribe button, because one day you might want to get something that they're offering. And so the way that I have made money for Pilates and Skybar has been through our email list and strategic texting. And so, because now we have texting options now. And so I think that's something that there's a big fib out there that, oh, email is dead. It is totally not dead. And we're going to go over how we utilize our email list on a weekly basis and how we make all of our money. You know, we are $1 million plus studio. So we do make money off of this. And if we had not had an email list from the get-go and kept nurturing it, I don't think we would have even been successful as we are today without having an email list and strategic texting, now that that's an option. Okay, so Erin, we can go to the next. So first thing we're going to go over, contest alerts. I think this is something
about that.
Do that. Okay, gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, oh, wait.
These are things that they can win.
Yeah. So first thing we want to go over, and you can actually join our Facebook group. We had so many people who made so much money with their email list just last week. And we wanted to start off with the wins. So we sold out a lot of things. A lot of people, most of our members made $8,000 or more in a matter of 3 to 4 days. Most people, all of our coaching clients, because we give the strategies, the emails, all of those things. So we can make sure that when we do these type of sales, Black Friday, Christmas in July, your email list is so important. Okay. And so Taylor, we have you on there. So that is one of the things that when clients do on board with us, when they come into our coaching program, the first thing we do in the first 90 days is to get you to email your list at least once a week. And then we go over how to build your list now, because the more you build your list and engage them now, when you go to do Black Friday and Christmas in July, you will have more fruitful results. You have least or less fruitful results when you do not talk to your list all year, and then you try to bombard them with a sale and ask them for money and they don't know you. We can go to the next slide, Erin. I need to give you a hand signal.
I can't see you.
So we're all about receipts. People are like, receipts, we're giving receipts. It's just what it is. So this was for Pro ITs. We actually made 21,000, but this is what we made on Friday, 15,000. We made that in 30 minutes. 30 minutes from texting our VIP list. We have a strategy we use to get a VIP Black Friday list that's based off your email list. And we just kept promoting it. We like teased them of what was coming. And once we released it at 12 o'clock, that Wednesday, it was gone. We sold mostly everything we had in 30 minutes, to the point that I couldn't keep the website going. I was like, I give up. I was going to wait for everybody to buy, and then I will like try to update the quantities. So it didn't, that part was the only part that we weren't a little bit prepared for, was that it was just going to go so quickly that I couldn't get the website updated fast enough about the quantities. But that is, how much money you can make off your email list. And you only need like a good 50 to 100 people that really want to actually buy from you. You know, even though our email list is 18,000, you only need a solid 100 people to get on that VIP list, because they're going to sell you out. Okay. Aaron for Skybar, which is our Era yoga studio, we brought in, I'm going to have to add my math, but like 15,000 and stuff like that. And then this is just money in the bank. So as far as memberships, we pre-sold annual memberships. We're really big about 12-month memberships. People need to move to 6 or 12-month memberships. We still solidified 20 members starting January 2025. So now we have money already going into 2025. So our membership, our annual 12-month membership is $200 a month. So let's add that up. 200, get my calculator out, times 12. That's $2,400 per person. We had 20 people already buy their membership for next year. So we already solidified $48,000. So 48,000 coming, plus the 15,000 we already got. So that's like a $75,000 Black Friday in less than 3 days. And that is what the power of your list can do. Okay. But we have to start with emailing them, right? Because if we don't, then it's hard to make these kind of sales. Okay. You can go to the next one, Aaron. And just keep me on my time, please. Because you know I'll just talk. Okay, so why is your email list a gold mine? Okay, so email marketing has an average ROI, which is return on investment, of $36 for every dollar spent. Okay, so when you get emails, you might, like, say for example, you run a Facebook ad. Yes, you might have paid for that lead, but now it's yours forever. You can keep emailing them until they unsubscribe, and that's what you want. And so that's where your marketing, like, for example, people, it's like, oh, did you make all those Black Friday sales? Or any of our clients, did they make them off of Facebook ads? We did not. That was strictly just our list. But we use Facebook ads throughout the year to build our list. That's the thing. But once you pay for it once, like say you're running an ad on Facebook and you're doing an open house and you pay, let's say like $5 a lead, which is still very inexpensive for Facebook ads. You only pay $5 one time. You get to email them however many times you want. And so I think that's where people miss out on Facebook ads, which we did a whole nother presentation on that. And hopefully Bookkeeper or Kinko will have us back on how to do Facebook ads again for fitness studios. But that is one of the main ways you build your list. And it's not as expensive as people think it is. But one of the main reasons why we run ads is to actually build our email list. That's kind of the whole point. Because most people are not going to be ready to buy when they see your ad on Facebook all the time. Your email list is yours. Yes, no matter which software you go to, which marketing software you go to, whether you move to Tahiti, it doesn't matter, because your list is on an Excel spreadsheet and you get to keep it and you can import it wherever you want. Okay, so you own that list. I always say with Instagram and Facebook, we love it, but you are on rented land. You are on rented land, meaning if it goes away, all your followers go away. Do you have those emails of all those followers, right? Because if you don't, then if something happens and Facebook goes down, you guys, like I always say, like I thought Blockbuster, I'm a little bit older, I thought Blockbuster was always going to be around to get movies on the VHS. It is not. I never would have thought that Blockbuster would have went away. So with social media and stuff like that, you never know when someone's going to be like, I don't want to do this anymore. And so That's why it's so important to get people on your email list. Okay. And then email allows you to build relationships over time, because everybody is not ready to buy when they see or hear about you. Okay. And we're definitely going to go over examples of in this presentation of emails that are what we call soulful sales. And soulful sales is how you talk about your studio without actually asking for a sale. Okay. It's a way to talk to people about your business, but not be so, for lack of a better term, salesy. Marquita, I was saying, I'm just saying, if wherever you have all your emails, you can, it doesn't matter what software you use, it doesn't matter whatever, you just always have all your emails, because like, for example, with Kinko Bookie, all of our emails are in there, right? So when people come from Facebook, we put them in our database. And so that way we always have them. So you'll always have it no matter which software you're with, whatever you're with, it doesn't matter. You own your list and nobody can take that from you. Okay. I hope that answers the question. Let's go to the next one.
We're here.
Oh, okay. So this is the top mistake that studio owners make when we talk about our email list. Number one, they don't email their list consistently. They might do it once a month, once every 3 months, once a quarter. That is not enough. We are here to tell you, we have tested this. Once a week is the minimum amount of times you should be emailing your list. You are not bugging them. If they don't want to read it, they'll delete it. When they want something that applies to them, they'll read it. But by staying off of their list and not or out of their box, you become, I don't want to say unimportant, but they forget about you. They forget about your business. And so the person that's emailing on a consistent basis is always going to stay top of mind. And so when people are like, I do want to go do a bachelorette party, or I do want to do that sound bath, who's going to get it? The person who pops up on their email with the sound bath. And they're like, oh, here's the place that I can go because they've been emailing consistently, right? When you are talking to leads, let's define what a lead is just in case, because we're getting into some marketing language. Leads are people who have interest in your business. So how do leads come to you? Through your website, your web chat, your missed calls, text, Instagram, Facebook, walk-ins. There's so many ways that leads come in. And so when you have someone that inquires about your business, you want to try to get them on your list. Okay. That way you can grow it. So if you don't nurture those leads, then they just fall off and they go to the company that does nurture the leads. Okay. It also goes for your current members. Current members need to feel nurtured too. You cannot forget about them. So we email our current active members, which we have almost 200. We email them every week, value-based email, soulful sales email. Nothing about buying anything. It's more about like, here's what's coming up next week, and here's a recipe that you can do. Here's an affirmation to brighten your day. Like, and people love this stuff, guys. Like, I know sometimes people think it's cheesy or people don't like these things. They like when someone took time to email them, hey, here's our favorite music that we're jamming to in the studio this week. Here's a good recipe. One time I sent out, we use foot wipes at our studio so people can clean their feet before they come in. Because, in the summertime, people have flip-flops on and it gets dusty and stuff. So we try to keep our floors clean. And so we emailed out the recipe to our foot wipes. It's like an organic recipe. You can make it home real quick. People love that. They love the fact that we just gave them that information. So those are the kind of things that people like to hear from. And it doesn't have to be about buy this, buy that. Okay. And then you miss out on so much money. Like, we make at least $1,000 to $2,000 minimum every week from our email list, minimum, because we're consistently emailing about what's going on, what's coming up, and things of that nature. So you definitely have to email them at least once a week. So we've kind of already talked about the importance of it. Let's go over how to build it. So Aaron and I are big about our coaching and how we work is we are big about implementation. We love theory and talking, but we like to get it done. So we always tell people when they join us, you are going to work, like we're very honest. But people that come to us are ready to work and they want to see strides in their business sooner than later. So we're going to stay true to that. So we're going to give you guys the ways you can build your email list today. You can go when you get off the call. I know it's been a long day, but let's go over some ways you can build your email list now. Okay. So number one, you want to have on your website what is called in marketing world a lead magnet. But let's just take this into regular language. Basically, it's something that you give in order to get their email and their phone number, okay, to get on the list. So we just put some things here like 5 steps to master your first pulse spin, free flexibility mini class video, top 3 tips to boost your confidence in dance, 5 ways to safely lift weights, or a discount off an intro offer. Okay, so Erin's going to show our website, and you can definitely look at other people's website and stuff like that as well. But we're going to put this.
Can you see?
No, not yet. But I don't know if it's.
No, hold on. I think I need to. Hang on. Sorry.
So while she's getting that, basically we put how to get our lead magnet or to get on our email list on every page of your website. So Erin and I do our own website. We are big Squarespace users, and we've been doing our website for over 12, 13 years. So we're really big about your website has to be optimized for sales, okay, and getting leads. That's the whole point of your website. People who are already members, they don't need to worry about, they already go to the app or something like that and do their business. Your website should be optimized for sales. Okay. Are you able to get it up, Erin?
Do you see it now?
No.
Oh, it's up. Okay.
Sharing.
Yep. Let's try this again. Stop sharing again.
And then present.
Share screen. Share. I want to do my entire screen. I don't want just to do a tab.
Did you do all tabs?
Yep.
Okay.
I'm doing it again. Let me know if you can see. What do you see?
Oh, now it is.
Okay, great.
Okay. So we're going to scroll down here. So first thing I want to, Erin, you keep scrolling. Sorry. So we're going to go all the way down to the bottom of our website. And then to the footer means right here. Every page and every website software typically does this. You can put in the footer, get on our list, join our VIP list, get on the VIP newsletter, and then whatever you want to offer as a little tidbit. And then another thing that people need to get on eventually is that web chat.
Oh,
you're fine. That web chat will bring in so much money. So much money. People love, I wasn't on the web chat thing a couple of years ago because it was like one more thing I had to do. But now we have a marketing software that we use that puts all of our communication into one. So, and the web chat comes part of that. And we just love how much leads we get. We're able to follow up with people in a very systematic manner. And then we're able to get them on our email list. But people have a lot of questions, guys. And so when you have the web chat, people can ask those questions. And then it also tells you if your website needs spiffing up. Because if you're getting the same questions over and over again, they're like, where's the intro offer? Where's this? Where's that? Like a couple of things. Your intro offer should always be up above the fold, which is like before people scroll. Always, always, always. A little bit off topic here, but you always want that here on the homepage. Like, where do people go when they need to find out what they're going to, how I start with your studio? Because your website needs to be optimized for beginners or new people that are new to your studio. And so they need the most information, right? So you want to direct them. But that web chat will get you a lot of money, questions, and just being able to see what kind of questions people have. Because a good thing about seeing what kind of questions people have, when we get into this a little bit later, that crafts the email sequences that we're actually going to create when people sign up for our email list. Like one of them is, because we are a pole dance studio, people always ask about heels, and so in the web chat, we get that all the time. Do I have to wear heels? Do I have to wear heels? So of course, what's one of the first emails people get when they're on our email list and we nurture them from lead to intro offer? What about those heels? Do I have to wear them? And we do a whole email about that. So it really helps to give you feedback on that. Okay, Aaron, we can go back to the thingy bobber.
You see it?
Yep, I can see it. Yep. Okay. And so that's how one strategy to do is like get it on the footer of your website. And we're going to go to the next slide. And then we kind of already talked about this as well. Newsletters have on every page of the website. You can have pop-ups that come up and say, hey, get on our website and or get on our newsletter list, or get our, I know we're about to change our lead magnet to our intro to pole and aerial fitness for beginners. In this answer, it's like a little guide that we're going to make, and it's just like a PDF, and it's going to go over like the common questions that we get when people want to start pole or aerial. So you could do the same thing. Common questions people when they want to do yoga, aero yoga, CrossFit. Like, people have questions. People have questions. One of the top reasons why people don't do group fitness is because they're nervous. Mm-hmm. They're nervous. They don't want to look like an idiot. They don't know how to use the equipment. Like, all of those things make a big difference. So we're going to go over one of our biggest ways. I think, Aaron, all you got to do is just go to the next tab, I think, when you go up there. We're going to go back to Pilates.
Oh, yeah. You want to see the...
Yeah, go to the intro page. So, and of course, everybody should have an intro page. Intro offer page that goes over your intro offer, what it's for. But we're going to show you like our top secret thing. And I don't want to say it's secret. It's one of our top ways that we build the most people who are most interested in our business. So we have this pop-up that comes up and says, wait, we have a gift for you. And it says, get $15 off any student intro offer package. And they fill that out and they claim the offer. And those people we text about when our next intro series is, or things about the intro offer. And so, you know, we like just from, to give numbers, just from October only, because we looked and counted this up, we already have almost 200 people just from this pop-up.
For free.
For free. Mm-hmm. These are people from Google who are very interested in your business because they like the offer. Now, I know some of you guys are saying like, oh, my intro offer is already cheap. You raise it. You raise it up, because I guarantee you $15, they're going to use it. We hardly have anybody that pays full price. So we just raise the intro offer $15, and then we give this. So it's a little tip, and it really, 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 really helps. And we love it because they gave us their phone number. We can text them about the intro offer and stuff like that. And then we have a conversation with them. Another tip, when people fill this out, they get, you know, we're big on automation. They get an automatic text from us that says like, you know, thanks for signing up for our intro offer. You know, do you have any experience? ? So that's another little thing to write down today. When you talk to leads, end with a question, an open-ended question. Do not just say like, okay, if you have any questions, let me know. No. That's not how you want to talk to people. You want to leave it open, because we like automation, but you don't want to sound like a robot. You don't want to sound, because if people get annoyed and they feel like they're talking to somebody that's not a person. And so we do have someone that does answer our web chat for us. Is the web chat AI generated? No, we use it with a marketing software that we use for that. And then we automate the confirmation, but then we talk to them after that. So when someone says, and you guys, you'd be surprised. I know Taylor is on here. We had told our coaching group, like, put the question on there. Like, don't just say, thanks for signing up, we'll see you in class soon. Like, don't say that. You definitely want to actually talk about, like, what experience do you have? And you, by golly, you guys, I swear, at least 50 to 60% of people, they answer back. They're like, oh my gosh, I don't have any experience. Like, oh, I'm really nervous. Like, I love that. I love. And they like it because you're being thoughtful. You're being soulful, right? Soulful sales. That's what we're doing. And so when you ask them that question, you get a better response, right? And then they want to talk to you for that. Yes, we will put in the, when we get to the end, we'll definitely put what software we use it's a total marketing software that, because we have multiple businesses. Aaron and I are also boudoir photographers, so we have to like unify all of our channels of communication. But we definitely teach, even if you don't use the software, we definitely teach you how you can do this with Squarespace, how you can do this with Wix, you know, in case you don't want to get into another software. Some people just don't want to do that. But you can easily do this with Squarespace or any website software and get their information. But these people are hot leads. These are people who really, really, really are interested in your business because they gave you their information. So keep that in mind. And so those are the people you want in your studio. Okay, we can go back to the thingy bobber. Okay, so other ways to get your, I send emails now after every first class or visit, but I definitely can level up. Yes, okay. Yeah, we definitely have a very strategic way that we nurture leads, but you definitely have to do more than one. And then you definitely have to ask questions and be more personable. Personable is really important. No, we don't answer at 3 a.m. It actually says like you've reached Valerie at Pilates. My hours are 11 to, or whatever we have, I think 3 to 9. So we dictate to our clients what time that we're going to text them back. That's a great question, Sarah, because we don't want to be texted at 3 a.m. because then they're, number one, they're going to know it's automation. That's the first thing. And like, even though people know it's automation, they want to know when you start talking that it's not automation. They want to know that they're talking to a person. Okay. Another way to get your list up is have it in your IG bio link. So when you go to your, not LinkedIn, Linktree, you should have it said, you know, get on the VIP list. You can also pin a post on your Instagram with a Canva graphic that says VIP list so people can see it on your page and pin it to the top of the post. People can get on your list that way. Okay. We'll move on. Other ways that we do it, old school, guys. Take it back to the old school. Put it in the bathroom. People love that. Put it in the bathroom. I know we're like, oh my God, but it works. And you put a QR code that goes directly to your list, and then it gets automated again. So put it in the bathroom. Real estate signs. So our yoga studio is more in a work-live area. So we got cheap, you know, Aaron and I can get real inexpensive here. We got them cheap little real estate signs for $10, and we have them posted where people walk by and it says, you know, interested in area yoga, get on our list. And we put the QR code on there, keep it up all year round. People are constantly going by and looking at that. You know, that's a great way to build your list and to get visibility. At the front desk, even if you don't have a front desk, I know some people don't have a front desk, no worries. Have a little tiny desk that says get on our list. Okay. We have get on our list everywhere at our studio. We even got the UPS person we got on our list because they saw a little QR code and they scanned it. So using your actual studio is huge. People don't use their actual studio to post flyers and what's going on. Old school guys, it works all day long. And people always laugh. It's like, oh yeah, I got on your email list when I was tinkling and I saw it and then I pulled my phone out and got it. So totally works. Okay. Love that. We'll add to the link tree. Absolutely. Yes, you will be surprised. So the thing is, guys, like you'll get little bits of pieces building your list. And before you know it, your list will be 800, 1,000 people. So most of our clients that start with us, like we had one lady that started with us, she was a brand new studio. Her list is already to 1,000. Our goal is to get people to 1,000 to 2,000 per year. And we will get you there because we believe in it. So collaborate with local businesses. Absolutely. So we want to collaborate with complementary businesses where you guys can exchange information, okay, and say, hey, I'll put your information up if you put my information up. Remember, it has to be a collaboration, not just me. There's got to be a reason that it works for both of you. Like we have the lady that waxes a lot of us at the studio. We do some things with her through Valentine's Day and like summer and stuff like that. Like, hey, get waxed. And then she gives little things for us too. So it has to be a complementary relationship. Mm-hmm. And then paid ads. So this is something that Aaron and I are big on. I know some people hate Facebook ads. We're here to tell you they work as it stands today. And one of the biggest things that we do is open house ads, where we do an open house at the studio. And we typically get about 300 to 500 people in a 2-week period on our email list. Now, they might not come to the open house, but guess what? Doesn't matter. I got their email, I got their phone number. I'm going to text and email them all year until they come in, right? Because everybody's not ready to buy. And so Instagram and Facebook is the fastest way to build your list as it stands up today. Nobody else can tell us otherwise. We have done this, we have tried this. It is the fastest way and it is the most inexpensive way. Like we have built our list for under $200 running an open house Facebook ad with like 800 to 1,000 people. So you can totally get that done. Okay. And then you always want to communicate the value that they get by joining your email list, whether it's like they'll be up to par in the events, any sales that we have, and stuff like that. So you always want to be like, you want to give them the perk of why they do that. Okay. Let's go on. Uh-oh, it's lagging. So we already talked about number one thing that I want everyone to do if you can, email your list once a week. Got to start with that. Okay. If you're not doing that, start tomorrow. You can schedule out emails, you can block time off, guys, and you can just do it all at once. You don't have to do it and sit down every day and figure out what you're going to say. You can block time out and send out the emails. Okay. Next thing is think of it as a conversation. If you don't want to talk to your list, they forget that you exist. So, in our program, we definitely talk about value-based emails that do not sell. They talk about your studio, your students' experience, and things of that nature.
Excuse me.
And here are some topics that you can do. You can do class spotlights. You can do student success stories. You can do behind the scenes. People love behind the scenes. Tips related to fitness, dance, or well-being. People like these things. Aaron and I used to be like, I wonder if people are reading our emails that we send to our current members. We do an affirmation every week that we send our clients. And I had someone come up to me at the studio and she was like, I just want to say thank you for sending that affirmation today. I was like, okay. She's like, I just love getting these emails every week. It like brightens my day, especially when I'm having a bad day. And I love the affirmation and I really try to embody what you guys say. I was so
excited.
We were so excited because, sometimes you think just because people don't reply to it doesn't mean that they're not listening. I think people will be like, oh, then no one's replying. People don't really reply to emails unless something's like, going on. They owe you money or something like that. Then people's like, yeah, let me respond. But sometimes people are digesting. They're just not always verbalizing it to you. So sometimes you don't get that feedback. So you think it's going in vain and it's not. And we already talked about action, set aside 1 hour a week and then just schedule out your emails for the month. And that way it feels less overwhelming. We say once a week, we try to work our clients up. We start with once a week because people need to digest. And then we try to work up to 2 to 3 times a week. That is the goal for most studios. Twice a week is good. Twice a week is good. Sometimes we have to do more than that. Just because we are a pole studio, so we have a lot of things going on. So unfortunately, sometimes we have to email more than that, but the students appreciate the communication. So you have to nurture leads. Hold on to your seat here. You have to nurture leads for at least a year. Okay. You cannot do like a month or 2 months, a year. I just had an intro series, startup intro students start Monday, which I had 20 girls, 20 ladies. And we always go around and ask how they heard about us. And like at least 5 people said, oh, I've been on your list for 2 years. I've been on your list for 1 year. And they finally got the guts to come in to take class. So I know that might seem like that seems forever, but think about you and your life and what you have going on. You might have something going on, but you can't come into the studio right now, or people are nervous, guys. People are nervous. I cannot tell you how nervous people are to come into group fitness as a whole. They don't want to like fall on the Pilates machine, the reformer, or they don't want to like roll off the treadmill, like, you're rolling off the treadmill. Like people get really nervy, and especially equipment anxiety. Hot yoga. One of my big things with hot yoga was like, is it too damn hot? Like, I don't want to faint, so like, you want to make sure that like you talk about these things that people are nervous about. Like hot yoga, people are definitely worried about fainting. Yes, cycling, it's like, am I gonna be able to keep up? Am I gonna fall off the bike? I don't know how to read the metrics off the bike. Like there's a lot of things going on with equipment and stuff like that. So yeah, go to the next one. But yes, at least a year, guys, before you get rid of them. We don't ever get rid of them. We just keep emailing them until they unsubscribe. It can take 6 to 12 months before people even bite to come in to do a class or do your intro offer. Okay. And then, so we want to give an example sequence, and we're about to pull up. I'm about to answer some questions here. We're about to pull up just some sample emails that we've had some of our clients do. But for example, like week 1 through 4, you do welcome emails introducing your studio's vibe. Week 5 through 12, you do educational content, fitness tips, dance benefits, FAQs. And then ongoing are little pop-up things, like maybe you're doing like stretching, like we're doing a mistletoe and chill yoga coming up in like 2 weeks. You know, like that's a fun little thing that people might want to know about. Different holiday events that you're doing, studio events. So those are like those one-off emails that you're going to have to send on a weekly basis. And so what we do is we sit down with our VA every Monday just for like 15 minutes, and we go over what emails we want to go out for the week. Okay. And then we already have other ones working in the background as well, but like what's going on this week that we need people to know. Since you nurture for a year, do you break out your list to 1-year emails, 6 months, 2 years, or just a general email that will interest those? Very good question. And then someone asked about segmentation. So how we segment is we have, Aaron, go on, I think on the next slide, we talk about this. Yeah, sorry. Okay, yeah, I was right. So we definitely have segments. So we have, I'm going to go over just the top 3. We have lead to intro. So that means someone that's inquiring, we're trying to get them on the intro offer. It's very rare that people are going to go and just straight up buy a 12-month membership or buy a 6-month membership. They're typically not going to do that. And they just found you. So we have a lead to intro offer automation. So with that, we put them on a specific automation that we email them for about 2 months, where we really like kind of get it in. And then after 2 months, we put them on our general lead list, where they just get a 12-month evergreen that talks about us. And then the way we have automation set up, once they buy something, it takes them off of those lists. So that way they don't keep getting, because we talk differently to someone who's trying to get an intro offer versus who we talk to who we're trying to get from intro offer to member. And then we talk different from member and retention, keeping members there for a long period of time. Like our average client stays with us, because we look at the data, stays with us for almost 3 years. Our average client stays almost 3 years. So because of that, we got to nurture them for a pretty long time, but you definitely don't want to forget your members on this. So basically, like a trigger, the new lead signs up on your website, your web chat, IG, Facebook, phone call, text. Those are all ways to get leads. And then you want to talk about your studio. So Aaron, can you bring up Flux Verticals?
Oh, yes.
So we're going to show an email just to kind of show an example. Some people are very visual. And
I'm here. All right. So.
So this is where Flux Vertical is one of our clients that we've been working with this past year. And so this is like, as soon as they sign up on their website, on that little footer thing, this is what they get. Like, your journey begins here. They have this amazing photo, and then they talk about their studio and what they offer. And they did the little sign thing with all that stuff. It's really, really, really cute. And then we can go to the next email. Then they, we send out emails like every 2 to 3 days. And we go over in our program how to spread things out and how to do these things. So like what the timing is. And then they got worried about strength or flexibility. We got you. So they are talking about a pain point that people think that they're going to have when they come to our studio. And we're addressing it because we're trying to get them to buy the intro offer. So the language that my email topics are going to be different than someone who's already on a membership and already coming. I hope that makes sense. Okay. And so, like I said, the top 3 automations emails that we have is lead to intro offer to membership, membership until infinity, until they leave. Okay. So here's a sample, like email 1 could be welcome. Here's what makes us unique. Number 2, how to make the most of your first visit. 3, FAQ. 4, testimonial, reminder to sign up. So that's just kind of how that goes. And then intro offer. So now we have a different set of emails that go out And they only get this when they buy the intro offer. And now we're going to nurture them on why they need to buy a membership. Okay. Go to the next thing, Erin. So for example, email 1, congratulations on starting. Here's what to expect. Email number 2, tips for building a consistent routine. Email number 3, invite to join a membership with limited time bonus. 4, member success story to inspire action. Now, I will say this is a short presentation, but like, for example, our 3-week offer, our intro offer at our studio, they actually get 17 points of communication. We reach out to them 17 times, whether it's email, text, voicemail drop, audio message. We do all types of different ways that we contact them throughout the 3 weeks. So we definitely recommend, it depends on how long your intro offer is, your intro offer period. So if you have a 3-week intro offer, we recommend at least 15 points of contact. But that doesn't mean you're texting them to death. It's like a whole plethora of things that we do in order to keep talking to them, because you're trying to get them to buy a membership. So now we got to really stay in contact with them, because this is make or break time. This is when they're going to come on board with us or they're not. Okay. So we really work hard on the intro offer automation, because that one's really important. And then a member retention. Oh, to save money, is it better to do your emails through Gmail or Yahoo? Okay, so Marquita, you want to so marketing email is through something like Constant Contact or MailChimp. You can't really do it through your personal email, because like if you want to blast everybody at once, like Kinko or Bookie, like it emails everybody at once, or whatever software that you're using. So you do have to eventually invest in a software, but you really don't want to do it through Gmail or Yahoo, because it's not set up for business like marketing email. You want a marketing email. Did I do that? I did that way back in the day, because we didn't have marketing email back in 2006. So I would keep everybody on a little thing, but also with Yahoo and Gmail, you can only send so many at one time. I think the max is like what, Aaron, like 50 or 60?
Yeah, it's really low.
It's very low.
A lot of it goes into spam too. So
yeah, they've gotten really strict on email stuff now. So that's something eventually you're going to have to invest into a marketing email software, which Bookie and Kinko already has built in, and or any other CRM software. If you're with another one, that's usually already there. So member retention, member joins, and then we start giving emails once a week, every 2 weeks, and things of that nature. So that's really, for member automation, you definitely need to make sure you have an onboarding process. So we teach our clients how to do stellar onboarding, meaning like once they open, do they get a welcome call? Do they get a welcome bag, a t-shirt, whatever you can do to make their welcome great. And then you want to, with the email automations for member retention, you want to focus on the issues that current members are facing. So say, for example, somebody is like, they're plateauing in their strength. And so the email would be like, are you plateauing in your strength? Here's a class to help you get your strength up more. If pole, it's like, oh, are you getting stuck on this pole trick? Because now they've been with you for a year, like here are some ways to level up your strength to get your jade split. Or if you're in yoga, and people are like, okay, sometimes yoga people are just doing it for maintenance, which is totally fine. But maybe they're like, oh, I feel like I really want to get my hips more open, or I want to get some splits, stuff like that. Like, here's some tips that you guys can do to get your splits, or to get your handstands, or whatever yoga pose that you're trying to get. Now, because there's certain yoga poses that are just not applicable to beginners. I'm sure we all can agree on that. There's certain poses that are not. And so it's more geared towards an intermediate practitioner, right? And so you want those emails to be tailored to that. Okay. And the conversation is just different when you're talking to people that are already been at your studio. Okay. So soulful sales, which we call value-based emails, is how you talk to people without selling. So you're talking about, here's a recipe for you to be healthy. Here is some tips on how to open up your hips. Here are some tips on how to, there's just how to get more water in your day. People like that. So we call that being the thought leader in your industry. So when you are the thought leader in your industry, people go to you for the advice. They look up to you as the person who has the most knowledge. And you do that through soulful sales. You give value-based emails and they're going to be like, oh my God, I love this recipe. Let me go and check out their intro offer again. I think I want to start here. And that's how you, I don't want to say weasel your way in, but that's how you don't do like, hey, buy an intro offer. Hey, buy an intro offer. You didn't buy the intro offer. You only came to one class. Why did you not buy a membership? Like, people don't like being talked to like that. People come to boutique fitness for community. And so you have to show that you're a community. If you don't show that you're a community, your churn rate's going to be high. People are always going to be leaving because you didn't show them how your community is, right? So, and it's less pushy. So if you don't like being like pushy, then do soulful sales. Do soulful sales, and then it'll feel better. Share them. So again, value-based email. I think we already kind of gone over this. Like, share wins that your students have had, education, behind the scenes, your YouTube, and I'm not YouTube. Your Instagram should definitely be behind the scenes. Like, that's what, like, people love coming to our stories and seeing how classes go. People love that. So, and you can repurpose that material though. You can take the behind the scenes that you posted on Instagram and make it an email. Okay, and say, hey, did you ever want to know what goes on in our cycling class? Take a peek. Get a testimonial from a student talking about how their first class was. Put it in your stories, make it an email. Okay, like, all of this stuff can be all emails and soulful sales. Okay, guys, so I think we're about coming up to an end here. We already did that. We already talked about retaining. I think we already talked about more about why we do emails even when people become members, because you have to keep them engaged. They want to know that you just didn't get their money and now you don't care about them. We still care about them, and you want to address issues that are applicable to them. So I think we kind of already hit on why you need to do those different ones. And these are just some other extra things to do when you're on the retention pathway of things. Like, people love our affirmations. You know, I know it's not for everybody, but a lot of people love the affirmations that we give them every week, and just things that they can do. And so we already talked about how to segment. So the top 3 segments that you need is leads, intro offer, and current members. Those are the email lists that you have. And then sometimes we email everybody all at once when it's applicable. You know, like our holiday party. Our holiday party is applicable to everybody. Okay. Lead. Here's why is perfect for beginners. Member. So I think we already discussed that about when you're talking to a lead. It's like, here's why, you know, Exhale Yoga is perfect for beginners. And then a member is like, oh, we got a new yoga workshop just for you on how to do handstands. That's where you kind of like, you personalize your emails to what that segmented list needs. And you guys, these do take time to build the emails. So we try to give everybody a year to really get all these emails built out. And then once you build them out though, you're good. But the one that we focus on immediately with all of our clients is the intro offer. The intro offer automation definitely needs to get done as soon as possible, because that's a big one. And then we already talked about that, our formula about automations to nurture and convert. And I think we can go right to the end. I think I kind of already talked about these things.
Okay.
Yeah. We already talked about, you know, these are the things that you need to have up: lead to intro offer to membership, member retention. Okay. And so that brings us to the end. Marquita said, I never knew I could use my posts as emails. Absolutely. Repurpose that stuff, guys. Do not like make new things. Reuse it. Like, save yourself some time. So that comes to an end for us here because we're almost at time. And so if you would like to join our Facebook group, it's free. It's on Facebook. It's Business and Marketing Strategies, Pole Area Yoga and Dance and Fitness Studios. You can ask questions there. We also have something coming up starting in mid-December. It's called Automation School. And Aaron and I have found that automations are not as easy as everybody makes them out to be. You actually need to learn them. And Aaron and I are very good at teaching people how to use them. and how to spread them out. We have a whole framework that we use with all of our clients so they know how to automate. And then we will try to work our best with whichever automation system you're using. But if you don't even have an automation system, no worries. Aaron and I have a good old fashioned spreadsheet, and we'll show you how to do it just manually and just go through. Like, that's how we did it before we had automation, right? So we know how to do it with automation, with software. We know how to do it without it. Like, we will get you there. It's only $99. You get a whole online course and you get live calls. You can actually ask questions because a lot of people have questions. And then Aaron, if you go to the next slide, I had one more thing on there. Yep, sorry. I duplicated the wrong slide. We also have a 12-month marketing intensive coming up that is free. That is our gift to the community, our Black Friday, whatever you call it, sale. And so that's where we sit down with all the studio owners on a Zoom call, and we map out our whole 2025 in 2 hours. We figure out what we're going to do for January, February, March, April, May, June, the whole year. So that way we can avoid what? Panic marketing. Panic marketing is, I ain't got no money in my bank account and I got to get people in here very quickly. We want to avoid that. So we have a marketing plan. We plan it out for 2025, and then you can reuse it every year and tweak it. So if you want to come to those things, you can go to our website, marketingbabes.com. You can sign up. That one is free. The automation school is $99. We would love to have you guys. We love coaching and we love getting stuff done. We are a very getting stuff done. We give you tactics and strategies to use today. You know, we're not going to wait forever and a year. We're going to, and then we will be on you. Like Aaron and I follow up. Like, did you get that up? Did you do this? Did you do that? We have other marketing babes that work with us as well. We will stay on your butt. We will do that, but we do it because we love you and we want you to be successful. We want you to bring more money into your business because money makes the world go round to an extent, but it pays the bills and it costs money to run businesses. That's the bottom line, no matter what. So I think
amazing.
Yes.
Thank you so much. This was such an amazing session. And if you think that there was value packed into this, like, just join the group. So much more. And if you have any other questions for Angela or Aaron, please reach out to them directly. I believe their links are getting dropped in the chat. And thank you all again for joining us.
Oh, you're welcome, Christina.
And thank you. Thanks. And that is it for us. We've had an entire day and we can't wait to send out all the recaps with videos and links. Studio owners, you have been a great audience. Thank you so much for engaging with us. Big thanks to our event partners, Kenko AI and IPIA. A big thanks to our speakers for making the summit such a huge success. And a major shout out to Priya, Nihal, and Rad from the Kenko team for putting this together and sharing this event so many of us could get so much value. I hope you all are walking away with a wealth of knowledge and actionable steps you can take into the future. We'll get back with you with the Engage and Win contest winner announcement as well as session recordings. If you have any questions, you can write them to priya@fitness-founders.com, and you can also join our exclusive Fitness Founders community in the link in the comments. We hope you all had an amazing time. Thank you again for giving us your time and joining us all day. Hope you had a great time and you'll implement all these strategies for 2025 success. Cheers and have a great night. Bye.